PKA 556 with our guest Doug Polk, crypto genius, poker genius, and aspiring Jersey cast member. Taylor?
Yeah.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by
Jersey
ExpressVPN and SmartMouth, two wonderful sponsors. We'll learn more about them later. Thank you so much for coming on again, Doug. Looking great.
Thank you. I've been losing some pounds lately. I'm actually at my lowest weight in quite some time. I've been lifting a lot. Still kind of fat, but just not really fat anymore. So that's nice. We're going the right direction.
You're looking healthy. You're looking
Thank
you.
Yeah. Some sun.
You were
showing off the guns.
We started the show quickly because we started talking about crypto, and you were like, "This save the kids shit is nonsense," and it's like, what could that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah. Taylor had the killer joke. I also hate children, and it was pre-show. It was lost.
The good jokes are pre-show, but yeah, can you delve into that a little bit? None of us are crypto experts, so you might have to give us like some backfill of necessary information. But
yeah, I'm not really deep in the streets on this. I think if people really want to know exactly what happened, I'd recommend checking out the guy CoffeeZilla. He does good in-depth videos talking about subjects like this. But the cliff notes here are: it was a pump and dump scam where the currency was based around saving children, and they used that as a scam. And I want to say it was the FaZe Clan guys that did this. And
that's bad. That's bad.
The audacity to use saving children's lives as the front for a scam is truly fucking terrible. I don't know what else. I don't know. There's another way to say it. I don't know.
Brilliant. Brilliant is the word you're looking for. Everyone likes kids. I mean, almost everyone. I hate them. But like you throw. I was telling like there was some lady who the other day who had like a picture of like 2 or 3 like dirty little snot-nosed fucking kids, and she was like, I don't know how to like support these kids. I don't know what I'm doing. And she raised $200,000 from Kickstarter or something like that. It turned out she was the nanny. They weren't even her fucking kids. Like these kids are well taken care of. She's just like ripping people off with these kids. So Zach is gonna send his kids over to my house for a day. I'm gonna rub them in dirt, right? Get them all rough them up a little bit, shake them till they cry, whatever it takes, and we're gonna get a little Kickstarter going.
So you're saying kids are a scam is more or less
kids are the best scam.
Kids are great tools to be used in a scam.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
So
very nice.
I've just read this thing that Zach linked about Save the Kids, and let's see. Influencers with millions of followers like Summer Rae, Rice Gum, and members of the esports organization FaZe Clan excitedly backed the June 5th announcement of Save the Children, a new cryptocurrency. They said that the crypto had a venture mission to build a better world for the children and donate a small portion of the proceeds to charity. Now, FaZe Clan, a successful esports organization and influence incubator, has suspended 4 members involved with the coin and some online accusing the coin of being a scam. It hit a high of half a penny before plummeting 60%, as these things do. And that's about it. They said that they had no ill intent in promoting alt crypto coins and ditched 5 members of the FaZe Clan. I guess I'm wrong on this whole pump and dump stuff because I thought everybody was in on it. I thought nobody considered these things to be an actual long-term investment strategy. This is these unknown
like
less than
Cumcoin.
penny stocks. Yeah, like Cumcoin. Like, and what were the coins were called? Cummies. And was there more to it?
I think it was actually called Jizz Coin, and
I think it was called Cum Rocket. I think you're talking about Cum Rocket. Not to get too technical here.
But I guess I thought everyone knew Cum Rocket, for example, was not a real investment vehicle.
Someone should have told me. I sunk everything into Cum Rocket.
We were all just getting.
Why do you think I'm on Twitch now?
Dude, I'm still broke from my horrible, calculations about Cole's cash. It's never going to go.
I had everything in Shroot Bucks. Anyway, I thought everyone knew these things weren't worth anything. We were just all playing the game of timing the up and down, knowing that tomorrow was worthless.
So
now,
sorry, I thought you were about to finish. Can you describe what you mean to me, though, that these things are? We all knew that these things were pump and dumps. What's the line in your opinion? Because it's easy to look at Cum Rocket and say, probably not where I should stick my 401k. Pretty easy. It's pretty easy to say that.
Sure,
but where are we going to draw the line? Because obviously things like Bitcoin and Ethereum are legitimate. what about dog coins? And now we're getting back into scammy Terry, right? But which dog coin? Dogecoin that was actually fairly mined, and it was a real currency created. It was created as a meme, as a joke, but it's actually a real thing. Whereas some of the other dog coins, they're complete pieces of garbage that are scams, more or less. So where are you drawing the line when you say these things? Which ones are you talking about?
It's a good point, right? And I guess in my head, I'm like the ones that aren't listed. You know, like when you go to Coinbase, for example, there's a bunch of lists. How many do they list? Maybe 30, something like that. Maybe the other ones list the top 40. But when you start getting to off the list to the ones that no one's heard of, and I to your point, I get that it's a blurry line when you shift from like Bitcoin, the gold standard, to something else, to Dogecoin, to Rocket. You know, like where exactly, like, is Dogecoin a joke? I guess it was, and now it's not. And then is Rocket a joke? Who knows? Maybe it's the next non-joke.
And can a joke coin, which is what Dogecoin was a while back, be legitimized by someone like an Elon Musk?
So just to jump in and talk about that for a moment, I think what's really important with these coins is the way that they're formed. And with Dogecoin, the way that the currency was formed, you had to mine it. So you actually had to go out there and mine transactions to get Dogecoin back. It wasn't like Dogecoin just dropped their money to a bunch of people, right? But with these newer scammy tokens, the owners just start off with the supply or some portion of the supply, or maybe they lock the supply in some kind of contract. But the point is, Dogecoin was fairly mined. So, I mean, I know it's a joke and stuff, but it's actually a real thing. I know it's a picture of a dog, but it's not like there was the Doge guy who got a bunch of money for free by being the Doge guy. That didn't happen. Whereas in a lot of these shitty coins, and I have no idea about cummies, what we were talking about earlier, but I assume I assume what you did there. But I assume that these other coins are doing things like that, or they have some kind of transfer fee that goes back to the owner, or they do all kinds of sketchy things, and that's what makes them illegitimate. Not just the fact that they're named something absurd, but it's also the way that they're formed.
How
I
do the
almost
other
go
ones
the
work?
other way. Can I go?
Yeah.
Like if PKA makes a coin and we say, "Hey, everyone, we're making a coin," and just to be clear, this is a scam. We are going to have half of the supply coming out of the door, and you people will fight for the remaining half. And when we think it's at its peak, we're getting out of this horrible investment vehicle, and you should too. It almost becomes not a scam anymore. We've been pretty clear about the scam from the get-go. If you want to try to time it, good luck.
Are you going to name it Save the Children, though? That's kind of the difference.
I'll save the kids.
Save even more. kids.
I mean, real sweet kids coin, and we're
yeah.
Look. If there's a way we can make a coin, then I want no part of it, legally speaking, whatsoever. Just so we're all clear on that. Don't involve me. I can't go back.
No, we'll find someone to be the CEO, some dunce to be the CEO and take the fall.
It's so funny you mentioned that. We almost did that one time to my friend Jeremy. We were going to make a flamethrower company. We were going to manufacture and sell flamethrowers because you don't need any licensing whatsoever in the United States to possess or purchase a flamethrower. You just make those fucking things in your garage if you want. They're not weapons technically. And but we were like, the liability involved is outrageous because we don't know how to make flamethrowers. I mean, we kind of do. Like, we'll put some tanks on a guy's back and pressurize them full of gasoline and give him a pressure washer hose, and that's a flamethrower, right? And
I suppose.
And I was like, we'll make my friend Jeremy the owner, CEO, CFO. Like we'll put every acronym next to his name as we can. He's going to do it all. He's going to even do the manufacturing as far as
Chief
the law.
Information Officer. He doesn't even have a computer.
And he wouldn't know.
He doesn't have a computer.
Can't even use
How's that possible?
And he's also going to be the test dummy because somebody has to be the first one to test the flamethrower that we make. You know, strap it on their back, light that bitch up, and like go out in the yard and spray this bitch down. And we ended up deciding to we found another company that made flamethrowers, and we just worked out a sponsorship deal. That way, I could make my amount of money,
that's
whatever.
A much better move.
Yeah.
If someone's going to make a coin, I don't want any part of it. But my limited liability company would like to be involved. So yeah.
Yes. You could pay me to promote your coin. That's the sort of thing that would
probably bad.
Can you do
legally
that?
enough.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't understand what's legal with finance, because like when you hear anyone anywhere, like on the radio or whatever, they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm buying Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I think those are great investments. This is not financial advice." And I'm like, why do they say that? Can you get in trouble?
Well, you have some. So there's a few different things kind of at play. The first is normally you're supposed to disclose your position in things. And it depends on. Okay, so let me think about how to phrase this. Basically, who you are matters a lot. If you're some big entity that manages money, then you have a different set of responsibilities than if you're just an individual person in the U.S. As an individual, you can go online and pump your bags. That's 100% legal, as long as you're not trying to pump something that is illegal. So I can't go online and say, guys, you know what the market's looking great for? Crack. I got some crack. You can head down. No, not cool, right? Yeah. But you can go online and show whatever you think is going to increase in value. You just have that right. But I think when you become a influencer, and I always hate that word, but when you become an influencer type person, I think that to avoid someone just hearing, oh, I'm going to go all in on this thing that they said, PKA coin is the future of tech, I'm going to just put my whole role into this, and then you guys dump on them and it's worth nothing, then people tend to sue in spots like that. And I think it's just a protective measure for people to take to not get owned. That
makes sense.
I just feel like if it's shady enough, it circles back around, right? Like, let me explain this parallel, right? Tucker Carlson was sued by, I forget, some woman, it's not important, for telling lies about her. And he argued successfully in court that no reasonable person would believe what he's saying on his show. Therefore, you can't be damaged by me because I'm obviously talking shit all the time. And he won. We can do that if we're full of shit enough.
Well, we can't now.
It becomes legal. Just be clear.
There's obviously lines, right?
This.
Yeah,
there's obviously lines. And again, we're talking about Save the Kids coin. We're not talking about Cum Rocket. I keep saying that. Someone comes out and says, guys, we really need to save the kids. We're launching a coin to help save children around the world. And you're thinking, we all know it's a scam. I don't think that's the effect it had on people.
My first question would be, in what way does your coin save kids? Why don't you just have like a place we send our money to, and then there's an organization that has like unique ways of using it to, like, I don't know, provide clean water or food or shelter. Or
see, now it's a project and not a grant.
I'm sure that was funny. I'm sure that was all outlined to some extent. I guarantee.
He said that a portion of the profits would go to save the kids, but like you could just maybe give your money to the kids instead of a portion of the profits.
So we're clear, a portion of PKA coin will go to the kids, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that portion is 0%, and those kids are mine.
When I start having children, it's 100% true. We all go to mine and Woody's kids.
We're vague. No, I don't want to be a part of any kind of a fucking scam, you know.
Well, what do you guys think about this? Have you seen the recent NFT craze where people are buying pictures, essentially verifiable art on the blockchain, and it's trading for real money? Have you guys been following this?
No, I still don't understand.
Wow, I can't believe it shows how different our worlds are, because this has been the number one thing I've been hearing about online for just months, or at least weeks. It's just every day, all day, my feed is just this. And you guys are just like, what's that? We haven't been hearing about that at all. Have you heard about CryptoPunks is the biggest one?
No, I've never heard of that.
Have you guys? Oh, I'm about to blow your mind.
You gotta blow our minds.
Do you want me to blow your mind, guys?
Treat us like we're three retards. Pretend. You have no idea
so let me break this down for you. There are these things called CryptoPunks. They came out years ago. Do you know what an NFT is?
Sure. A non-fungible token is a unit of data stored on a digital ledger called a blockchain that certifies a digital asset to be unique and therefore not interchangeable.
Why are your eyes pointing down?
They can be used to represent items such as photos, videos, audio, or other types of digital files.
Jesus, Woody's very important. Woody, maybe you should lead this conversation.
Oh, no, man. No. Doug's funny.
Yeah, well, so break it down for us.
So basically, these are pieces of artwork. They're pictures essentially stored on the blockchain, and you can verify that you own that picture. Obviously, it does not come with real legal rights. You can't sue people for putting your picture as their profile or whatever.
Mhm.
Let me show you this guy. I'll put this in the chat. This bad boy is, I think, the largest one that has been sold to date. It sold for, I think, $8 million.
What?
And
That
what you
picture?
you get to have that picture. Yeah. Well, I mean, people could use it too if they want, but you get to. Yeah, there you go.
That doesn't.
Perfect.
Is this like a way to launder money? Yeah. How
I don't know. Why does everyone say that? The answer is no. But but that response is so common that
It's because people are trained from like the art world, where they're like, oh, they bought this bullshit for 10 million, and it's because that's the way they launder money through art. So I don't know.
I would argue that this picture at 8 million was one of the best investments that anyone has made this year. It is a complete steal. This person is going to make ungodly amounts of money. It was just an amazing play, basically.
Amazing
can you
play.
explain
Sure,
why?
he's making money, but that picture is ordinary.
Someone sure, it's what it represents. So okay, let's just say this: artwork is stupid, just in general.
Uh-huh.
So what gives artwork meaning is what it represents, and these NFTs are one of the first NFTs, and they're the most popular NFTs, and they came out a long time ago. So it's not like someone was trying to capitalize on a current trend. And they've slowly gone up in value from being worth $100 to being worth, this was probably worth, I don't know, 100 million, whatever it is. They just slowly kind of gone up in value over time organically. And if you own one of these, there's only ever going to be 10,000 of them, and they all have different traits. So some have, so there's aliens. That's the one I showed you, is an alien. There's aliens, there's apes, there's zombies, and then there's humans. And basically, the traits to sort of define the value, and there's a marketplace and people trade them. There's 10,000 of these in existence. The cheapest one you can possibly buy is $145,000.
And when do you get the money back from this investment? Like, I don't understand that transactional part where you're.
It's like buying a house. You buy a house, you have the house, and you're thinking, well, when do I get my money back? If you sell your house, you own the
but
house.
I can live in a house. What do I do with that car?
It's not even cool.
What you're doing is you're buying something, hoping that someone else wants it even more than you, that someone else will pay more.
Yeah, I think I'm the dumb one in the room, but I have no idea what that cartoon does or what I would do with that cartoon.
I think that there are a lot of people that think this is one of the coolest possible things you could own in cryptocurrency, basically. The one I just showed you. It's probably around the coolest thing you could possibly own.
But to me, what it does is become worth more tomorrow, right? I will buy a plain black pixel if you tell me that I can sell it for a profit tomorrow. That's what they're doing, right?
Not necessarily. Let's say, for example, in general, sure. But let me give you an example, right? Mm-hmm. Elon Musk loves to flex on people. We've seen it plenty. Let's say Elon decides, I want to be involved in NFTs. I love crypto. I've been invested in Bitcoin a while, and I want something that really means something about my involvement in this space that means something to me. Oh, I want to own the best NFT or the most expensive NFT. I'm going to buy this thing for 125 million or whatever if he bought it. Let's just say hypothetically. Mm-hmm. Well, now that thing is never going back on the market ever. That thing is done. Maybe one day when he dies, someone else will. But unless he decides to sell it, if he feels passionate about it, he doesn't have to sell. He has so much money. Who cares, right? And that's why when we see a lot of this artwork that goes up for sale that museums buy, it goes for astronomical numbers, and then it never comes back. It's never available again. No one's getting the Da Vinci back. It's going to stay in the museum until the end of time. They're never going to sell that. They're never going to let it go. So basically, like the point that I'm making is that it's not even necessarily to make money. It could be, and a lot of people do that, but there's a limited number of these. There were only 9 aliens, and this is debatably the coolest alien. If someone like Elon Musk buys this, you will never see that again. You'll never have a chance to own it. It represents something so significant and so scarce. Now, look, I don't own any of these, although I have debated at time. I've been as close as possible without buying one, and now the fad is it's reaching pretty peak levels of euphoria. So it's not the time to jump into things. But if they come back down to earth and I can get a cool picture for $50,000 or something, I might dabble. But basically, I think that these things are going to be worth a lot in the future, and it's the scarcity that really matters.
So the picture itself doesn't mean anything.
Well, kind of. I mean, it is that picture, but you don't own the rights to it. I could make.
No, it doesn't. The answer.
No, but I think
doesn't
he's
mean
saying that some
Don't
people
understand what
genuinely place a high value on that picture and having the unique rights to it. Like, you're the guy that owns that picture.
Yeah.
Other people have copies, reprints of it, but that's not the same thing. You have digital ownership. It is yours, and you're the real core guy behind it. And me, I'm a knockoff poster of your painting. But Woody, can't see the value in having the real ownership of it.
Well, maybe
other than I'm hoping that someone else can.
Well, you can also look at it like this, right? So cryptocurrency is just going to become bigger and bigger. I was on your podcast 3 years ago. I'm sure we could go back and get some Doug quotes. Everything I said back then, let's see how that fared out today. I'm pretty sure it went pretty well.
Mhm.
Cryptocurrency will continue to get bigger. We print more and more dollars. In fact, we're printing epic amounts of money. Your US dollars get wrecked all the time. Their value is constantly shrinking. Cryptocurrency values will only continue to increase, especially the good projects, because the money is controlled by numbers and algorithms and not some dude or some government entity that doesn't give two shits what happens to your money. We have actual law and code and math and algorithms. That's defining your money supply, not some guy or some group of guys. And women. Let's be gender. Let's include both genders here. So
Seriously, you think there's any girls involved in this?
Men.
Yeah.
All right.
We were talking truth until now.
Anyway, would you rather have algorithms control your money or people? And clearly, I'd rather have math where I know the rules. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. So I know if demand increases for Bitcoin over forever, Bitcoin price will go up. And so, meanwhile, US dollars, way more will be printed every year. So with that in mind, thinking now that there's $1.8 trillion in cryptocurrency in terms of total market cap, okay, well, if these people think that these things are really cool and they really represent something of real value, these are one of the first NFTs ever. This is something extremely important. When you have one of these, it means something. There's only going to be 10,000 of these ever, and they mean something. Well, then it's possible that in 25 years, it's hard to even find one you could possibly buy because they're so important to people. Obviously, they're going to have a number at which they would sell, but that's the idea, that the importance and the significance to the people that are in this community that will continue to grow, that importance will only grow with it. I think that's the main core takeaway.
Okay. I understand it with crypto.
Yeah.
It's just the NFT thing. It's like, okay, so there's just a placeholder image, and it's still just banking that someone out there in the future is going to be willing to pay more than you currently are because it's so rare.
One more thing. You also have to understand the people buying these have insane amounts of money and don't fucking care.
Okay.
There's the amount to be made next to people who have insane amounts of money.
Totally. But these people, you might think, why don't they buy a really nice house? They already did. Why don't they buy a really nice car? They already did. Why don't they invest in stuff? They probably have the people buying these high end stuff, they probably have tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars in cryptocurrency already. So they already have those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when you have an extra few hundred million that you just don't know what to do? Oh, I want to buy something that really represents who I am. Something like that. I mean, it's a small market, obviously, but these people exist.
Could I own an image of someone else? Like a real person's face?
I want that one of Kyle he doesn't like.
Fair.
And the value just went up. You could put that on the blockchain for sure. Now,
yeah. I'll just pop over, put it on the blockchain.
Yeah. Where is the blockchain? Is that like
you could make it your avatar?
That's good. Yeah, hopefully they don't put that Joker makeup Hank Hill picture on NFTs. I won't be able to use him as my profile picture. This is so interesting. Like, I'm not smart enough to understand all of it, or even like how it began. Like, how did one guy just like think of this and start integrating it into like a real financial world where now it's tens, hundreds of millions of dollars? It's just it's mind-boggling.
It's art. It's art.
Harley laid it out for us a few years ago. I was sorry to cut you off.
And
it was like profoundly impactful for me. He's going over what like money is from the beginning of time, right? In the very beginning, what do you want? You want food and tools. And then they said, no, you don't want that anymore. Now you want like rocks with shit carved on them. And that's our currency. And they say, no, you don't want that anymore. Now, what you wish you had were coins stamped in a particular way. And it's like, all right, coins. All right, I kind of get it. Like, no. Now what you want is paper. You want these pieces of paper. And then there's some weight of, we'll say gold, in the back room there that paper represents. And you're like, all right, I kind of get it. Okay, that's what money is now. Okay, now it's just paper. There's really no coins in the background, but it's literally just this piece of paper. This is your God. This is what you value. And we all say, oh, all right, I get it, right? We want these pieces of paper with the special printing on them. Bigger number, better. Cool. And then they say, no. What you want are strings of numbers and letters that represent the answer to a math problem. And you're like, okay, all right. Now they're in the crypto world, I guess. All right, this is what I'm working for. Strings of numbers that represent the answer to a math problem. And cool. Now we've gone another layer. What you want is ownership of a silly picture. That is what we're working for. That is the new currency that people are striving at. And you're like, all right, I'm still stuck on the pieces of paper backed by nothing. I'm old, but it doesn't seem dumber than the others, I guess.
That's actually a really great way of putting the history of money. I think that when someone wants to know how does money work, they should listen to that a minute and a half clip, because that's kind of basically just true. That's what happened. That's the progress.
PKA highlights make it happen.
Nice. There you go. The small change on the Bitcoin thing, though, it's the miners have an answer to the problem, right? The actual ledger it's a little bit different, but basically, more or less, you're right. These things have value because we attach it to them. And the reason that Bitcoin has value, and it's funny because I've just been in Bitcoin for so many years now. I've been talking about Bitcoin for I think 8 years, and I've had these same stances for so long that I guess it just feels natural to me at this point to have them again. But basically, it just makes so much more sense for it to be backed by algorithms and not people, and not have your money be inflationary. Now, as a currency, Bitcoin is actually failing. People would argue this. I think as a store of value, it's succeeding tremendously and will continue to.
Isn't there some legislation in the works right now that's gonna make things more difficult for crypto?
Yeah, there's a bill that passed the Senate, and I think there's some reason it needs to go to the House as well. Normally, I think it goes House and the Senate. I'm not sure why it's going that direction this time. Maybe I should have looked at that too. But the point is, they had a really vague definition of who needs to report certain things in cryptocurrency, and they use the word broker, and they use broker kind of in a traditional finance system kind of way, but it doesn't super exist in cryptocurrency, so it becomes very vague, and you could technically argue tons of people are brokers, and so it might apply to lots of people that randomly that shouldn't. And I gotta say, I don't often have Ted Cruz's back on something, but Ted Cruz had an amazing clip where he basically stands up in front of the Senate and says, guys, there's 100 of us in here. There are maybe 5 of us that could even tell you what this is. Maybe we shouldn't make laws on this until we've actually learned about it.
It's never stopped us before, and it's not going to stop us now.
But it didn't happen because a senator from Alabama wanted more money in an infrastructure bill. And he said, I either get my 50 billion or fuck your shit. I'm not changing anything in this bill. And then they wouldn't give him the 50 billion. So he took his ball and he went home, and they went with that language.
What an asshole that Alabama
politics for you.
What's Alabama going to do with $50 billion anyway?
I mean, put it all into the red.
I'm sure they're going to invest in improving their school system.
Yeah, I'm sure. Just a hunch, but I bet defense spending tends to go towards Alabama. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just shot in the dark.
Could be Huntsville.
Yeah.
I haven't been there lately. Been about 2 years.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years since anywhere.
Yeah.
49 days.
Is it 49 days now? I'm on federal probation, Doug. That's what we're talking about.
Doug, are you unaware?
No, I'm not aware of this. What you're on federal probation for? What happened?
Well, he started a fake cryptocurrency.
That's not true.
I wish it had been something that made sense. Possession of marijuana. I got 2 months of federal prison and 2 years federal probation for possession of half an ounce of marijuana. 50 days, 4 hours, 25 minutes, 23 seconds until I'm a free man.
Hell yeah.
Wow, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I just moved from a state where it was just legal. So it's weird that people are going to... Wait, you went to federal prison?
Yeah, federal prison.
What happened?
I beat the state charges, so they just pushed it up to the federal level. Because of the way the search warrant was written, the state charges weren't going to stick. But because I own firearms, they could make it a federal case. And the search warrant wasn't didn't need to be applied. They just automatically had the right technically to search my house. So they like changed. They were like, oh, we searched his house because of this thing, not because of that thing we said before. And so then like finding my bong or whatever they found at my house, and like I think it was a gram of weed at my house. That stuck. So like,
dude,
I had 14 grams of it was concentrate, but that doesn't matter on a federal level. Marijuana is marijuana on a federal level. So
that's it's horrible. And I mean, the drug war is one of the dumbest wars that America's ever fought. It's so stupid. It's a victimless crime. Weed doesn't even have bad health consequences.
Oh, silly. We're about to win.
Any day now.
Kyle, on a federal level, explain. I'm curious about this. What if I had, I don't know how much a freshly made brownie weighs. Would it weigh like 2.5 pounds, maybe?
Like a whole tray of brownies? Let's say, yeah, it's like, yeah.
So I would have 2.5 pounds of pot. You're
goddamn right. And not just federal, state as well. That's why you do not want edibles in like in an illegal state. I say where they're not legal, because they're
heavy,
and sometimes they'll weigh the container. Like one of the like I'm not saying they do that
around here.
Yeah, right.
That is such cheatery.
I'm not saying they do that with edibles, but I've seen it happen where like the guy would have like this infinitesimal amount of crack cocaine, for example, and it's like, oh, like, and I don't remember the exact details, but it's like 1 gram of crack is like a felony. Let's just say that that's the number. But like less than a gram, it's still a misdemeanor, I guess. You would think any amount of crack. But anyway, maybe it was meth, maybe it was coke, but whatever. But when they weigh the baggie with the twist tie, it like gets just over that level. And he's like, "You're weighing the bag. You're weighing the bag. Come on, I can't smoke the bag." And they're like, "Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're weighing the bag. We're weighing the bag. You're going to prison." Yeah, it's there's a lot of nonsense that goes on. But yeah, I got to go to federal prison, so that's the bonus in all of this. So I got lots of fun stories out of that. Made some new friends that I'm not technically allowed to speak to because I'm a felon. But it was a good time.
I know we probably don't even have a way to contact him, but
post
probation, would you be able to get Snow on the show? Like, is that a thing that's possible, or don't mess with it?
I think so. Maybe I'll try. I have my notepad that I was like writing stuff, my notepad from prison. And in that I had the names of all my like buddies in there and like their contact information. This one guy had a daughter who ran a podcast to fight the war on drugs, but I looked it up. She had like 100 viewers or some shit. And he was like, you should go on her show. And I'm like, I sure will, giant black man. I sure will.
First thing I do when I get out.
First thing I do. Like, I'm not even going to shower. I'm going to call your daughter. Oh, I can't pronounce this. Oh, nice. Oh my. But yeah, I've got Snow's real name. Snow was a large Mexican man who protected my asshole in prison for me in exchange for just like working out with him every day. And he ran with a Mexican street gang, and he was in for trafficking several pounds of methamphetamine. And they say that when you go to a prison camp, you're not in there with any violent offenders. What they mean is you're not in there with anyone who was convicted of a violent offense. So Snow's confessing murders to me out on the yard, like another guy. Like,
ouch! Putting Snow on blast here. Let's
Nobody knows Snow's real name but me. Okay, and I can barely pronounce it. I can barely pronounce it. It's written down in the other room though. Yeah, I was just like, we're out there walking, and Snow would drop hard in bombs on the yard, and I'm just like, does he think that I like have his back out here? Like, he should know I don't.
That's how you get your ass beat defending N-word use of a Hispanic man.
Yeah, like I
it's not as bad as if I was saying it. I don't think,
Like, I can just we would be within earshot of African Americans. This man's dropping hard R's, and I'm back there like, I hope when they finally turn around and start stabbing, they know they heard that Cholo accent and they know that it wasn't my white ass. Like,
you can do a Cholo accent.
I would have been guilty by association.
I didn't do the accent in prison.
That seems like a good hill to die on. You look back on your life, like, this is the spot.
Me and Snow, we're going down.
Why shouldn't Snow be able to say it? You're right.
No, Snow tosses
I thought this was America. I thought this was
America. I mean, that situation would come down to whoever the bigger person was. If Snow was more jacked, you'd have his back.
Snow was fucking
If the other
jacked.
guy was more jacked and he had more people behind him, you got to be like, Snow, very uncool, man. You should
Kyle,
be more
who
PC.
wins? Current Kyle or Snow arm wrestling?
I do. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Who wins, current Kyle or Snow knife fight?
Snow has been in more knife fights than me. So I would say
how many have
he
you
had
been in?
0. And Snow had stab wounds, and he was always talking about, I was up in the medium, and this guy wanted to have a knife fight. Pulled that, he tried to chank me. He said instead of shank, he says chank. Tried to chank me, and I was like, throw him up, bro, throw him up. I want to box that N-word, and and I'm sitting there like, yeah, I know how that is when an N-word wants to chank you. Yes.
Meanwhile, you're holding Harry Potter in the
I'm
Chamber
literally
of
reading
Secrets.
Harry Potter. I'm literally just trying to sit in my bunk and read my fucking books and like watch 60 days go past as fast as they possibly can. And this fucking cholo from Mexico who's in for fucking trafficking ice is talking about whacking like a different Mexican street gang, which I won't mention, but just all sorts of nonsense. Talking about AK-47s and shit and cars and drive-by shootings. Just
And this is because you had how much weed?
14 grams.
Okay, so this seems like an appropriate response to that. Let's get you in there with Snow. Two criminals. We both know that at the federal level. I mean, these guys are pretty much the same guy.
A few of the guards recognize me and they're like, "Hey, Kyle, you're the Kyle from the internet, right?" I'm like, yeah. What are you doing? And I'm like, I don't fucking know, man, but you got to stop being so friendly with me. Could you like pat me down or something?
Hit me. Please hit me.
Please hit me with a baton. Please hit me with a baton.
I also love just claiming that, are you Kyle from the internet? Yeah. I'm Kyle. If there's an internet Kyle, it's me. I'm just kind of number one, you know.
You may know me from online.
I'm the one with like 1 billion views that was in the Super Bowl commercial. That's me. So it's like,
and you're modest too.
Yeah, I mean, like 3 prison guards are like recognize me. I was so happy that none of the prisoners recognized me because maybe they thought maybe they'd be like, oh, maybe you can put some money in my commissary. I'm looking to get some Cheetos this month, and I'm all out. Nobody's trying to run any scams on me, at least, or anything. So I don't know. It was an interesting
you would have
time.
been able to like make some nice inroads just talking about guns with anyone who was really into it because you're so knowledgeable on that topic. They could be like, "Oh, I shoot a fucking whatever the hell," and you'd be like, "Really? Well, when you're trying to kill a N-word in your parlance, you should
in your parlance."
Guys, what kind of show did I get invited on to today?
Oh, we are so politically correct. Don't worry. We call him Arnold Schwarzenegger African American.
That is so inappropriate. That's ballsy for Snow to be saying the N-word.
It's getting pretty dicey out here. Getting dicey out here in the PKA streets.
I'm feeling it. Yeah, it was a rough time, but like I said, 50 days left or whatever I said. And I'm immediately like leaving the state of Georgia and getting out. I've got a big vacation plan going to Colorado, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome,
really, because I love marijuana. It's a big part of my happy zone. It's I really enjoy it.
It's so interesting how different people have different effects with it. I wish I liked marijuana because it would be so much healthier than alcohol, and alcohol is my drug of choice for sure. Mm-hmm. But every time I smoke weed, I just get such bad anxiety. And there's always some guy that says, "Bro, you just need to try this strain, bro. You hit the sativas, bro. You need to hit some indica." That's where No, I've tried all the strains. I'm good. It just doesn't work for me. I get so stressed out and anxious, and I start to think weird shit. If I'm in a group setting and people start laughing, I look at them and I'm zoned in. Yeah, that fucker is laughing at me, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
Everyone's looking at me.
He thinks he doesn't realize it, but I know.
I hate every drug. I never have a good time on these drugs. I don't like alcohol. I don't like pot. I don't like whatever opiate they prescribe you after surgery that you're supposed to take for 3 days and stay ahead of the pain. I hate that whole process and get off as soon as I can. And everyone tells me that I take drugs incorrectly, but it's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I like all the fucking drugs. I've never had done a drug that I didn't enjoy. I love getting dental work. Sometimes I don't even need it. I'm like, yeah, pull that one. But, if they'll hook me up with some Tylenol 3.
I take it wrong. Fentanyl's fantastic.
Fentanyl is amazing. That time they gave me like a morphine when I had that burn. They had to scrub the skin off my hand. That was the most
The
fun I've
IV?
ever had. Yeah. She was just like, let me know when you feel anything. And she like hit me with whatever, 5 cc's or whatever. And I felt it. It was just like, oh, this feels amazing. And I was like, I don't feel anything. And she's
That's
like,
the move.
yeah. And she's like, really? You must have a higher tolerance. And she like loads the syringe up more, gives me 10 cc's or whatever. And I just went, woo. I gave her like a little Ric Flair, and then like just completely lost memory of the next like 30 minutes of someone scrubbing the flesh off the back of my fucking hand, which is probably a good thing. I just remember the sensation of like this, but like no pain and barely any memory. It was awesome.
I left off nitrous oxide. I think they don't do that at the dentist anymore. When I was a kid, you could either get what do they inject into your gum?
Novocaine, I think.
Novocaine or nitrous oxide, the gas. And you always ask for gas because the needle hurts so much. And I'm a little kid. And they'd be like, tell me when you start to feel it. And the whole objective to nitrous oxide is to pretend you don't feel it so you get more. And they'll ask you, questions to see if you're alert enough to keep giving you gas. And you really don't want to answer them, but they're going to take this nitrous oxide away from you if you can't trick them into thinking you're not super high. So that's the game you play.
I love how that is you're like booze. Fuck that. All these drugs. No, I do engage in drug seeking behavior at the dentist.
Yeah, I do.
Which tooth is hurting? Take your pick, man.
You can get nitrous oxide.
All of them.
I
get
did it
nitrous
once
oxide
at
on
a
Amazon.
concert. Wait, what?
Yeah. They've got these whole like kits now where you can like buy multiple canisters. I like the little CO2 canisters,
Don't get
like little silver ones.
So
they
Kyle's advising me to get drugs at the mail.
Kyle, if you keep up this type of behavior, you might end up in prison one day. So just
I'll try to mind my
P's and Q's. A true veteran. But yeah,
But-
because nitrous oxide has other uses. Like for fill-in stuff. I don't actually know what the other uses are, but
cooking.
like remember the Steve-O documentary where he just plugs it in there and they just was sucking it out? You can buy those on Amazon.
Yeah, it's a cream whipper. It's Zach just linked it, but first they know what they're doing, right?
What are the reviews
if you were
on
just
this?
whipping up some cream, you'd need like 1 cartridge, maybe 2, unless you're running an industrial kitchen. They sell the cartridges in those big like 24 packs. Like you can buy so many cartridges for like so little money, and you've got a whole rig you can use to like I've never done.
Great. You
just
can
to be
buy
clear.
96 packs from Amazon.
Dude, the reviews on this are great. The top one is sure does whip that cream. This one, the next one, 5 stars goes. These are the best, Jerry, the best. Oh, what is dangerous? Vomiting all night after its effects. Oh, 1 star from him.
That cream went bad. That's his problem.
I hope that it got.
person
By the way,
gave it
I
1
hope
star.
that it got 1 star when he was throwing up all night.
This guy that gave
Threw
it
up all
1 star.
night. Terrible experience. 3 stars. It was a good high.
Yeah, I still got fucked up. Forgot I was depressed for a while.
Yeah, I've never taken a drug that I didn't really thoroughly fucking enjoy. They're just so much fun. And weed, like the first time I ever did weed, I had a really bad experience. And I would like try to do it after that, and I was like, oh man, I just hate this. And then that was when I was like 19. But then at 25, like a guy brought some weed to my house, and I was like, oh yeah, I like this a lot. Can you bring me bags of this every week? And he's like, sure thing, man. I'll bring you a bag every day if you want it. And so like that's what I did. He just kept bringing me bags and bags of it, and I smoked from the time I was 25 until the time I got arrested, and then now I'm on a 2-year tolerance break currently.
That should do it. It's a good plan.
Oh, there's gonna be no tolerance. I told Twitch chat the other day that if they got me 500 subs, then when we got to Colorado, I would start off with the hard stuff instead of just flour. We had 610 subscribers yesterday, so
It's outrageous. Good for
we're
you.
starting off strong when we get to Colorado. I guess we're gonna get some THC isolate, which is like that shit that looks like meth. It's like white crystals of THC that you smoke in a dab rig. So we'll
After all this time, you deserve to let yourself ease into it
well
and
they gave me-
enjoy the whole ride.
and then $1,600 later, and here we go.
Fair enough. All your weed budget is covered the entire trip.
Yeah, it was a good time.
It is hard to find a review here that's about how well it whips cream. Like all of the reviews are like happy whipping.
Nobody's out there actually whipping cream. I guarantee it.
No.
I like that you can either buy 120 or 600. So basically what they're doing here is one, if you actually need whipped cream, and then if you don't, you're going to need at least 120 of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call this the Steve-O pack.
No, Steve-O's long time sober now.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
is.
he's been sober
Long
for like 10
time
years
sober.
or something. But
Yeah,
this was
so
his,
you can't make that joke anymore. The guy's clean. He's clean as a whistle.
It's Bam that has the problem now.
Did you watch the
Yeah,
documentary with Steve-O? Where
Oh,
like,
I didn't.
his like when he was in Whippets, this is way back when he was doing drugs. Like there were probably literally 600 of those. Like he was like walking through snow in his place. Like he's so
Jingle,
fucked up. I
jingle,
think
jingle,
like
jingle.
Knoxville was filming him while he was fucked up on nitrous, so that later he could show him. But yeah, good for Steve-O. Good for Steve-O.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
really not looking forward to the new Jackass as much. Number one, like a lot of the people are gone, and also like they're all almost 50.
Yeah, I think Knoxville is like 48 or 49, and there's like I saw one really funny like bit. There was like a clip, and one of the guys is talking to the I think it's Pontius. Is talking to the camera. He's like, they say that concussions after 50 are just a real problem, but Knoxville's 49, so let's see how this goes.
I think that the two things that really made Jackass were the people and also sort of their youth. And I think once you lose the people or the youth, then the show starts to just become. Yeah, I was never a huge Jackass fan anyway, but you remember when the first movie came out and it was big, and that was sort of peak Jackass. And then I feel like it kind of went downhill. And yeah, when people are 49 and some of them are sober, or some are dead, or some are whatever, then I don't know.
It's lost its charm.
It gets heavy. It gets a little heavy,
I agree
Yeah.
with
They
you.
had
Like,
the right amount of talent. Like Johnny Knoxville in particular is pretty good on a dirt bike, if I recall correctly. Seeing the guy ride it across water, I can't do that. And they've done some stunts where they jump from like building to building on a skateboard and stuff. And like they weren't so good that these things presented no risk to them, but they weren't so bad that they couldn't do interesting stuff. I don't want to watch someone fall off going down 2 steps.
Yeah, I like when they have really elaborate stuff, but I also like the nonsense too. What I don't like is when they're cutting themselves or like hurting themselves, like basically torturing themselves. I do like when they like strap themselves to a fucking rocket or something and like shoot it over a lake. I liked that rubber band like porta potty thing with Steve-O that was like full of, I think, dog shit. I don't know. It was just awful. I like stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll watch it, but I think I'm too old for that shit now. I remember when the first Borat came out, like laughing so goddamn hard. But then like that second one came out last year and I didn't even make it through it. I turned it off. I was just like, this isn't funny.
The second Borat fucking sucked. But the first one you go back and watch 100% holds up. It's hysterical.
Good.
It's
so good. Some of those times
When they're like chasing the Jew eggs down the street and they're like get it before it hatches. It's just like, oh my God. Who's writing this?
It's like, no, he's Jewish. It's fine. It's all good. You can make those.
Yeah.
Jokes. But yeah, you're right 100% about Jackass in that like when they were like 20 and it was like the beginning and it was like, how fast can we push shopping carts into one another? It was like, man, these guys like to get fucked up and do crazy stuff. And I think that continued all the way through Jackass 2, where they were still young enough that it was like, these are young guys, like at the oldest, like what, like early 30s, maybe mid 30s, the old guys. And they'll calm it down. You can even tell they're calming it down a bit. And then now so much time has passed that like Bam Margera might literally die before the movie even releases. He wasn't in it, and it's like, all this like goofing around with drugs caught up to a few members of this crew unbelievably quickly, either through death or despair.
Well, it's alcohol with Ryan Dunn. He was just drunk driving, and it was the alcohol and the money, right? Because I think he was driving a Porsche or something. Like he was going crazy fast when he crashed. It was one of those non-survivable crashes. It's like you crash into the woods going 110 or whatever, it's over.
I get wanting to get high and enjoy that. And when I look back, I've definitely had some moments where I got high and whatever, and it was good. But the whole let's get high and then do dangerous shit where we can actually die, I just don't get that. Why drive? I just don't understand. I get getting fucked up. If you want to just get wasted, have at it. But to get wasted and I'm gonna just go joyride around just speeding in my car. Why would you do that? It's almost frustrating just to hear that story, Yeah.
And if you watch Bam's videos now of him like complaining about I'll be fast because we talked about it before, it is like genuinely sad to be like, oh, I remember like having middle school and high school like hangouts with my friends back when like this was coming out and being like, oh, Bam Margera is so cool. Like he's just a shithead and he bullies his parents and he kick flips into the living room or whatever the fuck. And now it's like, oh my God, this guy's life is like over. Like
when I was a kid, I would skateboard and I loved buying. I bought Tony Hawk boards and I bought Bam Margera boards. With Element, I think it was. And he was one of my favorite skateboarders, and I liked watching him and some of the initial Jackass stuff. And then, it just starts to get to a point where it's, man, I know it's reality and it kind of sucks, but at some point you have to kind of get your shit together and be an adult human, or else. I mean, I guess you don't have to, but then you'll either
it turns
die
out that's not a rule.
If you like have tens of millions of dollars, you don't really have to do that. But because he is unbelievably rich still.
You know that one friend of
all
his
those brands and things.
Not rich enough to afford that picture.
Fair enough. He couldn't afford that stupid alien picture.
Have you ever seen when Bam Margera went on Stern and seen that interview?
No.
I can't remember the guy's name, but he's got this one friend and he's in some of the Jackass stuff. But he did something and now he owes Bam like $50,000-$80,000 or something, and this is an unemployed hang around. This is like a version of my Jeremy. Like this is a guy who has no income whatsoever. His income is hanging around with Bam Margera. I want to say he like took Bam's Lambo, crashed it, and then like Bam like lied for him and told the cops that he had been driving the Lambo because this guy didn't even have a license or something like that. I'm probably butchering the story, but it's something like that. And so like the insurance didn't cover or something, and so it's Chris Novak, and so like Novak like was there during the interview. He's like, so now I owe him $78,000. Really no way to ever pay that back. So I just do what Bam says. It was so fucked up.
It is. And now like what kind of duties is he doing for Bam? Because like that video where Bam is talking about not being involved and like, I'm going to fucking sue Knoxville, that snake. It's like as he's filming it, he's going through alcohol withdrawals. Like he's just like turning away from the Instagram camera and just going like, like, and it's like, oh my God, dude, like this was the good time to record. Like, what is the rest of your day looking like? Like
maybe we need to start a cryptocurrency called Save the Adults.
Save Bam Margera.
Some part of the profits can go toward. Just an idea.
Just go towards people who create their own problems.
0.5% goes directly to Bam Margera's.
0.5%. Relax there. Gates Foundation.
The market cap for this thing could be hundreds of dollars.
We'll round up to the first penny.
Yeah, but it is pretty annoying when you like have such good memories of things and then you like go back and watch the new version of it and it almost poisons the old one. Like for some reason Hulu has The Simpsons on it, but it's only like season 32 of The Simpsons. And my Simpsons experience goes up to like, I think I've made it all the way to like season 15 until it's like, this is unwatchable. Like this is so bad now. Like 1 through 10, primo great shit. Really funny show. Like I watched an episode or two of The Simpsons season 32 to be like, come on. Okay, let's see. They're still on the air. It can't be that. It is uncomfortably bad. I don't know who's still watching The Simpsons, but it can't be many people. Like
it's probably kids.
It might be,
right?
Yeah.
And also, you probably like the earlier ones because you have nostalgia for them. Whenever you watch something, when you watch when you're a kid, you think you just loved getting to feel the same things you felt a long time ago. And I think that there's a connection there that you don't get in the newer things. Mm-hmm. And then also, I mean, dude, 32 seasons of one show, gonna be hard to get. Really outside the box at some point, right?
There's 32 seasons or episodes?
32 seasons. It's older than I am.
Good God.
Yeah.
If you look at the writing talent they had, like early on, though, it's outrageous. Like it's all names that, like, even if you're not super into entertainment or whatever, you recognize. It was just a who's who of writing and comics that were writing the show at first. And if you go to the IMDb, I'm trying to pull it up, but like those first few seasons are just. Lots of them are like 5 stars or whatever, and then you can see the steady decline. You can see like when The Simpsons died, when like characters like Homer became a caricature themselves, and
Homer got better.
Homer got so much worse.
Yeah,
I haven't watched current Simpsons, so I can't speak to that.
So,
but
you didn't like it when he choked Bart.
He was mean. He was he wasn't dumb. He was just cruel, and like he didn't have a good relationship with his family. A few years later, he loves Bart. He's an idiot. He has a bulletproof head. And that was peak Homer. Like when he stumbled around from success to success.
Peak Homer is the episode where I want to say he's lost his job or something like that.
The redheaded guy goes and he's just crushing it.
It's when Homer realizes he can no longer provide for his family. And so he's going to kill himself. And he's walking to the bridge carrying the rock tied to his leg so that he can like drown himself. That's peak Homer. That's what I like. After a while, Homer like became illiterate. And it's like, wait a minute. The man can read. He's just a buffoon.
Yeah.
I like the one where Homer was working for Hank Scorpio. And
That's
they
good.
Like set up his whole family and everything. And just there was one, I think maybe it was the guy from the bar who was really frustrated, or a coworker at the nuclear power plant, where they're like, this guy makes every wrong decision and it works out perfectly for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick Grimes?
I think that's his name.
It's also the guy from Walking Dead.
Oh, well then something Grimes. Probably not Rick. But,
Sam Simon, one of the creators of The Simpsons, until he passed away, he was married to Jennifer Tilly. She plays poker a lot. Obviously, poker's been my main career over the last or over my adult life, and she's just one of the most all around great people you'll ever meet. So nice, so friendly, good. She's just a kind soul, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like she loses a lot.
I'm a big fan. No,
her poker game, she has made some mistakes, but really good person.
Yeah, I like watching Jennifer play. I think everyone likes watching Jennifer play for some reason and or another.
There's a famous hands with her where she thought someone had quads. And you can Google it, Jennifer Tilly quads or something, where it was clear the person did not have quads. And then she just called with a full house or something. And the guy was like, what the hell? I obviously didn't have quads. I don't know. It's a funny hand. You want to look it up. It's a good one.
But she won, it sounds like.
She did win, but she could have won more.
Oh, okay.
She just called instead of raised.
Exactly, yeah.
No,
how much poker you play, Kyle?
I play 2 or 3 nights a week.
Okay, pretty active.
It's play low stakes. Like we play like 25 and 50 cents, but the game gets stupid like really quickly, so it might as well be 1-2, which is still low stakes and everything. But I don't know. Some nights I win $1,000. That's happened a few times, but nothing crazy. Like we're not playing
big for those blinds.
Yeah, that was a good night. I was up like 500 or 600, and then I hit a straight flush over a straight flush over a full house. And with one of my good friends, we were both the winners that night, and I was just like, Kyle, stop. And he's just like, you better fold. I've got it. And I'm just like, I've had you since the flop. It's not looking good. And then just straight flush it down on the river and just took all of his money. So it was I haven't hit a whole lot of. It was the Royal too. I haven't hit a lot of straight flushes, but playing online, you hit so many funky hands like that.
You were calling a Royal a straight flush the whole time?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Royal winning, having a Royal flush against someone having a full house. I just want to say that I'm not saying it didn't happen.
The odds are like
that's the kind of thing that you see a James Bond hand, and one guy is 4 of a kind, and one guy is a Royal, and one guy is, and you're thinking this didn't happen, because I've played 7 million hands of poker. And I don't think I've ever had a Royal versus a full house in 7 million hands of a career playing poker, because it's just so it could happen. Definitely could.
For what it's worth,
happen.
He wrote us and told us about it the night it happened.
Yeah, I wrote
a story I've heard.
Because we looked at the odds, and I think the odds are like 1 in 660,000 or something like that, or maybe 600. It was something stupid. Like someone told me the odds, and but no, I've hit straight flushes, but never a Royal, and certainly never like you'll hit hands like that sometimes, and it's like nobody else has enough to call, or you won't make any money. You'll make $20, but he had the second nuts. Well, not the second nuts.
Here's the conversation. You said it was 1 in 665,000 odds.
Yeah. Stupid odds, stupid, ridiculous odds. But yeah, we play like a little private game in our Discord, because I can't play in a game that takes a rake. So we just kind of handle our transactions privately.
Did you say you've never gotten a Royal flush ever, Kyle, in all your playing?
I've never. No.
Have you, Doug?
I've had plenty of.
Wait. You just had a Royal other than that hand, you mean, right?
Yeah, other than that hand, that's the only one ever.
Okay. Oh, I've had Royal flushes. I mean, I don't think I ever had one at a casino. But online, I've played so many hands. I've definitely had royal flushes. But normally, you have a royal flush, the other guy doesn't have anything, and you just win a little bit of money, and then think, "Oh, cool," and then you play the next hand.
I suck at poker so much. I don't know these hands. Like a royal flush, is that the one where you have all the top cards in a row?
Yeah, the same suit.
Are they the same color? Oh,
yeah,
okay, the same
suit,
color.
yeah.
See, I haven't. So, what's your favorite card, Doug?
An ace?
There's 4 of those. You know,
Kyle, you're in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Oh, are there poker rooms in Georgia? Are there casinos?
The closest one is Cherokee, North Carolina, and my probation officer actually will let me go up there and play. So we went and played a little live poker. It's 4 months ago or something like that. It went poorly.
He let you go play poker?
Right?
Seems like a cool guy for being a probation officer.
He's a super cool guy. I wrote the email and I was like, "Hey, got a stupid question for you here. My buddy is heading up to Cherokee, North Carolina tomorrow to gamble at the casino and play poker. Can I leave the state, go to another state, and play poker over for 3 days?" And he's like, "Yeah, just let me know when you're getting back and where you'll be staying." I'm like, "I'll be staying at Harris Cherokee Casino." He's like, "Cool. Let me know how it goes. Good luck." And I'm like, "Fuck, all right. I like this guy."
I wish you luck. That was the best.
Yeah,
part.
he did. He's a great
nice.
guy. I really like my PO.
It's a good dude. I've heard of that casino before, the Cherokee one. Is it
bigger than anything in Vegas?
Is it live dealers though, or is it electronic? Live
They
dealers?
have a big poker room. I don't know how many tables. They've got 1, 2, and I think it's 2, 5. And I think I just played 1, 2. Yeah, I just played 1, 2 and bought it for like 500 twice, and it went poorly. But it's a big poker room.
So in Texas, I just moved from Nevada to Texas. I just moved to Austin. I was part of the big wave of West Coast people moving into Texas, and you read all the articles. West Coast people blowing up all the home prices. That was me. I was basically in all the stories. These guys need to leave. That was me. But anyway, so I've checked out the poker rooms here in Texas, and the legal situation on them is pretty interesting. So in Texas, basically you're allowed to have a private club where gambling can occur, but the house can't have any stake in what happens. So you can't take a rake in a hand. Basically, you pay a fee and then you pay an amount per hour, and you go there and you can just hang out in the club with your friends, and you happen to be playing poker. So it's, and that scene has exploded in the last, I don't know, 5 years or whatever. So I think I heard someone saying something about that was possible in Georgia, but I could be wrong about that.
Does the house earn more or less in a scenario like that?
It could be either. They just change the rules, right? Because in Vegas, for example, what they'll normally do is every $10 that goes into the pot, they'll take one out, and they'll stop that at $40. So basically, if you play really small stake stuff, it's really hard to win because they're taking so much of the money. But if you play high stake stuff, you hit the cap really fast, and so it's. Let's say you're playing big pots that are $1,000, $2,000. You don't care they're taking $5. But let's say you're playing small pots where it's playing $30, $40, $50. Now that $5 you're taking out is a lot of the money in there. So it makes winning in the small games kind of hard because the casino's taking a bunch. This is just equal more. I don't know. It's still kind of similar, but the basic point I'm making is rather than money being taken out of the pot, you're paying a fee up front to get your seat. So it's just a little bit different, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, I love playing poker. Like I said, we play at least 2 or 3 nights a week. We're probably gonna maybe play tonight. I think I'm gonna try to stream some poker on Twitch and just hide my hole cards with my camera, because there's no way I can show the whole cards because one of those jamokes in there is gonna hop in my stream and just take my money from me.
Poker streaming is tough because you have 2 options. You can either delay, so there's a 5-minute delay between when you actually get the cards and when they see them.
Chat.
So that's the downside. And then the other thing is you can hide your whole cards, but then people don't know what you're experiencing, so it sucks for them. So basically, streaming on Twitch is really difficult for poker, and it's had its moments where people kind of built audience. I think Jason Somerville was the biggest for a while. I know that there's a few other guys like I think Lex Feldhaus, one of the bigger guys now, and Parker Talbot was one of the bigger streamers. But they've all kind of, I think, to some extent, had to deal with this issue, which is there's just not a great way to do it in terms of chat.
I might show one card. That'd be kind of funny. I might show one card.
Anyone that can see one card will destroy you because they're going to know one of your cards.
I don't know. They're pretty bad.
Is that
That's
all it
solid
would
logic.
take? Just being one card would be enough to destroy someone?
Yeah, it'd be a
Help
huge
a
advantage.
lot.
Yeah,
I
100%.
don't know anything about poker.
You'd know half the time he's got a pair, from it.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, and a lot of other things.
You'd also would know really quickly
yeah.
what the best hand they could have is. You could
Yep.
put people in terrible spots,
Right.
basically.
And you get hints too, like if he's working on a straight or something, you're like, he's acting like the other one's a club too.
Sure, or a flush. You mean? But yeah, I guess
Yeah.
I think what I would do is
Expose
put my
myself
camera.
again. I don't know what I'm talking
good.
about.
Yeah, I think I would just put my camera over my whole cards, which is a lesser experience for the viewer because like whenever I see like poker content online and they're not showing the whole cards, it is kind of nice every now and then when like the guy doesn't show the camera. Or I've seen, I can't remember which organization does it, but they'll occasionally do it. Oh, this is the pot where you don't know what this guy has, and it's kind of like a little bit of a mystery because you know what everyone else has. I kind of dig that, like to kind of mix a little flavor in every now and then. But for the most part, it's really nice to see everybody.
ESPN had this thing where it was the Jack Link's mystery hand or something, and
Something like that,
I wonder what he had, and then at the end they show you. Yeah,
You could do it and poker not be the point of the stream. Like people would enjoy just chatting Kyle stream. You would just have to devote a lot of your cognitive horsepower away from poker.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the chat. Keep
I
it
kind
going.
of gotta pay attention. I gotta pay attention to at least the action, like know who opened and what
It'd be
what's going on.
harder to play with half a brain and sort of have a good insight as to why everyone's doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Is that half a brain thing making sense? Am I saying it clearly?
No, it is.
Yeah.
But it would be a lot of just chatting because I mean I don't play a lot of hands, so there'd be a lot of it's it's full.
I don't know if I still have this record or not because I haven't been following it for the last few years, but at least for a while, I had the most money ever won on a poker stream.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much?
Yeah. I think it was 455,000.
That's a
That
good
number is
probably
so
close.
high. I asked
Jesus
poker
Christ.
guys this. We've had a couple on the show. Do you get like numb to huge amounts of money? Like it, easy come, easy go must sort of fuck with your idea of what things cost. If you can make $500,000 in one hand, then why isn't your house 30 million? Right? That's obviously 90 seconds worth of work. So, like,
Because you can't consistently do it, right? This is just
not. Does
right.
it? I'm sorry, I cut you off. Does it morph your like concept of how hard it is to earn money, or do you have a pretty good averaging mind that takes this more realistically?
There's two different forms of poker. There's tournaments and there's cash. And I think typically speaking, so just to kind of talk about those formats, one of them you sit down with dollars and you can leave whenever you want. Your chips represent dollars. And one of them is a tournament where everyone puts a buy-in in, and then the guy at the end gets the most of the money or a lot of the money. In the cash game format, which has been more of my specialty over my career, it's hard for things to really go to your head because it's such a grind, right? Maybe you buy in for $1,000, you're hoping to win $100 at that table, right? So it takes years to build up, and then eventually you're playing $10,000 games or $100,000 games, and then you're hoping to win 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever. So you rarely have huge scores where your situation drastically changes. So it doesn't really feel like that. Tournaments are where people just randomly stumble into millions of dollars because the biggest one is the World Series of Poker main event. Every year somebody wins that thing for $8 to $10 million. Obviously they're going to own some taxes and stuff, but basically they go from being a smaller stakes poker player or maybe even a recreational poker player to having all of a sudden millions of dollars for poker. And people make really epically terrible decisions when they do that. And a lot of times
with mixed results. Yeah. There's a lot of guys that like Joe Hashem. I don't know. I love watching Joe Hashem play because he's awful. He's awful at it. He
This is a World Series of Poker winner that's bad at poker.
Did he win the main or second place?
He won the main.
I can't remember what he won. It was a lot.
You can't be that bad if he won, right?
That is extremely wrong.
Okay.
Think about it like this. If we played heads up and your strategy was, I'm going to go all in, Taylor, you just went all in every hand, and we played a reasonable format, I would only beat you 60% of the time or so. 62. Okay. It depends on the format. So even though you would have no strategy, just I'm all in again, you're just doing that, I could only beat you not even 2 out of 3 times. Huh. So if we played and you did that, you could play one game, beat me, sit out and say, see, knew I was better than Doug. And then it's not that hard to do that. It's actually pretty easy. And then
that makes sense.
In these tournaments, usually what happens is people start to get really lucky for extended periods of time, because when you have a tournament that has 7,000 people, if you're going to make it far in that, you have to get really lucky, because if you don't, you're just going to lose your chips to someone that is, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And of course there's skill, right? And the people that are good, when it's close, or they get maybe average luck, they might go a lot further because they're able to do better with those same hands than a bad player would. But to really win a huge tournament, you have to get so fucking lucky that a lot of times the guy that wins it is just not even very good at poker. Straight up.
It happens a lot.
That
And then they've got like a ton of money, and they get to diversify that back out to the good poker players and cash games. So it's really fun to see, because every year it happens.
I actually think it's really good, by the way. I don't think it sucks. I think it's really good, because think about something like chess. There are no super high stakes chess matches because there's a rating system, and the player with the better rating will beat you, right? On average.
Yeah.
So no one gambles. Why gamble when this guy is just going to clobber you? You don't gamble. But if anyone can beat anyone kind of a lot, it's a pretty good gambling game. And so the fact that sometimes bad players win a lot of money is actually really good for the game and its longevity.
Speaking of bad players, if you Google search like best fold of all time, your hand with Hellmuth comes up a lot. Where I think there was like $3,000 in the pot. You flop a straight. It's but you have like 7-10, so like the board's like 8-9 jack or something. Hellmuth has the nuts. He's got 10 queen, and you raise it. You might make it 7,000 or something like that.
Does has the nuts mean he can't lose?
At that point, he has the best hand possible. There are 2 more cards to come, so that can be changed. But in this scenario, because of Doug's holding, Doug has a 0% chance. It doesn't matter what the next 2 cards are. He's lost. But from his point of view, I just flopped a straight. I should be good here. So he makes it 7,000 to go. And Hellmuth goes and makes it 97,000. And Doug's just like, why would you do that? What does Hellmuth do that with? And he's just like, you must have been, well, you got queen 10. All right, I fold. And it's just like, could Hellmuth have thrown money away more effectively? I don't think so. It was just such a bad play from his part. And I like Phil. He's killing it in that high stakes poker duel right now. How many has he won? 7 in a row?
It's been a long stretch. That hand, I think, is my most famous hand at this point. I have to think about it, but probably is. And basically, I check raised the second nut, so the second best possible hand you can have, and faced a re-raise and folded. And I think the reason that people think that it's such an amazing fold is because when you have 10-7 on Jack 9-8, you only lose to Queen 10. You don't lose to 3 of a kind. You don't lose to 2 pair. You don't lose to bluffs. You don't lose to whatever. You only lose to Queen 10. So it was an interesting situation. You have to know your opponent a little bit too. Phil is not a guy that just punts off 100K. I mean, when he went all in, it was around 100K, I think.
Yeah.
He's not going to just go all in for $100,000 with just random bluffy hands.
He doesn't do that.
He doesn't really play like that. And so I actually got a little bit of a read on him too. I asked him I said, Phil, what do you got over there, or something like that. And then he was coming up with things that he was trying to basically come up with things that he could have that would make me want to call. I'm thinking, why are you trying to convince me to call? I could have the bluff. I could have that bluff. I could have this bluff. If you're bluffing, this is a very classic thing with human emotion. Humans love to act weak when they're strong and act strong when they're weak. So when you see someone flaunting their money online, they're posting about this money, this thing, I got this thing, look at these hot babes, look at this. Usually it's because they either don't have it or they're trying to look strong when they're weak. And then vice versa. A lot of times when people try to look weak, they're actually really strong. They don't want you to know how strong they are. So when people have good hands, typically they're trying to act weak in different ways, right? Oh, I'm weak. I could have these bluffs. I'm weak. But the reality is you have the nuts. Whereas if he's bluffing, he's not going to sit there. Let's say he's bluffing me. He's not going to say, I could be bluffing here. I could have a bluff. I could have this bluff. I could have that. No, do you realize how scary that is?
He's going to do that thing he does. That's this. He's going to do this.
Yeah, he's going to do that.
Well, that's a terrible tell.
That's what he does.
Like he always does
of the time.
No one's ever explained to me why fake tells are a bad idea. I just feel like you should be throwing out tells all the time, right? Like unreadable through your massive nonsense. No one does it. Everyone goes for stoic instead of stupid.
Well, the thing you have to think about is balance, right? If you're not balanced with the tells that you have, then people can know it means something. And when you play on TV games, I don't know how many hours of TV games I've played. Let's just say I've played 25, 50, 100. I have no idea. Well, let's say you pulled up 100 hours of Doug footage and you watched every fake tell and every tell I did over the entire time. They could say, okay, well, when he does the lean to the left on the left hand, 6 bluffs, 2 value bets, very weak. When he does to the right hand, he mainly had good hands. They could look at when you tilt your head. What does that mean? When he like burrows, what's it called?
And I guess
your eyebrows. Yeah,
furrow your brow. Yeah, and I guess you can't do that. Let's put 6 furrow brows out, meaning you have a good hand in a row, and then cash in on it with the 7th fake one.
But the thing is, you're trying to think about how to play while you're doing this. I'm trying to think about what should I do with my hand and what makes sense. And there's so much deep strategy stuff. I can't be wasting time thinking about I need to lean to the left this time. You know, I need to be thinking about to be thinking about how can I play this hand correctly, because poker is super fucking complicated. And any time spent not trying to essentially figure out the solution to your situation you're in is time kind of lost. Now with bad players, you can do all this shit, you know. You guys ever seen Rounders where Tate KGB has the Oreo? Yeah. So with bad players, you can do stuff like that, because if you can make them think it means something or whatever, then you can get an advantage there. But then if they know that you know, then they might know that it's actually the opposite. But then if you know they know, and then you get into this leveling game.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than going into the leveling game, here's my take on poker. I'm going to play so good that you're going to lose on average just over the long run. I'm going to win. So why fuck with that? Why do stuff where I might not win? I'm just going to win. Like, I'm really good at poker. I'm going to win. So why do things where I might not win when you can just win? And so
Doug is proving that my revolutionary poker strategy is parallel to those people that say put a sumo wrestler in goal and then block all the pucks. It's actually an incredibly stupid idea. Yeah. Sumo wrestlers are terrible
it's
goalies.
the athletic goalie who's able to actually be there. No, you don't want the blob in there.
It would be fun to watch, though.
Yeah,
it would be fun to watch.
Yeah, you imagine that like be taking up the whole net, and then they'd just be like picking corners. Like, oh wait, they're professional hockey players.
You know, in hockey, they used to not have regulations on pad size. You know this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Taylor's a huge hockey fan and player.
Okay, cool. So see the old pictures where they're just it's something.
And they still find ways to cheat. The goalie of the Tampa Bay Lightning, they basically made it so that your shoulders can't be super tall, because like he was rocking shoulder pads that were like up to his ears.
Garth Snow used to have I-beams.
Garth Snow, that was before the rules. It was absurd what Garth Snow was doing. But like Vasilevsky, currently the best goalie in the NHL, they told him you can't have these fucking ridiculous, you know, like that Kanye West video with the giant suit that comes up to your ears. And so what he did is he wears a gear that's like 3 sizes too big, and he tucks it into the front of his pants. And so when he's standing there, it looks totally normal. And then when he goes in the butterfly position on the knees, it gets caught on his pants and pushes it up to his ears. And so like they're
like a scarecrow.
They're trying to figure out a new thing there. And it's like, dude, you're already the best goalie in the world right now. Just get quicker on the ear area, I guess. But
can you share that picture real quick while he's talking?
On the poker thing, I'm curious. Like you said, like against normal people, you're just going to be like, I'm good. I'm going to forge ahead. I'm going to play my game, play my strategy. Like, did you ever have to like kind of sit down and practice tells? Like when you got into it, like were there things that you noticed like, fuck, I really am making this obvious for people, that you had to reevaluate your strategy, or never really?
So there's 2 kinds of poker players, right? There's guys that come from an online background. There's guys that come from a live background. Online, there are no tells, thankfully. And so that's my background. So
maybe
timing for sure. But in terms of just tells, right? Just how you look and timing tells. There can be. Those are easy to balance, though. You just always act at the same time. Exactly. Mm-hmm. But when you come from the online background, online guys are notoriously terrible when they get to a real table, because they've been behind their computer for how many years, and now they have to interact with humans and chips and cards and chairs and a table.
Turns out Carlos pulls his hair out every time he's bluffing because he's so stressed out. Like he's been doing it for years, just freaking the fuck out. Like, come on.
There are guys that have it, maybe not that bad, but problems that they're used to doing. And so I think for a lot of online guys, it's kind of uncomfortable. I remember when I started playing live, it's actually kind of funny because when I first played live, I was a kid and I was playing for $100 or whatever. And then I went years of not, basically. And then by the time I was playing live again, I was playing really high stakes stuff. So, 10K tournaments, 100K tournaments. I played $1 million tournament, all kinds of stuff, right? And so I didn't get to play much in the middle there. I mainly went from playing small stakes live to playing the higher stakes stuff. And for me, I just got into a good rhythm where I would just think, okay, I know I'm going to beat these people. So I just need to make sure I don't give off tells. I don't need to be worried about what they're doing. Fuck them. I'm going to beat them. So I don't care what they're doing. I'm going to focus on, and what I do is I found when I'm in a big situation, and there's videos of me doing this online for sure. Basically, when I'm in a big situation, I'll stare at a card on the board, usually the middle card, and I'll just stare at it. And let's say I'm running a huge bluff and I'm just locked in. And then they're like asking me questions, or they're looking at me, or they're staring me down, or they're next to me, and I'm just thinking, that's a really nice looking ace of spades. And I'm just and I just zone out. I'm not even involved in the hand anymore. I'm just looking at that ace of spades, and I almost even forget what I have sometimes because I'm just in this zone where I'm just not even. And I do that when I have a good hand or a bad hand because I don't want there to be any difference in the way that it looks. So you never know what I have because I'm just doing the exact same thing basically.
Have you ever seen the hand where Tom Dwan is running like, I don't know, $150,000 bluff into like, I don't know, maybe a $400,000 pot or something like that?
Versus Phil Ivey, I think, right?
Yeah.
That one?
And he's just, when Phil finally folds, he's just like, oh, my eyes. And I don't know who it was. Maybe Elliot Lazar was like, what's wrong with your eyes? And he's just like, the light was bouncing off that card. I was just staring at that one card. I think the light was coming off it just right. I don't know. he's been staring at that card, trying not to flinch while what most people consider to be the greatest poker player of all time stares him down with like almost $500,000 in the pot or something like that. He's just.
I've gotten the Phil Ivey stare down as well.
It's terrifying.
Phil Ivey stare down. I want to see.
I'm intimidated and I'm at home.
It's classic.
That just I love watching poker online. I watch a ton of like poker content on YouTube. There's been like an influx of a couple of YouTube channels seems to have bought like a bunch of the old content and they're just and they're rolling it out. So that's fun to watch.
There's some drama with that stuff too, a little bit.
I bet.
Phil Ivey stare like it looks like he's disappointed in you a little bit. I like that.
Wait, is that hold on, is that oh no. That background looks familiar to a hand I played versus him.
Is that Phil Ivey?
Yeah.
Yes.
Staring at someone.
Phil Ivey. Yeah,
it's actually a better stare than you thought. As you guys were telling the story, I'm dumbassingly think I wouldn't be concerned, but no, that's a pretty good stare.
Sometimes he gives that look a lot. That look with the mouth open. That thing.
That's kind of like a what are you stupid? Kind of
right. He'd make me second guess myself. This guy's got good emotes.
You're like, Phil, what should I do? You're a professional poker player. Here's my cards.
You look like you've been here before.
Is there anybody who's known for like being super gregarious? They're always talking. They're always like as a tactic trying to disrupt other people's mojo. Or
Phil chats a lot.
There used to be guys that would do that a little more often, but it's just so annoying.
Wouldn't that be good for them though to annoy you? And
it'd be good for them.
There's a few problems with.
Wouldn't it be good to get on TV? I guess it's not as big a thing as it was 10 years ago or whatever. But like if ESPN would definitely pick up a guy who was a level worse at poker but better at talking.
Basically, I think that people that came along in poker in the last 10 years have really gotten screwed because Black Friday happened, which is essentially the U.S. government enforced that you can't serve U.S. customers in online poker. And basically all of the companies had to withdraw from the market. And so the big personalities in the US that have followings, like myself and like a bunch of other people in the US, didn't really end up having great ways to capitalize on it like they did before, where they could represent those companies. What I did was start a training site, which was good. My training site, upswingpoker.com.
What is it again?
Great.
Say it slower.
Upswingpoker.com.
Thanks.
It's a great place to learn poker. I'd recommend checking it out. Anyway, So I made a training site, and we're actually the biggest training site, at least to my knowledge. I haven't checked the data lately, but we're a great place to learn poker. It's a course format. People really enjoy it. Our members are actually. I just uploaded a lesson that I did. I had a recent challenge versus Daniel Negreanu. I'm not sure if you guys heard about this, but basically, I played a big heads up challenge, and I just did some videos going through and talking about my strategies and some hands I played and all that kind of stuff.
Can I just say, I really like that you guys were like chill with each other, like when you actually played. I think a lot of people wanted to see you guys like bicker and go back and forth, but because there'd been so much animosity leading up to it. But it was really refreshing and cool to see you guys just be professional with one another and joke around even a little bit and have a little bit of fun and play that thing out. I watched all the hands that were live. I didn't go too much to the online stuff.
There's a lot of hands. Yeah, a lot of people were upset though. I wanted blood. I wanted more. It's kind of weird when you're in a room with someone and it's just you and them and a dealer. And obviously there's a lot of people watching online, but when you're just going to shit talk and then just get dealt the next hand, it's just kind of weird. It's a weird atmosphere.
Plugs. Canuck. Like, what are you
yeah, and I'm not. You just can't really do that. And then also there was a bit of he decided to play me in my game, the game I was really good at. So I just kind of had to show up and win. You know, I mean, if I had lost that, it would have been a real hit on my career. I would be a real blemish to have lost to someone that you were supposed to beat in a game that you're supposed to be one of the best at, and I was the best at in the world for a few years there. To have lost to him in that format would have been devastating. So I kind of felt a lot of pressure too, and I also had side bets and money on the line. I mean, there was a lot of pressure.
There wasn't enough money at stake already. You play side bets. Now, here's the question: did you buy any insurance?
Why did I buy insurance?
Okay.
Let me tell you this, Kyle. The reason that companies offer you insurance is because they're giving you back less money than you're giving them. That's their business. You give them money, they give you back less money.
Yeah.
Don't buy insurance. If you have to.
A little bit, right?
Don't buy insurance unless you absolutely have to.
I didn't know you could.
I haven't had car insurance for years.
Oh, I don't even think that there's insurance in poker really, but I just mean in general. I'm in life.
That's how I feel about warranties. You know, like, hey, you buy your new whatever DVD player. Would you like to pay $50 and we'll replace it free if something goes wrong? You wouldn't do it if it was a good deal.
Yeah,
exactly. It's exactly.
They don't have much confidence in their DVD.
But sometimes the situation is that the algorithm works out such that even if it breaks, you probably won't bring it back to us. We're counting on the fact that you want, because when I sold cars, that's what that permaplate nonsense was. We didn't put permaplate on cars. But permaplate came with a warranty that said, if you find a way to stain the interior of your vehicle, we will get the stain out. If we cannot, we will reupholster. If we can't, we'll get you a new factory seat. So we're on the hook for potentially thousands of dollars if your kid gets the lipstick out and just goes to drawing on the roof of your car, or someone just actually spills a bucket of paint in your front seat of a truck. You know, like you've seen, maybe there'll be buckets of paint in the back. You'll get into a collision. The paint all slides forward. It paints the interior of the car. We would have been on the hook for an entire interior of a vehicle if you had paid that $600 up front. It's a hell of a warranty if you've got messy kids or anything, but no one in the years that I sold cars ever came back and said, hey, managed to stain the car. Remember that permaplate thing I bought? Never happened once, but so many people would plunk down $600.
We fell prey to a similar thing with furniture. You know, you buy a couch and they're like, hey, if you have kids or dogs, and I've got a lot of both of those, then, you know, you should buy this furniture protection scam. And if anything, if you manage to put a stain on it, then you'll be in great shape. And then you go to cash in on the scam and they're like, okay, do you have your original receipt from 3 years ago? And it's like, no, but I bought it there. I promise. I've got the credit card thing I could look at. So finally we have all our ducks in a row, every correspondence on this thing, we have all our receipts, and we're like, look at this couch. And we take a picture of it. It's all fallen down, droopy and looking terrible prematurely because we're murder on our furniture. And they're like, all right, you know, and they don't want to do it, but we have everything. They have no excuses not to service us. We mail them these slip covers. They throw them in the wash, send them back. No different than I would have done with my fucking regular, residential grade commercial front loading washer. And they're pilly, and they weren't really prepared to make good on their warranty. They just did what a homeowner would do and wash slip covers and send them back. And I never, ever buy that nonsense on your furniture. You lose 100% of the time. The only exception, maybe, if you're buying something that breaks a ton, before laptops had SSDs, they had those mechanical spinning magnetic plates. I could see an argument for buying the warranty on that laptop, because if you're like me and you break them all the time, back before SSDs, then you can make good on that. Or back in the day, cordless phones. This is not the cell phone everyone has now, but the cordless ones they had in the 90s, those would break and their batteries would wear out instantly. And it might be a good thing to get that warranty on. Get a new one every so often.
If you think you personally will use it way more than the average person, it could be okay. But outside of that, just don't give them money. They're just saying, hey, can we take your $50 and give you 20? And you're saying, yeah, I'd love that. That's what you're doing. It's just that's their business. By the way, same thing with all insurances. They all do that. You give them 50, they give you back 20, and they give you a pat in the back. You did the right thing, son.
Unless it's car insurance, at which point
they'll
bill you the extra 50 every year for the next 3 years for some reason.
Pretty much, yeah. When I bought that bike the other day, there was all of that like tire and wheel protection and nonsense, and I was just like, I don't want you to waste your time. I don't really want any of this though. I was trying to be super polite.
I'm in on the scam. As a former employee of a car
I've run this scam a few times myself. First of all, you're not hyping it up enough. You've let me interrupt you. What are you doing? Why are you allowing me to do this silly accent right now in your office? Why is Yosemite Sam telling you how to sell your motorcycle?
I say it's not Yosemite Sam. That's Foghorn Leghorn.
You're right. Got my Looney Tunes mixed up.
On my truck, I shut him down so hard. He's like, I was like, look, you can say what you got to say, but there is no chance that I'll buy this. It's inconceivable. I never buy these things. I pride myself on it. And he's like, well, if you're not going anywhere, you might as well get there quickly. And he moved on. It's like, fucking win. That's a win.
They almost always do just like move along. But I would never move along. I'd be like, you just don't understand.
Kyle, what is that in the back right that I'm looking at right now? Because I've just been thinking about this for a little while now, and it's starting to get to me.
It's supposed to.
Can you explain what I'm looking at?
So yeah, I was ordering some butt plugs and
okay.
And
makes sense.
Yeah, I was ordering some butt plugs and I already had the medium, and I was like, I think my lady friend can step up to a large. And so I'll get the large. Okay. Yeah, lady. and so I was like, the medium is like tiny, like as far as butt plugs go, like I don't know, like that big or something, like you know, manageable. And I was like, the large is probably like, we've all bought a small, medium, and a large from like McDonald's or whatever. That's the increment.
It's a little bigger than the medium.
But they sent me this colossal motherfucker, and now it's just I don't know who this is.
It's a conversation piece now.
It's a conversation piece now. I literally put it there so you'd see it and you'd ask. I don't know. It looks like a Goomba from Mario Brothers or a garden gnome. I haven't decided which.
Yeah, that shit is horrifying. It's from the Guantanamo Bay collection. I'm
gonna put a smiley face on it. And if I ever meet a young lady that can handle this, I'm gonna marry that bitch right away because she's put her time in. She deserves to retire.
This seems dangerous.
Right. And that's what everyone's looking for in a woman is that they can handle the extra large butt plug. It
shows character.
It shows character. That's the kind of lady you can trust with, your passwords and your banking information, the kind who can handle the big boy 3000.
Imagine how many drugs she could help you smuggle into a foreign nation.
It's kind of what I was thinking. Like, this bitch can smuggle some stuff, like forget drugs. Like you could put a whole fucking cell phone in that. All sorts of electronics. You can put all sorts of things in there. You can go to an electronic store, come out with a laptops if you can take that. Good God. But now it's just a conversation piece because I don't know any human beings who can handle something like that. Some of my friends in Discord who are gay told me that like not only do they know people who can handle it, but it's not that uncommon to be able to handle a toy of that girth.
Switch saw that and he acted as though it wasn't that outrageous.
Yeah, and then he showed me he sent me a picture of one of his friends' toy collections, and I've got a lot of toys. Like I got like $5,000 or $6,000 worth of stuff, but he had, I don't know, maybe a $15,000 collection because he had like all those Bad Dragon toys that are like custom made sex toys. They look like octopus tentacles and horse cocks and all sorts of nonsense. Like it's like, oh yeah, this is a dragon dick, and it's like you probably never put any thought into what a dragon.
Unfalsifiable.
You never thought thought about, hey, Tolkien never told us what dragon dicks look like. So
Major
All the
oversight.
details he added, he left that out.
he left
Doesn't
it out of the
look-
Silmarillion.
Does it look
But-
authentic though? Is it an authentic one?
It's got
I mean-
scales. Yeah,
Okay.
it does. Yeah.
Google bad dragon.
I'm not googling any of this shit.
What are your-
Doug has it
no
bookmarked.
googling on this subject.
You'll get
Doug,
a
just go up
Taiwanese
to your
virus.
bookmarks bar and click it.
Yeah, there's also a subreddit for bad dragon toys, and it's just all chicks like banging their dragon dicks. It's good stuff. They're very expensive though. They're custom made.
Oh,
They're
God.
like,
Zach put a link in here.
yeah, check them out. Check them out.
And they
It's
give
good.
them like humanizing names. Like this is Stan the dragon's penis.
Yeah,
Now,
I've got a
Stan-
Rex.
Rex. Oh, we've
think I've got a
looked at these
Rex.
before. Rex is a dog penis.
Yeah, I got the dog and the horse.
That's somehow more normal than this.
I thought so too. Like
Oh, no,
when
is
you
this
get
a
into
horse
like
penis also?
Flint Sheath is somehow both a penis and a vagina.
oh, there's some of them that are like that. Yeah, they're like pocket pussy type toys on there that are also made to be like fantasy creatures, so you can like fuck a unicorn pussy.
You're basically, it's just a dick with a really big pee hole, and you can put yours in the middle.
Do
Oh,
they make human penises? I don't see
And I
any.
suppose the right woman
no,
could
there's,
use
there's
the
no,
outsides.
There's no human cocks on that website. It's all animals and fantasy creatures. That's their shtick. As you like to say, Taylor, every day we stray further from God's light.
Yes, we do. Oh, a keychain butt plug for when like you want to commit a crime in public. Perfect.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is just. I learned something today that I don't know if I wanted to learn.
Well, you
Honestly,
asked, you-
their
I
t-shirts
tell.
are kind of cool. I think I'm gonna buy one.
Oh, I've got a bunch of those. I
Really?
love. It's great when you're wearing them in public and people are like, hey, you're a loser too.
Some of these I feel like are more incognito as sex toys than fleshlights, right? The fleshlight, I assume originally was supposed to not look like a sex toy when you put the cap on it or something.
Sure.
It's supposed to look like a flashlight. But some of these, like Duke's muzzle, I guess I could link it if you guys want to see. I don't know if we can show it.
Oh, I
but
wanna see.
this to
I'm
me
always
looks
in the
more like
market.
a children's toy than a sex toy.
What's the difference?
What is this?
Well, you can put your dick in the front.
There's plenty
This
of
is a-
children's toys that
This
you can
is a pocket pussy.
It
that looks
literally
like
looks like a velociraptor's mouth that you're going to
It
fuck.
does.
That's not a very fuckable thing.
No, if you look at
you
the side, it surely
you can
is.
hold on, you can get custom colors.
Yeah, you could do like the
yeah.
Mario question mark color.
They have a
Um,
firmness guide.
Like what
A
is wrong
firmness
with
guy.
me?
That's what I'm talking about with the customization. Like when you select those, they're not a big enough company that they just have a like Mario question mark extra firm velociraptor mouth for you to fuck. So they're just like, all right, we're gonna get you're in the queue. We're going to create your specific toy. You know, like you're next in line, and it takes like weeks to get a toy from them, but they're high
Yeah.
quality.
I mean,
wonder
this
what
one,
you want in a firm. It like, do you want a soft one if you have a big dick and a firm one if you have a small dick? Is that reading between the
Oh.
lines? I don't know.
I think you're accurate
Which
with that.
category?
I've never bought any of the fuckable toys, but with like toys, I usually go somewhere.
You stick to
on
butt
the
plugs.
firm
You gotta know your area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
stay
I'll-
in your lane, Kyle.
Stay in your
Yeah.
lane.
I'm not a loser. I mean, come on. You guys are fucking weird.
so this one, these are just, it's called a packer, and these seem to be soft, and they say wear it under your pants, and so you just slip if you hate your human penis, you can slide this horse-looking penis on your penis and then wear it around. This shouldn't be legal.
Oh,
It would be kind of fun to have one that just gave you like a top 0.1 percentile bulge in your jeans, right? Just what I don't know what you're working with normally.
I think that's a strap on, Taylor.
It says,
Oh,
"Hey cowboy, what?" I'm reading their flare text. hey cowboy, what's going on under those chaps? It looks to me like
More
you're
accent,
ready for a rough
please.
ride. Looks to me like you're ready for a rough ride with what's in that holster. This could be you. Show them the real meaning of hung like a horse with our unflared stallion packer. It's long, strong, and ready to help you pony up.
By the way,
wear it
guys,
under your
guys,
clothes.
guys, if you're listening to this, I would love for us to have a Bad Dragon sponsorship and be able to do reads like this every week. It's on Twitter. It's at @bad_dragon. All right.
Wow,
Put a
guys,
little
did
tweet
you,
bomb.
Do you have trouble forming meaning and lasting relationships with friends?
did you guys know that there is currently a tropical storm headed towards Florida?
Oh, really?
Did not know. Is that where you're
Really?
at, Florida?
Is that where Bad Dragon is based, right? So all
God
of
damn
this-
it.
The Hornscogs are going to form a vortex of animal pussies and cocks. Oh my God! Imagine if you were struck by it.
The kink community is devastated in the wake of a T6 hurricane destroying the Bad Dragon stockpile.
The census shows that the U.S. is diversifying.
Diversifying into liking different kinds of penis in their ass.
You brought us here.
Bill Gates.
Yeah, you literally asked about the butt plug, Doug. You share some responses.
I honestly thought where this was going was it was going to be something else. He's like, dude, this is a chess piece. And he's going to like turn and then like, oh, it's a pawn. That makes sense. And he's like, this is a giant butt plug, and here's other options you can if you're interested. Like,
You thought you were gonna like, I don't know, maybe he'd be unaware or something, look like a butt plug.
I thought it was going to be something else.
Every guest that we have, I'm like, notice it. it's like that scene from fucking Bram Stoker's Dracula when Gary Oldman is like, see me, to Winona Ryder. I'm just willing you to notice the fucking giant ass plug behind me. Yeah, it's nonsense. I wanted to know what you thought about the high stakes poker duel thing that's going on, and if you have any interest, or you would have any interest in like playing that, or if that's not your format.
Well, I might play it if it was I could just go play one, but I think the format is if you win, they can challenge you. And I'm in Texas, so I'd have to go back and fly out every time there was a match, and I don't want to end up having to fly back and forth just a bunch of times to play this, basically.
So Phil Hellmuth, for Woody's benefit, he's won more World Series of Poker Championships bracelets than anyone ever. 15, I think now, which is an ungodly amount.
Heck?
He plays a lot. They do many every year.
That helps.
He competes a lot, which also helps. But still, he's gotten there 15 fucking times. A lot of them happened in the early days of poker. We had to beat out, like 100, 400 people.
Like the
whatever.
Yankees when they won in the 20s.
It's not like he's beating out
There's
10,000
six other
people
teams, and they were carpenters during the day.
Yeah, but you can't take them away from him because he keeps them in a vault somewhere, I'm sure. Anyway, I like Phil. He's fun. He's one of those poker players. He's known for exploding and getting really upset at the poker table and being really forward about how everyone is worse than him, and that the cards have just allowed a lesser player to get one over on him. But just wait. It's coming.
This is the personality I'm going to adopt if I play with the Patreons.
And meanwhile, like I watched like 3 hands in a row with him and Daniel, and Daniel like got the best of him 3 times in a row. Some of the times he had the better hand, some of the times he didn't, and he just owned Phil 3 hands in a row, and Phil's just fucking steaming.
You know what's funny about Phil is that it's 100% authentic and not an act.
I love to hear that. Thank you.
Because he explodes and he'll just get super tilted and he'll yell and he'll get upset and he'll think he should win every time. In fact, his famous saying is, if it wasn't for luck, I'd win every time, or something like that. And then you see him not on TV and he's just acting the same way. He's just the same guy.
Thank you so much for telling me that.
He just can't control it. He just has to win. And
this sounds like a guy I'd rather have on my TV than in my life.
He seems like a real lovable guy in real life. Like he's got a great physique, Woody. I've seen his shirtless pictures. He looks.
What's his name? I gotta Google his physique.
Yeah, Google Phil Hellmuth shirtless. That's a good one. Put your sunglasses on
Phil
first.
Hellmuth
bright.
naked.
I wanted to ask about Tony G. And since we're on that topic, I wanted to ask: is Tony G that big of a scumbag in real life? Because like I've seen him just really be an awful human being.
I haven't actually met him too often. I don't think I've ever played with Tony G, but I met him a couple times, but nothing extensive. So I wouldn't want to say.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about him. For sure. But Phil, I have a good Phil story. So we were playing at a game in Philly or Pittsburgh or wherever we were at. There was some TV game. We both went to it, and we ended up sharing a cab to go back to the hotel. And we're in the cab, and I could tell he's going to ask me something important. There's a bit of an intensity to it. And he looks at me and goes, Doug, how many bracelets do you think you're going to win? right? Because that's his whole thing is how many races can I win? And I've won 3, but I've not played many events, and I stopped playing them because I don't enjoy playing them basically. And I was just like, Phil, man, I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not even as many as I can, man. And he's just like, nodding. That's what's important. It's about the bracelet. That's good. keep it. Yeah, I think you could do great. One
should
day.
have been a bigger asshole. You should have said, "What do you have? 15, 16,
16." Yeah.
Oh,
One more than. I just want you to know, Phil, because he's about 20 or 30 years older than me. One day when you're gone, I'm gonna beat your bracelet record. It's never gonna last, and then they'll only remember me. How about that? Would that be nice?
I like it. Oh, that'd be so great.
I'm gonna go
cab ride from there.
Phil. I'll go broke to do it, Phil. I don't care. I'll play deuce to 7 draw. I don't care. Like.
I mean, a 6'7" guy who's that intense might be a bad move.
Phil is actually.
I saw him shirtless. I'm not that concerned.
6'7", he's got that reach.
That is a lot, man.
He's really tall. He's actually coming on my podcast next week, so
That's awesome.
I'm going to chat with him.
What's your podcast called? So everybody can check it out.
Just my name, Doug Polk Podcast. The Doug Polk Podcast. I've been firing it up. I did it a few years ago for a little bit. It was kind of focused on cryptocurrency stuff, and I relaunched it, and now we're doing more a little bit of poker, a little bit of cryptocurrency, just kind of whatever,
little pump and dump.
Well, we only pump, we don't dump. Okay, strict rules on that. Just pump.
Just pump.
Just pump.
Are you going to integrate a little more dildo discussion in your podcast now that you see what an evergreen topic
after seeing this today? No.
Double down on being wrong. Okay. I got to get off this website. This is weird as shit.
Taylor, where are you based out of?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Okay.
Yeah.
What's in St. Louis other than not the Rams?
Oh,
crime.
Crime.
An enormous
Poverty.
amount of crime. But that's the actual city. I don't live in the city.
And have that arch.
They have the arch. Yeah.
That's where that's how you know where the crime is. It's directly over it.
Everybody, there was like no.
It's called the beacon of crime.
It is. I mean, it's in the middle of where a lot of crime is. Where downtown
we Googled
and then
one
St.
time.
Louis across the river. Yeah.
Like apparently there was like a couple of hammer murders near Taylor. Like people being murdered with hammers. Like separate incidents. And I was just like, how is that possible? And if you Google like these terms, St. Louis hammer murder, you get so many hits. It's absurd. It's like it's like a pastime there.
I lived there in the city, and I was not near this area of the city, but it was like, the story that came up, it was like homeless man breaks into abandoned building, murders 5 other homeless men with a hammer, no motive. And it's like, So hammer attacks. That's what's here.
Stop. Hammer time.
Yeah. That was the last thing 5 gentlemen heard.
He had the parachute pants on when he did it. It was. He did the dance. It was very entertaining and terrifying at the same time. It's but yeah, St. Louis seems to be. Why don't you leave? Would you leave if? How about this? Like our friend Filthy. He works online. So when his girlfriend moved to another state for her career, he was just like, oh yeah, I'm picking up, I'm moving with my lady. She's got a job opportunity. If you were in the same scenario, Taylor, if your ex-fiance were to say, hey Taylor, I've got this big job down in Atlanta, or just name a state. Would you pick up and move for her, do you think?
It depends on the timeline. Like the way it worked
right now.
Right now, no, probably not. Just because it's like my grandparents live in southern Missouri, and so and my brothers live in Kansas City, and so like my house works as kind of a, my grandparents don't like traveling out of their little neck of the woods down there, and so it works as like a nice little intermediary thing. When my grandparents die, it was I would have nothing else keeping me here, really, because my dad lives in Florida.
Family's important
for the most part now. My brothers are in Kansas City or Chicago. My mom's dead. Like, there's nobody else here, and so I could totally see myself leaving. I would want to go somewhere with incredible weather. I've said before, Florida would be near the top of my list. I want that year-round warmth. That would be dope. And so maybe Florida, something like that.
You move to Florida, I'll move to Florida.
Warm and no state income tax. Those are the 2 important things, I think.
Yeah,
Texas fits
Florida,
that bill.
Florida,
Texas, Nevada,
Tennessee.
I'd want to go
Tennessee.
somewhere where
Tennessee,
I'd want to go
Nashville, yeah.
somewhere where there was still a hockey team, and so Tampa would make sense in that
Vegas?
area because Vegas would be cool.
I can't deal with the nosebleeds. Like I consider, like I'm moving,
Yeah.
obviously, because for weed, I'm moving for weed. And so like
Vegas.
Vegas was on the list, and the real estate they're super cheap. Like it's super cheap. Although,
Well,
like,
it's gotten way more. I just sold my house in Vegas a few months ago, and it was
you get outside the city a little bit, like in one of those cookie cutter fucking deals. Like 400,000 buys a lot there. But like, man, every time I've gone to Vegas, I get nosebleeds from that dry desert air. Like I'll get in the shower that night. Like it's not one of those days where I just start bleeding, but like every time I get in the shower, like blow my nose in the shower, it's like, oh God, oh, what happened here? It's just a massacre. And I don't know, man. I do like to play poker, and I prefer live poker for sure. Like sometimes when we play in our Discord games, we'll all turn our cameras on, which is kind of an interesting vibe. But I don't know if I could live in Vegas, man. It's the debauchery.
If you want to play poker, I'd recommend somewhere else then, maybe Texas or Florida or whatever. Vegas Vegas has the worst games for lower stakes stuff because everyone there is trying to be a pro. And you don't want guys who aren't trying. You want guys that are gambling, drinking and gambling. That's what you
when
want.
we went to Cherokee, that's what it was. There was like old retirees and like lots of like guys who were just killing a little time, and it was a fun game. It really was. I felt like I played very well. And my friend who plays professionally, he was like, you made all the right decisions. You just caught some bad cards or whatever. But like there were some characters at the table. It was really fun. And there always are at a live game, which I really enjoy. There was a World War II veteran who's like literally trembling hands. And he was just like so decrepit. And instead of just saying all in and taking the all in chip and tossing it in, he would shove his stack every time.
That's great.
And like, I don't know, it's a stack of $600 or something, but so much of it is like ones and fives because we're just playing 1-2 that like now he has to shake. Nobody's calling your $600 raise, dude. There was $20 in the pot. So now he has to all shakily like collect his chips. And the dealer's just like, like she's trying to get as many hands out as possible.
But you can't say anything because he's wearing like a veteran hat.
You can't say anything because the world is still free to be able to not be Germany, you know?
Yeah, and
World War II veteran, right? Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, I follow.
He was playing so like recklessly. I think he was drunk, maybe. Like you know, the dealer will arrange. They'll pull both players' cards and they'll be like, and player one has flush to the king, and player two, and she'd look at his cards and she'd go, Jack high. And it was just like, what was he doing?
Seems to be asleep or dead.
This guy is an absolute legend. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what the dealer said.
He fought Nazis and then 70, 75, 80 years later is getting drunk and playing poker. I didn't mind.
I
hope dirty.
I didn't like the game being slow, but I did enjoy him at the table. And after he lost all of his money, we had switched to a male dealer, and he was like, he comes in here 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes he leaves with so many chips, somebody's got to help him carry them. And I'm just like, oh, that's good for him. Not tonight though. And then I think we'd watch one guy get busted like twice in a row, and then go get more. And he busted for the 3rd time. This guy was like 45 years old. And it seemed like losing $600 or $800 was a big deal to him, which you shouldn't be sitting at that table if that's the case. And he lost poor. It was kind of a rough time. Like I think he had the best hand on the flop, but maybe like the other guy turned his flush or whatever. And this guy was like, "Fuck!" And you can curse at the table. The rules there, you can curse all you want, but you can't curse at someone. I can't call you a motherfucker or something like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Fuck, fucking fuck." And Dirty, my friend Daryl, like laughs at it. He goes like that, and the dude just goes, "You little cocksucker." I was just like, and again, it was like that time when I was with Snow on the yard. I'm looking at Dirty like, you know, I don't have your back here, right? I'm on probation.
Come on. No one touches Dirty when he's behind you.
That should be a rule. I can't be getting into fights like in other states on probation.
Kyle's not going back to the joint for Dirty.
Yeah, I didn't think that through.
I was like, after he left, I was like, you know, I don't have your back, right? Like that's not a thing.
And you know what? I thought you just didn't have Snow's back, but it seems like there's a lot of guys you don't have their back.
If
Kyle.
I'm on probation, I got nobody's back. I don't even have my own back. I'm running from everything. Like, I'm not trying to get. I don't want them to extend this probation a fucking day. I've been minding my P's and Q's like no other. Like I don't even drive very much because I'm afraid of speeding tickets. I bought a motorcycle a month or so ago. Like I don't speed on it. The bike could go 130, 140. I'm going 55. I'm just cruising on a crotch rocket. Like I'm just trying so hard not to get in trouble. I just want to get free.
It's 50
My
more days.
favorite
And everyone's
Kyle-
back again.
My favorite Kyle prison story is like the way that he used his social talents to do well in the federal pen. And he would read Harry Potter. Now, Kyle can tell a story, right? Many times Kyle has told me to watch some show and then gives me like a preview of what is going to happen. Oh, this guy does this and then he does that. And then I watch the actual show and it is not as good. It's like, fuck, Kyle's telling of it was better than this Hollywood version. So he would read Harry Potter and then tell it to Snow to ingratiate himself to him and get a protector, get a bodyguard.
Yeah, I would entertain. I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It's this little wizard kid, and it's just all of his life. He's been downtrodden, right? You know, he's living under the fucking stairs. He got abusive uncle, abusive aunt. They treat him like shit, but he finds out he's a wizard, and not any wizard. He's like, yeah, I know why that is. Yeah, family. He's like, you think I could start on book 1? And I'm like, yeah, man, I got the whole set over here. I gave him.
Why doesn't Harry just like use his magic to kill his evil family members?
Like, you got any wizard drugs he could traffic? I bet they could make some hot shit. You know, Snow was a scary fucking guy.
It sounds like
in this lineup, I think I'm pretty glad that it was Kyle that went to prison because I think the rest of us would have done a decent amount worse in that situation. I mean, I don't know. I know I would be terrible. And Taylor, you don't strike me as the prison guy. Just have to.
Doug underestimated.
Taylor's a big dude. Taylor's
3 weeks in,
I'd
I'd give excellent blowjobs.
Nice. Important.
And there were guys in there that looked just like Woody. They were like accountants and like there were guys in there who were in there for like
random Woody shot.
I used to be an accountant.
Woody used to be an accountant.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I feel like
There
I
were
would
guys-
like into a corner and like do a voice when I first got in, like, yeah, man. And it's like, oh no, this is my flavor now.
And those guys,
Those
those guys kind of hang together, right? Like if you're like a fucking cholo gangbanger, you probably you hang with the other cholo gangbangers. If you're a black guy, you hang with the black guys, and you're on laundry detail because like that's their racket. They run the laundry detail and they charge you like cash under the table to get extra blankets and shit. Mm-hmm. And but the white dudes who are like not like there's the real criminal white guys who are like bank robbery, fraud, or drugs. And then there's like the accountants who got caught with like fraud, or there was some tax evaders. There was a guy who ran some kind of some sort of like, it was like he ran like that scam from Office Space where he was like defrauding his company.
Parts of a penny of every transaction.
Yeah, he was literally doing
I remember
something
that.
very much like that.
Yeah.
And those guys hung together too. And so like there was 2 of these guys, and one of them was Indian, from India, not feathers, not dots, not feathers. And he said he was he also was an artist, like he liked to draw portraits. And to kill his time in there, he had less than a year. I don't remember exactly how much, but if you had a photograph of a loved one, he would draw it like not a caricature. He would very accurately like recreate it with like pen and paper or whatever, pencil. He had like art pencils. And my friend Snow had a picture of his grandson. And by the way, Snow started having kids at 13, so he's not that old of a guy to have a grandson.
Yeah.
So he's like, and we're out walking. He's like, yo, I gave Indio a picture of my grandbaby to draw. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool, man. You do a good job. Yeah, but there's a problem. He signed it. I was like, oh yeah, I think he just like signs them so like, you know, like he's the artist, right? You know, you like sign him in the corner. He's like, he signed it on my grandbaby though. And I'm like, what's this? Yo, it looks like you tattooed my grandbaby. My grandbababy ain't got no tattoos. What you thinking?
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think he meant anything by it, man. And then he asked if he could keep a copy. You know, he did too. And I was like, why you want to keep a copy, a picture of my grandbaby? I think he's a chomo. Chomo's a child molester. Oh, and so Snow has been in like maximum and then medium security prisons where people get murdered over like potato chips. And in there, the Chomos have their own unit. And obviously they can't get child pornography, but what they can get are like the advertisements from newspapers that have like Huggies diapers and like pictures of kids in them, like wearing shorts.
Dude,
or whatever.
this is dark shit.
Yeah,
this is getting dark.
So he's been exposed to that. So all of a sudden he has another inmate who wants to keep a picture of his grandson. And I'm trying to explain to him that, like, no, man, he keeps copies of all of them. He has that paper that like duplicates, so that like he keeps all of the stuff he's done. Like that's like his resume, you know. And he's like, I'm gonna have to talk to him about this. And like, I don't know what he said to that guy, but the next day, like, I was with Snow, and the Indian guy was like walking by on the track. And he's like, "Yo, Indio," and the Indian guy turned around like, "Yes, Mr. Snow." He's like, "What's up?" Like, he must have scared the fucking shit out of him about like pictures of his grandbaby. And I guarantee Indio does not have a picture of Snow's grandson to this day. He gave that up. He gave that up. I guarantee it.
Yeah, good for Indio.
Yeah, it was dark. It was dark in there, and it didn't always go smooth. I got screamed at a couple times. It was over the television.
What was your scariest moment in prison?
I've told it a bunch of times, so I'll be quick about it. But I had made friends with a guy by promising to give him my radio after I left. You need a radio to watch TV. You tune it to a certain station, and it'll like give you the audio for the televisions because they don't like just play audio. It's a way of like squeezing a little money out of the prisoners. And also, you got a room full of TVs. If they're all playing, it's nonsense. And this guy's radio was broken, so I was like, "Hey, man, I'm out in 60 days. I see your radio's busted. Got a brand new one here. I got no use for an AM/FM radio with headphones on the outside. It's yours. How about that?" And he's like super happy with it. He's just like always trying to do me favors now and like hook me up with stuff. And he comes by my cell when I'm reading. I'm like 3 weeks in, 2 weeks in, something like that. I'm just starting to get settled in and feel comfortable. And he warns me that someone's thinking about raping me. He's like, there's a guy over there. He says he wants to get with you. And I'm just like, I don't want to get with anybody, man. He's like, I don't know if he's gonna take that, I watch your ass. And it was just like, fuck. So now I'm just terrified all the time.
That's scary.
I was really scared about that for a long time. So I would only shower when Snow was showering, so we'd work out together. So we'd both get sweaty. And then that made it not weird that I was only showering with this 40-year-old man. Like the showers are private. We're not like rubbing elbows or anything. We're in little separate stalls. But I want him present if I'm naked in the bathroom. And so I made that a thing.
That's smart. That was a good move.
And then there was an argument over the televisions with a large black man one morning. The TVs are divided by race, and I had the white TV on Everybody Loves Raymond. And apparently he wanted to watch. As you
should.
Yeah.
He's like, we watch the news in the morning. And I'm just like, I want to be like, this is the cracker TV, brother. But instead, like I don't know. I tried to save as much face as I could, but still at the same time changing the channel to NBC. So I did that.
You didn't try and like play him like, you're right, we're missing the news. Like,
oh shit, the news is on.
The local Alabama news.
Yeah,
so this guy shouldn't have been dictating the white TV though.
He shouldn't have, but I wasn't going to stand up for the cracker TV because I was fairly new, and I just wanted to get the fuck out. And there was another thing, but I'm spacing out on. That one white guy had gotten robbed, and so I was worried that they were going to steal my shit out of my locker because I didn't have a lock on it yet because I had like some decent shit as far as the prisoner's commissary goes. And but what I was really afraid of was there was a shakedown coming like the next day, and we would always know a day before. That's when they like pull everybody's shit out and search your shit for drugs.
Ineffective shakedown, but carry on.
Very much. We always knew when the shakedown was coming. And so like someone warned me that somebody might hide their drugs in my locker, either to just use it as a hiding place or to frame me. And so now I got to like watch this locker like an eagle. And every time I go take a piss, I got to come back and go through all of my shit to like look for drugs to make sure nobody's hidden it in there. And Snow came through big again. My Mexican cellmate in Spanish, so that nobody else would know, told Snow what my problem was, that I was afraid somebody was going to quote unquote get me dirty by putting some drugs in my locker. And he was like, oh, and he like went and got me a lock, wrote the combination on a little piece of paper, gave it to me. and then I was able to lock my shit up, and I was able to like leave it unattended. Now, yeah, cool guy, great guy, murderer and drug trafficker.
Cool
Outside
guy.
of that, though, lots of positives too.
Hey, he didn't kill anybody I knew. Like he was a fucking sick dude, as far as I'm concerned. Apparently, those guys that he took out were fucking gangsters as well, in the wrong territory, the way I hear it. And Snow
You
wouldn't
weren't
tell a
one to
lie.
question.
I'll tell you one thing, Snow Wayne, and that's a liar.
Or Chomo.
And anybody says he's a liar is getting chanked. but yeah, those are the scarier times. Mostly, it was just boring and obnoxious and just upsetting. Just no fun. Like what do you call it? What do you type 3 fun?
Oh Jesus!
It was rough, man. It was no fun. But it wasn't the worst thing ever. It wasn't fucking Shawshank Redemption or anything.
It was type 2 fun, man. I feel like you're digging it in hindsight.
What are the types on fun?
I'm taking a piss. If this is coming out.
Oh, it's not my fault. All right. Type 1 fun is
All
just
right,
fun.
this episode of PKA is brought to you by Smart Mouth. Everybody hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now think of all the times you were the gross, smelly one and the other person was thinking about trying to get away. Probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smart Mouth was invented. Smart Mouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day and you'll never have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. So go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find Smart Mouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA. Get that coupon, buy the product, have some good breath, and get laid easier. That link is below. Excellent product. This episode is also brought to you by ExpressVPN. Admit it. You think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you'd be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you may as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, and tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN takes only one click, a single click. Using ExpressVPN, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my personal data stolen. For less than $7 a month, you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That's expressvpn.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA. 3 months free. Check that out.
What a deal.
Below. What a deal. Get some secure internet browsing and some excellent
God.
Two
Damn, that's a
things
good
that
deal.
dovetail perfectly.
Oh God.
And also, you can use that VPN to play online poker if it's not allowed in your district. Huh?
Yep. Just
Things-
don't
things
tell
to
your
think about.
PO.
Just don't tell anyone about it. So, or promote it on some podcast. Who knows?
Don't do that either. No, that's I was very careful about the way I play poker. Like we made sure that it was going to be legal for us to fucking
That's very good.
goof around in my Discord. The cool thing is like the more I talk about it on here, the more that like people who actually kind of play for a living will drop in there. Guys that are normally playing like fucking 12 tables at a time online or whatever at like varied stakes, like, but are coming in there and just playing our one game, and it gets very fucking annoying. It's very fucking annoying because at
Can't
first,
you just password protect it somehow or something?
oh, we can, but it wouldn't be polite. Like we're in a private game. Like no, they pay the money to like get into the game, into the
Oh.
Discord. So now like I can't be like, nah, you can't play. You're too good. That'd be pretty shitty. So
This is one of the worst parts about poker, by the way. This dance, and it's why a lot of really high stakes games, they're just constantly. There's some number of pros, and the pros are always trying to get other pros to not get to play. And then there are there are the weak players, the recreational players, and they care less. But then they want to make sure that it's not too many pros. And then this whole dance, I basically just said I'm not going to be a part of it, and I didn't get involved in private games at all. I played almost no private games in my entire life. Basically, all my poker I've played has been either online or on TV games or tournaments or stuff like that. No private
it's
games.
weird. I never played a lot online. I just really enjoy live games. So like from the time I was like 21 to like 25, I played several nights a week at like 1, 2, and 2, 5, and just kind of like earned a living doing that. Playing all in live games at like VFWs and bars and stuff like that, and not rough games by any measure. Like there was maybe 2 fights. There would be a few threats here and there.
You earned a living playing poker?
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
Me and my dad both. No, he didn't earn a living doing it. He earned a living doing it, but that's not his job or anything. But he would. I probably shouldn't say how much money he makes a year playing poker, but a lot.
That's great.
Just because the 1-2 games, like you can't tell a group of guys who are sitting around a table with lots of money this, but like it's like, hey guys, you can't sit there with 10,000 big blinds. Like this is nonsense what we're doing right now. If you have $10,000, we got to raise the stakes. We can't play 1-2. Like you're making it 50 to go every hand anyway. Like why don't we just fucking play 25-50 if that's what we're gonna fucking do, you maniacs.
That's a silly game because then the correct thing you're supposed to do is just wait for the nuts. It's kind of a silly game.
Kind of what I tried to do, and it got.
Well, it's good in that
boring.
game.
And they would play way too many people at a table. It was the beginning of the night would be incredibly wild, and the end of the night would be incredibly tight. Usually, it would kind of go like that.
That's opposite. Almost every other game starts off the opposite way. Game starts, everyone's like, okay, I'm going to play my A game today. Going to drink some water. I'm going to be focused. Maybe I'll have a coffee. 6 hours later, someone's stuck $6,000. People are taking shots. Some guy is really into the whiskey. Some guy's out smoking a cigar, trying to take away the pain of the losses that he's just taken. And then the last few soldiers are trying to win back what they lost by gambling as hard as they possibly can into the wee hours of the morning. That's normal. That's a standard game.
There'd be like they'd sit way too many people at the table. There might be a dozen. And
dude, that's outrageous. That is outrageous.
I'm aware it is. And,
nine is standard max, but is too many. I think 8 max is best. 10 is I've seen 10, but that's not good.
I prefer to play 6. Like I really enjoy 6. Like I can kind of I can keep track of things so well at 6. But in any case, like 5 of them would bust out and lose whatever they brought for the night, like so quickly. Like it just be gone. Like they'd rebuy, maybe borrow some money. There was so much borrowing of enormous. Like I'm telling you, for a 1-2 game, this thing was outrageous. Like guys would lose their vehicles. Guys would show up with like. I mean, you've been in truly high stakes games, so this is it. I understand that, but like guys would show up with $50,000 to play 2-5, and it was just like, what are we doing here?
What's 2-5? I don't know.
Small blinds $2, big blinds $5.
It's basically so before the hands are dealt, some money has to be in the middle to fight for, basically, or else you would just wait for aces. So there's 2 blinds that get put in. There you get it before your hand, so you're blind when you put it in, and they rotate around the table. And so everyone's gonna have to put blinds in, basically, and it's what gets the action going. And what Kyle is saying is that when you have a lot of money, you need blinds that are big, because if they're really small, you can just wait for really good hands and hope that someone gets out of line. Basically, it's not a good game type. You want the blinds you want to have about 1 to 200 blinds. Is usually a good amount to play poker. So if the big blind was 10, you'd want to have about $1,000 to $2,000. Sometimes it could be more like 3,000 or whatever. But you don't want to have if the blind's 10, you don't want to have $1 million, because then someone raises to 30. What are you going to do? Make it 1,000? Then they can only play aces and they're fine. So it ruins the game, basically.
It ruins the game. It was a very silly game. But there were multiple games.
What was the story where someone lost their vehicle? That's insane.
One of the guys owned a car dealership, and the guy wanted more money. He wanted to borrow money, and the guy was like, "I'm not loaning you any more money." And he's like, "Well, I've got my truck out there. What's it worth?" And he like got on his phone and was like, "It's whatever it was worth." And he's like, "All right, I'll take that much in lieu of the truck, or with the truck on the line." He lost all that money, and so he lost the truck.
Did you at least give him the option to use the butt plug afterwards? If he just something to take the edge off.
If he wanted to get fucked, we could have done it a different way.
He came there to get fucked that night. Clearly, like there were some, and then I wanted to ask you this: Have you ever seen anyone get caught actively cheating? Now, I know there's been some controversies about maybe some people with some some cell phones maybe below the table, and
That guy was definitely cheating.
That guy was 100% fucking cheating. Fuck that guy. But like the closest thing to cheating, there was a guy who was holding a card in one of our games.
Holding a card? What do you mean?
He had a card. He had pulled an ace out, and he was like palming it, and he was just like, he'd mix it back into his hand at random whenever he needed to. Like he's holding one ace, he's waiting on another. And it also now if he doesn't throw it into his hand, and like I don't know, he's got a pair of kings, he knows that there's only 3 aces in play, right? Like if he's got a king high flush, and he's got the ace of diamonds, he knows that king high flush is a nuts now. Like he was being real.
That guy,
the fucking card.
If you get caught with that, you should be banned from every game, anywhere. Anyone there's that guy, he should be banned. All of his money on the table should be
that's what happened.
Distributed back to whoever. I mean, that's just you just get your ass barred from games.
He almost
because that's just straight. Yeah,
he almost took a beating, but he did get banned from every game because it was everybody knew everybody that played. Like whether you were at the VFW playing or at one of 2 bars playing, or if you're at one of 3 house games, like it was the same basic group of people, plus or minus 3 or 4 guys who would like come in from like out of town or whatever. But everybody knew everybody, and then there was a wider web beyond that, right? And everybody let everybody know that like I think he was Korean. They were like, Mr. Tran is a fucking cheater. He holds cards. We caught him with a fucking ace. We took all of his money. We banned him from the game, and he barely left without an ass beating.
When it comes to people getting ass beatings for that stuff, I mean, I'm not going to be the guy to protect them. But it's usually good to not resort to physical violence for stuff. But then again, you're stealing people's money by acting like you're not to their face, and you're stealing their money. I don't know, man. Sometimes sometimes the world works itself out a little bit.
That's one of those things that would warrant it.
Yeah. He was not a likable guy to begin with. It wasn't like one of our good buddies, like what turned out to be a cheater. Like we didn't really like this guy to begin with. He was real. I don't know. He didn't speak super great English, and so he just didn't speak very much. And he was he was not a good winner, and he was not a good loser. And so when he was banned from the games, nobody wept. But fuck that guy. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever like seen anything like that, even close to that.
That's like in Rounders.
Yeah,
where they're dealing off the bottom of the deck or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, Ed Norton.
They did get an ass beating in that one.
They took a real ass beating in that one. Yeah, they got stomped. They were playing with like firemen and cops or something like that.
It's not good. At least they weren't trying to save the kids.
That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of money at stake, and everybody's
so
already doing
slow
stuff.
on the save the kids reference. I came in 20 seconds later with that smile.
And I don't think any games like there was talk of a game that did get robbed once, but I never saw anything remotely like that. There was always a little bit of concern because it'd be like, hey man, there's an awful lot of money in that silver box over there next to Bob every night. Like somebody might lose a bunch and then go home and tell their cousin Eddie that there's $180,000 sitting in a silver box over at the VFW tonight, and there's a bunch of guys who probably can't go to the police about it if it were to go missing. And like so that was a little bit of a concern too, but nothing like that ever happened.
I imagine there's a lot of guns in that room too.
I certainly didn't have one of them, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I know one guy always carried a little pistol because and because this happened to him. He was the ugliest motherfucker. And he worked as a bartender, like to make like a little extra money to like play poker. So he'd like bartend all night and he'd earn enough to like get his buy-in or whatever. He'd sit over there and then lose it back to us. And but he was just so ugly. I can't begin to tell you. And the story was that he hooked up with this woman. They went to the motel that was nearby, had sex, and then he went over to the little dinette table in the corner and he was going to smoke a cigarette. And he had a pistol. Oh, he had this pistol. The girl got up to smoke the cigarette. I want to get the story right. The girl got up to smoke the cigarette, went over to the dinette table, and she had one of those little lighters that looks like a pistol. You know, a little gun. Well, he had a little pistol, and she got the two mixed up. So she goes to light her cigarette, and she does that thing where you cup your hand as you light a cigarette, which isn't needed indoors, but it's kind of like if you're smoking, you kind of get used to doing it. It's a habit. and she shot herself through the fucking hand with like a 25 automatic pistol. And the joke that ran forever, and every time it got told, we'd laugh our asses off. They're like, "What happened?" Well, she sobered up, looked over and saw she'd fucked Roger and tried to end it all. She blew a hole right through her fucking hand.
By the way, I can only imagine how ugly this guy is, because in every prison story that you just told us, there was not one reference of how ugly anyone was, and I know there were some ugly ass motherfuckers in prison.
Right.
I was.
Kyle
This is
off
the guy.
story by mentioning he was ugly 3 times, and I was wondering. I'm like, I'm gonna be quiet, keep listening. Is how ugly this dude is relevant to the story, or just Kyle bullying the fuck out of this poor ugly man? Like,
It's not
He's
bullying.
hideous.
It's anonymous.
He's hard to look at. Like he looks like a Game of Thrones character or something like that. It's just,
Is he ugly as in like
Freak.
fat, or is he ugly as in like
No, skinny as a
baldness?
rail, and like his hair's like almost all falling out, and like he's got like pock marks, but also almost like boils on his face, like a fucking medieval times like warlock or something like that. Just a real ugly man.
how are the
Can we put this face in our private chat so I can at least understand how ugly this is?
I
Or is
would
that-
have no way to procure that.
Okay.
This man lives
Never mind.
2.5
Damn.
hours from me now. He may not be alive anymore.
He had pock marks and boils.
Boils, yeah, or
So,
something like
just a wild
swollen, like
topography.
maybe
on his
pustules is a better word. I don't know what they were. Bumps, lumps, like tumors. I don't know what was on the man's face. I tried not to look.
Like an old dog, like tumors everywhere.
He looked rough. But anyway, yeah, it was really fun playing poker like that live all the time. I really enjoyed it. Like my dad was super into it. I think we both got into it with like when fucking everybody did when Moneymaker won. And like I remember like poker chip sets were like stupid expensive. Now they're like so fucking cheap. Like that's how you can tell when something is all about supply and demand. Like they were selling those poker chip sets for like $150, $200 or something like that. And now they're like $40 or something. But like everybody started playing. Everybody thought they were going to be the next Chris Moneymaker. And I don't
Poker
know.
boom, man. Poker boom was huge. Yeah, it changed the. I mean, it changed the way that the world viewed poker, right? People all of a sudden, it's a legitimate game. It basically Chris Moneymaker was the person that won the main event in 2003. By the way, last name Moneymaker won the main event. Hard to believe that.
That's pretty sick.
Seems a little rigged to me. Am I right? No, it's not rigged. I don't know how this happened. But
Another accountant, by the way.
I love when the
Accountants.
names of what someone does matches up to what they do.
Who's boss.
Like the
I'm
goalie
sorry.
in the NHL, Jonathan Quick. It's like that's neat, like because he is quick.
Yeah. But
Moneymaker. That's even better. That's perfect.
But yeah, I try
I'm
to play as much as I can.
I'm starting to think that these accountants they know how to end up with the money. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it.
It's like they work
a
with it or
scam.
something like that.
It's a scam.
Yeah.
It's another scam. What do you think? It's all fucking scam, man. It's all a scam.
That's how I look at life. Anything I don't understand is a scam. That's confusing. It's a scam.
It's a scam.
Speaking of scams, tomorrow's August 13th, and I think Mike Lindell, my Pillow CEO, is holding some sort of event to prove that the election was a scam, and says that his proof is so verifiable that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden will voluntarily step down, and tomorrow's the day.
That's outrageous.
I bet he
Dude.
doesn't.
There's been days.
I bet
I'll
he
take
doesn't.
that bet. They call me Chris Money Loser.
There's been so many days of people. Oh, just wait for June 19th. Wait for June 7th. Wait for April 13th. Wait, oh, it's coming. The truth. You know, Jesus wants Trump. Jesus prophesized a second term. Guys,
No, it's gonna be the pillow guy.
The
he's
pillow
gonna
salesman is the one who has the true truth.
did you guys know about this? That after Biden won, that there was a betting market on who would win the election.
Yeah.
After he,
I think we followed that a little bit. Yeah.
I personally won $400 making bets who would win after the election.
So, well, yeah, I won more than 400, but I did the same thing. People wanted-
I got
They-
fucking alpha to buy this.
Really, you want 400? I mean, it's
Yeah,
really
you're
screwed
adorable,
anybody,
Woody. You
really.
only won 400.
I
Wait,
think
you only
it's
take the bet.
good.
Woody didn't know as many idiots as you.
That is the only lock, like 1,000,000% lock of a bet I've ever heard, where it's like, and the results are in. Joe Biden is the next president. We're still taking bets, though. Oh fuck, really?
Yeah. I still know people trying to bet on Trump to win the election.
No, they're not still taking bets out now. How?
I have a friend, and yesterday he laid 95-1 that Trump will not be the president at any point this term.
Dude, I had a guy willing to make bet with the same guy that I took $400 off of, and I have the money, by the way. He paid. Like, it's a real thing. He wanted to make the bet again. The only problem was the terms. It was like he wanted long odds that he didn't name, and he wanted some long period of time. And it's like, I don't want to bet outstanding until 2022. Like,
yeah, that would be annoying. Well, you probably forget about it.
Here's what you do. You ask him the odds. He tell whatever they end up being, and then you say, okay, you pay up front. Because he's going to lose every time. So he pays you. You have however much extra spending money now. He's never winning. You move on with your life.
Tell him you'll pay, tell him if he pays up front, and that when he wins, and phrase it that way,
double the odds.
That you'll pay the money back with the interest it earns in the meantime.
Ooh. I'll run it by him, see if I can get his money again.
And if he's down, put me in for as much as he's willing to do.
I would like to be in on this as well, if possible.
This fellow annoys me by spreading vaccination misinformation all the time. And it's not good information like, hey, it's not actually FDA approved. It was emergency authorized use. Like that, I can read that and accept it. It's more like fake total nonsense, disprove silliness. And I don't like it being spread. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. So if I can punish him by taking his money, I'll do it.
Where are you finding these betting odds on the election still? Like, where do you go?
There's just a small market of people who hate money, I guess.
It goes over there to all those guys buying the zombie paintings, and they're just willing.
Those guys are actually geniuses. Those guys are 130
I
IQ.
believe it. They have to be for them to have that much money and buy it, and for me to sit here and have no idea why they're buying it. Mm-hmm. They have to be that much smarter than me. So I'm convinced they're geniuses.
That's the only explanation.
I wouldn't even have to go betting on sports. I've never bet on sports, but
do you guys? Let me ask you guys this: Do you guys actually own any cryptocurrency?
I've got half of Bitcoin that I bought when Bitcoin was at like 10K.
So I came on this podcast, told you all that it was going to go up, and then no one cashed in.
What's going to happen next? Tell us again.
I get over time. This is going to make you money. So let's see. Apparently, I come on here every 3 years.
Yeah.
Ethereum is currently 3,100. The next time I come on in 3 years, you can write this down. Take a note. Ethereum will be at least $6,000. I'm going really conservative. It's very likely it'll be 7,500 to 10,000 or more, but it will be at least $6,000. So if you want to double your money in 3 years, this is not financial advice.
Yeah. What service do you use to buy all your crypto? Because there's like
2024 and hector us about not having enough crypto.
I mean, at least I'll say this. First of all, you're absolutely right. Our friend Harley came on when it was at 10K and pressured us to buy, and that's when I bought half a Bitcoin for $5,000.
Nice, good job.
And I mean, I don't know what's Bitcoin at, like 40 right now. Like it did okay. Yeah,
it did great.
I made
it
a little
got
money.
To like 70 at one point, didn't it? It was going gangbusters for a bit.
It's sitting on its little drivey do and in a safe deposit box, and I'm just going to leave it there. That's what he said. He was like, just put it somewhere. Just leave it there. Leave it there. It's going to be worth so much at some point that you're going to be uncomfortable with it still sitting there. And I'm just like, all right. Well, let's put it in a safe deposit box and we'll just leave it there. And that's what we do.
It's the way that I look at it is I think that you want to have a portfolio where you have lots of, and it depends on your strategy, right? So for me, it's more wealth preservation and maximizing my returns is like, it's close, but it's a little bit of a second because I just never want to be poor. But
fair.
Never own bonds. It's a complete waste of time, especially now they're printing so much money. You're going to lose versus inflation. So you're just dead there. And then you mainly want to own real estate, stock market stuff, and then cryptocurrencies. And in the cryptocurrencies, you mainly just want to own the good shit. There's always some guy that's like, have you heard of the new hot thing? It's this. It's like, well, maybe you might make money doing that, but you also might be getting in late and now, you're going to lose. Mm-hmm. Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to win in the long run. They've been winning. They're going to continue to win. These are extremely safe bets. Obviously, nothing in life's 100%, but there's going to be there's going to be 21 million Bitcoin, and there's going to be whatever number of Ethereum. It's going to slowly become deflationary. These things are going to be worth way more in the future. And I actually am a little worried for the people that are not involved in the space, because I've seen the space for 8 years now. When I first saw Bitcoin, it was $100 whatever dollars, and then I see the writing on the wall for people like, I don't like that technology stuff. Okay, well, eventually this stuff's going to be worth so much money. These markets are going to be so big. The people that never got involved are going to have a tremendous amount less wealth than the people that did. And there's also some other kind of issues with that. I mean, it's a lot of young white and Asian men. There's like some interesting thoughts on kind of which groups of people are going to most benefit from this, and how can we? I don't know. I don't want to go down that road, I guess, but you know what I'm saying.
Kind of the same group of people that benefited with or without crypto. It sounds like.
What service do you use to like buy and sell stuff? Because there's like a million of them, and I've heard good and bad things from my friends who do it.
I don't have I can't show you a good. I'm not the guy for like the actual purchase and stuff. Like I wish I had like, you should buy here. I have no company. I'm just telling you this is going to go up in value tremendously over time. Now, keep in mind, you're only going to lose if you sell. So, for example, Bitcoin got up to 65 and then dropped down to 29. I think it was as low as 28, something like that. Ethereum got up to 4,400 or 4,200, and it went all the way down to 1,600. So if you're the kind of guy that's going to panic sell, I like what Kyle did. Put it away. I am not touching this. Let's see where we are in 3 to 5 years. It's going to be worth a tremendous amount more money. It's going to keep happening.
Ethereum went up recently.
Yep.
It's kind of below.
Is
if you're trying
Ethereum
to time it looks scary.
Is Ethereum similar to Bitcoin, that there's a finite number of them? Like it's structured the same?
No, Ethereum right now isn't like that, but they're transitioning it to being like that basically. So it wasn't in the initial design of it, but it's going to become deflationary. I don't want to get too into the specific. Eventually, yes, that will be correct.
Okay.
Sort of, yeah.
Does Ethereum work better as a currency than Bitcoin?
They're both not great as currencies because they just got too valuable. I don't think Satoshi, the guy that started Bitcoin, was, oh yeah, one day Bitcoin will be worth $45,000. When he created it, they were worth pennies or nothing,
Yeah.
And then, oh wow, it got to $1. I never thought this would happen, and now it wasn't meant to be this valuable. People just loved it too much, and it's just grown so fast. So there are solutions. Bitcoin is trying to do different things that make it better, like the Lightning Network, SegWit accounts, things like that they've introduced to try and make it easier to move money at a cheap rate. But it's tough because there's basically this big problem with cryptocurrencies where there's 3 things you want: security, speed, basically your ability to scale, and then decentralization, which means one guy doesn't control the money. And every time you try and get more of one thing, you get a little less of the other. So if you want to have transactions that are really fast, that's cool, but usually they're less secure because they don't have the time to verify everything, right? If you want to have transactions that are really secure, that's great, but now it's going to take a lot longer. And if you have money that you could take back from a hacker, that's awesome. But now what if he does something with your money? Then you're not safe. So there's all these different trade-offs to cryptocurrencies, basically. And who knows who the eventual winner will be, but cryptocurrency as a genre is going to win, and I would just bet on the big players, basically.
Are there any other big ones other than Bitcoin and Ethereum, or did they kind of have it cornered?
Those are the 2 biggest by a huge margin, to where everything after that becomes a lot more risky, I think. But there will be some other ones that are successful too. But then you're getting more into, I think, some people's opinions and what they think is valuable and things like that, rather than just kind of the important aspect here, which is that cryptocurrency will win. And I hate being the cryptocurrency guy, but I just had to say, just for a moment, guys, 3 years from now, mark it down, Doug, Ethereum will be, I'll give you 2 numbers. 3 years from now, Bitcoin's going to be over 80 and Ethereum will be over 6,000. Well, we'll see how that one plays out.
All right. I'll look into some Ethereum.
I can't wait 3 years to double my money. You got to do what's better.
Do you have any for sure
Have you
bets?
tried roulette?
It could go up way more too. I'm just saying I think it'll be at least that price.
Yeah.
Do any of you want to bet on the 2020 Stanley Cup champion?
2020.
Yeah, I'm going for like the Trump Biden thing. Like I'm going to bet on past events. Like I'm positive Tampa Bay.
I tried to get this guy to pick me up on last week's Packers game too, and he didn't see the parallel at all.
They're good.
Well, eventually the NHL is going to come out and they're going to close that loophole and retroactively steal it and give it back to the Canadians.
There's a bunch of people.
Like Lindell is saying.
That'd be 2021. maybe, unless I'm
Oh,
misunderstanding.
21. Yeah, you're right.
Ooh, you would have lost your own bet.
Yeah, I would have won.
Well,
I should have bet
team,
against Tampa.
The same team did win in 20 and 21, so it would have won.
Oh,
Fuck.
shit.
Imagine if I thought I was so clever by betting against.
Yeah, that would actually be hilarious.
I lose my house on a bet.
Taylor, answer me this question. So I really enjoy going to hockey games, the atmosphere, just like being able to see the rink, having a drink, hanging with your friends. Like when the puck it gets near the net, the fans get really into it. But when I watch it on TV, it's unbearable to me. It's unbearable. Mm-hmm. Is it a thing that's accepted? There's a big drop off between live and TV with hockey, or is that just me being weird?
No, you're 1,000,000% right. And like the line is almost like if you've played, like I played hockey my whole life, and so like if you don't know what you're watching on hockey on TV, you want to try and follow the puck. What you should be doing is watching the players, and you can predict where the puck's going to be and what's going to happen. But if you don't play hockey, like you don't really get that, and so you're just like squinting, like what the fuck? And I totally get it. It's way harder to follow because it's a tiny projectile and it's moving really quick. It gets lost easy.
Why don't they make it glow?
They tried that in the 90s. They tried the glow puck in the 90s, and everybody hated it. But
you know what else?
As far as live hockey goes. Like I'm biased, obviously, but it is so much fucking fun to go to a live game. Like the hits.
I went to. I've tried multiple times to watch on TV, and I'm just like, the fuck is this? And then I went to a couple Thrashers games when they were here in Atlanta before we lost our team, and then I went to an Avalanche game in Colorado with Taylor, and I've loved it every fucking time. I like the $10 beers. I like the atmosphere. Like we had awesome tickets in Colorado. We were like right behind the bench. It was a great fucking time. But even watching the Thrashers in our like nosebleed section, it was like cool because some chick got beamed in the head with a puck that night. I think it was a lot of fucking fun.
That happens more often than you would think. There was
way more than you think.
Yeah,
I'm older than you guys, and I've watched these tales of hockey's about to become popular as HDTV becomes popular. Once people can see the action a little bit better, and we're not watching in some 480 fuzzy, whatever it was back in the 90s and 80s, that hockey will be the most popular sport. Didn't happen. Even with good HD quality where you can see it better than ever, people aren't. Hockey's way better in person. And now it seems like the world of streaming has just crushed things that you have to watch live. It used to be
the opposite.
I used to come home from work and be like, what's tonight? Oh, tonight is this show, and this show kind of in a row. Yeah. I'd set my TiVo to delay it by like 40 minutes and then have no commercials for, the whole night.
It's a great play.
I was clever. Yeah. Now, like the notion that I wouldn't just turn on any show I want, anytime I want, and get it commercial free is unacceptable. And something like a live hockey game where it seems like they just blast you with commercials constantly, and I have to watch it when they tell me I'm going to watch it, I'm out.
Yeah, I get annoyed at hockey commercials, and then I try and watch like a football game with my friends, and it's like, this is criminal what they're doing right now. Like
really?
There's 5 seconds of that, and like the way you're watching hockey, Doug, I'm sure is the way I watch football. Like I'll have people being like, oh, did you see just what like the tight end did right there? His little shimmy, he's signaling to, and it's like, no, I missed all of that. You have to tell me because I didn't really play football more in middle school, so I don't get the flow of the game. But yeah, that's the reason everybody's into the sports they played as a kid for the most part.
I think there are some sports that are so much better in person. Basketball is so much better in person. Like especially if you're down by the court, like I don't know. It's awesome. It's really fun to watch a basketball game in person. I cannot watch that shit on TV.
I have a theory about games. I actually enjoy basketball on TV a lot too, but I have a theory about this. I think that the more intimate the viewing experience is, the better that the sport gets in general. I think that football's my favorite sport. I love watching football. Mm-hmm. I think it is not good live. Now, there is an atmosphere argument. The crowd gets so into it. You have 50 to 75 to 100,000 people in some college games all cheering, and that energy and that vibe you can only get there. So, but for the actual watching of the sport, it's just too big. The field is too big. It's better on TV. That's just a sport that is better to watch on TV. Whereas with basketball and hockey is a little bit bigger, but similar idea. it's a more intimate experience being close to it and seeing it and being able to watch the small things and see the players. I think it's a great experience.
You know where the biggest disparity is between being really good on TV and awful in person is UFC.
Dude, 100%. Actually, I was going to say something about that and I didn't. But basically, that's the exception on the intimate thing because the views just get blocked so badly by the cage and
you know what the solution is? It needs to be in a pit. They need to be down below us and we need to be above them. We need to be looking down at the fighters, so we're looking into the cage. When they leave, they should go into a tunnel that's below the stands. Like they should be pit fighters. They should be down in a pit. Like that's how they did it in the olden days. Like they literally put them in a pit.
People
it wouldn't scale though, right? They could only have so many fans. They'd have to be a small
fans
arena.
At least would get a good viewing experience, right?
Just an enormous cone.
Yeah.
It would be a cone. It would be a cone.
There'd be, I don't even know how many people that is, like 2,000 people able to watch it, not Madison Square Garden for sure.
You'd actually be able to watch it.
True. And even though it'd still be worse.
It'd still be worse because there's nothing better than like having when
you'd be looking at the cameraman's ass as he gets in the way all the time.
Like that knockout that we saw a while back. Who was it? Fucking Street Jesus. What's his name?
Jorge Rivera.
Jorge Masvidal.
Thank you. It's an alley-oop.
You got me close enough. Yeah. You served it up, and I fucking nailed it. Yeah, fucking Jorge Masvidal when he got hit by Kamaru Usman, and it was like a scene from Rocky Balboa when he's just and his head snaps, and all the sweat and spit just goes and atomizes. Like those people in the stands didn't even know who got hit. Like, oh, is this the Masvidal fight? I couldn't. Like they didn't know. Like they're looking at a jumbotron. They're just there watching a big TV that sucks. Wait, Woody and I went to a McGregor fight, and it was awful. Connor fought that night, right? The night
he did in Boston. Yeah,
we went to a McGregor fight. It was awful. Meanwhile, we watched a McGregor fight in a movie theater, and that's the best UFC experience I've ever fucking had. In a AMC movie theater with a crowd of fans. Mixed fans, some like McGregor, some like the other guy,
Chad Mendez,
and so there was a little bit of oh no, and I'm like yeah, get him. It was great. It was the best of both worlds. You had the crowd, but you also had the TV. It was amazing.
That's the way to go. I wish that was more. You know what? If I owned a movie theater, I'm so glad I don't. Did you say they did it recently
for the Poirier fight? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that should be a widespread thing. They should really be pimping live events like that where you get the electricity of a group experience, but the videography
I'd watch
television.
I'd watch a Super Bowl like that, especially like if they're serving alcohol. Like I would love to watch a Super Bowl in a theater full of fans. Any major sporting event. Like I would go to watch the World Series. I'd go to watch the Super. If they had a package deal where like maybe you could buy like all 7 games if it goes that far or whatever, like oh yeah, this much for one night, this much for all 7 games or whatever potential. Like I would absolutely watch a series like in a movie theater. Like that'd be sick.
People love atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
You look at. Did you guys watch the NBA Finals this year?
No,
I don't watch that.
I did a little.
I don't really watch.
All right, so there is this place called I think it's Deer Park or Deer Valley. Doesn't matter. It's right outside of the Milwaukee Bucks stadium, and everyone just goes and just gets hype and just jumps around, and so the stadium will be full, and then there'll just be this area with thousands, probably tens of thousands of people, just all jumping around, watching on a massive screen outside, and just being a part of it, and they just want to be a part of that, right? So, I think that there's a social aspect to these kinds of group meetups that you get from that kind of atmosphere.
We talked about the New York versus Atlanta series on this show a little bit, where they passed out flyers to chant Trey is balding. The best player on the Atlanta Hawks is balding. And to get under his skin, the fans all chanted Trey is balding. And it's mean. It's a little body shaming. I'm not... The social justice warrior in me extends a heartfelt sympathy to him, but
can't body shame a man. Nobody cares about that.
You know what the thing is, though? Trey Young is he looks like he's cool. 40, even though he's 22 or whatever, and he looks like he's balding, and he doesn't look like your normal NBA player. But I'll tell you what, he's a pretty good basketball player, and he doesn't give a fuck. In a lot of these games, after the game, they're saying whatever, I'll say whatever back. When he beat New York, he a little bow afterwards. That's great. He's like, when the show's over, you take a bow. It's great stuff, man. It's
Dude,
great
the
stuff.
New York fans liked him. And he's the new love to hate guy in New York. I think they all respect him. He played well. He doesn't play dirty. And they're giving him a hard time, and he's giving him a little wink and all right, good one. He takes it he rolls with it, and he did great. He did everything perfectly. I like him now.
Someone spat on him in one of those games. Did you hear about that?
That's bullshit.
He didn't realize though, because I think he got them on the jersey, but there's a video of it. It's people. By the way, there was a big surge of this right when COVID restrictions started to come down. People would go to games and they would just act like complete assholes and do shit to players, and I think people just being cooped up for too long and just lashing out against whatever. There's a bunch
did
of
something wrong too. I forget did they pour water on a player? I forget, but they got all upset about it.
Don't do that to Ron Artest.
Is he the guy that fought people in the stands?
He'll beat your ass so bad.
Yes.
Change his name.
Wait, did they just put a documentary out about him? Who was Malice at the Palace? Is that Ron Artest?
Wait,
just a documentary.
Sure.
I look this up. A documentary just
for
that.
That was Ron Artest.
Yeah.
Meta World Peace.
I think that a new documentary that's apparently quite good just came out for that, so we're probably worth checking out. Yeah.
It bugged me, his excuse. So if people don't know this at all, someone threw beer at him. He went into the stands on the idea that he was going to kick the ass of the dude who threw the beer. He beat up the wrong person. And he was like, what I was going to do was self-defense, man. It was like him or me. And it's like, you got beer on you. I hate that more than most people, but even I can see that this 6'9", I don't know, professional athlete shouldn't go in the stands and just beat the fuck out of a guy or the wrong guy for throwing beer.
How many beers did the guy have to keep throwing to make it a self-defense? Was he like Donkey Kong with the fucking barrels? Just infinite
just
beers he's fucking at him?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm inconsistent on this because was it Ty Domi that beat someone up in the stands, or maybe he just jokingly did it?
That was Mike Milbury.
This is when the glass fell into the penalty into the sin bin.
That was Ty Domi, but I don't think he actually beat the guy up. I think he just scared him.
Roughed him up a little, maybe face washes when you put your really dirty hockey glove into the guy's face. Taylor knows this, and he might have done a little of that and a little sort of punched him, but he didn't hurt the guy. That to me is the perfect response. When I don't know, a UFC fighter in particular beats up someone in the men's room of a club, it's like, dude, why'd you come on? That's so.
Your hands are weapons, right? They have to be registered as weapons. You're using a weapon on someone that, they're being idiots.
In the same way that no one here should beat up kids in middle school, right? It's just.
Are you saying we should save them instead?
Let's get a means plan on the line.
How many times can we reference this in one podcast?
I mean, what if some middle school kid's trying to horn in on your lady? He gets to spend all day.
Well, then you have to beat him up.
I would hope that my lady could fend for herself at that point, but I don't know. I guess
she's 14 too. What are you gonna do? She's stuck with this kid all day.
What are you thinking, Doug? She's just a child.
I go to pick her up from middle school. I go to pick her up. She's telling me that Tommy's fucking dipping her pigtails in the fountain again. I gotta show off.
You go there jacked out of your mind. My girlfriend says that you stole her pencil box.
You calling Stacy a liar?
That's that jacked adult who changes his accent all the time. Get back in the.
It's that schizophrenic, enormous man. What is he?
He must have nothing going on. He's always in the parking lot
with his binoculars and his syringes.
His mom from picking him up. Yeah. That's the way Kyle cares for the children. Not through fraudulent crypto crimes.
Never through fraudulent crypto crime.
No, legal crypto crime.
Legal crypto crime, the good kind.
It seems to be a lot of it.
Oh God.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to run here in a sec, but I just want to say thank you for having me on today. It was good to chat with everybody, and Kyle, I hope that the remaining probation period goes smoothly, and then you never have to go back to prison because we don't. I mean, they're fun stories, but I think it's probably better to not have to tell them.
I agree 100%. Thank you very much for saying so. We did enjoy having you on. I'm sure my poker buddies will be jealous that we had you on the show. We talk about you a good bit.
Nice.
They like to play a lot of every time somebody gets mad at a poker game, somebody gets challenged to a fucking heads up battle or something like that. It usually goes
The way it should be.
The way it should be. And but yeah, thank you very much for coming on. Enjoyed you thoroughly.
Yeah, and where your site again?
So if you want to learn how to play poker, guys, upswingpoker.com is our training site. We have a variety of stuff or courses you can take to learn how to play. And then if you want to listen to me talk more, I have my own podcast, Doug Polk Podcast. That's it. Those are the only plugs I want to get in there.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, check
If
him
you
out.
want to go, you just close the tab you're in and you'll disappear.
Sounds good. See you guys.
Thanks, Doug.
Good night.
Yeah,
Later,
sit down.
Doug. Take care.
Peace.
Oh, cool. I thought he was going to walk away and not close the tab. I'm like, this is awkward. I guess Zach would have handled it. He would have just.
He walks away, talks to his like, man, those guys fucking sucked.
The one guy had his butt plug. Yeah. No,
We
it's
do
not
it.
a
Had
chess
the butt
piece.
plug
That's
there.
what I thought. Yeah,
Have
for
you
his
always had the
girlfriend.
butt plug there? Is that a new edition?
That's a new edition. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I had to like move my camera shit around for the Twitch stream because Logi Capture was making OBS lag. It was using like 10% of my GPU, and so I had to go to like a different camera software. So that required the camera to get moved because it doesn't have digital zoom like my old camera. But I think having the camera closer is like clearer anyway, so it's probably a win-win for everybody. And so yeah, I was like, hey, I could just throw the butt plug over there in the background. It'd be funny. So I did that before the show.
It is.
Yeah, speaking of that, me and Taylor streamed Vermintide with Mitty and Pug Pummeler. Had an awesome fucking time. Streamed for like 3 or 4 hours, and I was just about to get off, and I got raided by a Twitch streamer called Finster, and
Yeah.
with like 2,000 viewers, and I was like, oh, well, we can't go anywhere now. And I was happy to get the viewers and everything. That was super cool. And I really appreciate that from Finster. But I was like, I didn't know who Finster was, but like Finster's army of fans was coming in there, and I was like, tell Finster I really appreciate him sending his army of pay pigs my way. It's super cool of him. And they kept. I was like, who's Finster? And they were like,
Can you get a link of him?
yeah, I'm gonna see if this link works. I'm terrible at things sometimes, though. I should have had one ready. Does that work? What happens when you pop? Nope.
Here's his Twitch.
Yeah, maybe could we just play some of his Twitch?
I'm sure we could. Yeah, he seems to be a fan of yours.
He's
so
a fan. Yeah,
he wouldn't mind.
I don't think he's going to strike us or anything. He's a $50 Discord member now as well. $50 Patreon member.
Hell yeah.
He joined up yesterday, and they were like, "You'll like him, Kyle. You'll like him." And I was like, "Why? What is it? Is he a gun guy? Is he a gun guy?" And then I opened it up on my phone, and this is Finster.
Fine. I may or may not. I may or may not have been connected to a VPN. I may or may not have been in America for a moment. And that may or may not have been the problem. Because I didn't disconnect from a VPN.
All right, that's probably good for now. You can pause it.
Yeah, I was
But,
just like, "Wait, what the fuck?" At first, I thought it was a woman, and then they were like, "No, he's a cross-dresser," and I was like, "Is that how he likes to be identified?" I was like, "I don't even think I could say that."
Yeah.
I like if it's a trans woman, then like probably wouldn't like being called a. But apparently, this gentleman's pronouns are he/him, and I
Just likes getting gussied up.
apparently it started as like a sub goal, maybe. I think I read. I think if it
And
was
now it's a lifestyle.
and now it's a fucking lifestyle. And I saw a comment on YouTube, like he had a video where like he like walked around in public like dressed like that, and the top comment was something like, "This started for the memes, but pretty sure he just really enjoys it now." And this is his life. So yeah,
I mean, he found a nice little niche. Good for him.
yeah, I really appreciated the raid. That was pretty cool. We stayed on for another 45 minutes or something like that and played a bit more Vermintide for that gang. And I sent him a message earlier and asked him if he wanted to come on the show sometime because I know he watches the show, and I think it'd be an interesting guest. It's so funny to see like a cute little girl, just go, yeah, so I might have been connected to a VPN there. I don't know. Like,
Playing with a butterfly knife.
yeah, you're just like, what the fuck? And like the more I like delve into like his content, it's very tongue in cheek and funny, and he's definitely on board with the joke. And his fans are really interesting too, because you can tell like some of them just think it's hilarious, and some of them just really want to fuck that dude.
Oh, he is beyond aware of this. Yeah, like
He was like, I saw a clip like where he was like eating French fries, and I don't know what he was dipping them in. Maybe it was queso, but it like dribbled down his mouth in a very suggestive kind of pattern, and he was like, oh no, because he knows it's getting clipped and screenshotted. So yeah, I think he'd be a fun fucking guest. Especially I think it the good makings of a guest are usually if they are familiar with the show and like how we do things around here and how like kind of silly it can be sometimes. And you know, they already know us, so we don't have to go through old stories and nonsense or anything. They're in on all the inside jokes. So I think that could be fun.
That helps. Yeah, I much more value how good they can roll with the other hosts versus the audience they bring. Like if
for sure.
Yeah.
If some big guy, like, I don't know, if PewDiePie were to come on, huge audience, maybe that's a bad example, and then want to stand away and not enjoy the fun, that would be a bad show.
Yeah. Like I love Landmark to death, and I hope to stream with him pretty soon. But he wasn't a super good guest because I think we were a little bit too edgy for him, and you know he's more I wouldn't say PG-13, but somewhere below where we are. We might be X-rated over here. He's more
Landmark might be a really good guest if he was never a Twitch streamer. I have this suspicion that the real man would be a fun guest, but the guy that he needs to maintain on Twitch, you know, to get sponsorships and stuff.
And I understood that completely. You know, I got it.
But I'm saying it for the audience.
Yeah. I guess I'm saying that for the audience too. Like I'm not trying to just shit on him or anything. I watch more Landmark than I do anything else these days. Like I probably watch 3 hours of fucking Landmark a day. I really enjoy his streams.
Jesus Christ. I remember when he was on the show, like he was streaming at the same time. And I think even beforehand, we're like, you may not want to do that. But he decided to anyway, and he had it like on a delay his chat. And so like I'd pop over there occasionally and they'd be like, I can't even tell what half these fuckers are saying because we keeps getting silenced out.
I think General Sam said he was available after August 20th, I think. I think Pestilly has a similar thing.
Awesome. Sure.
So
get the whole Tarkov streamer bandwagon in. I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Is
I like all those guys.
Tarkov guy?
General Sam's a really funny Tarkov guy. So Pestilly,
yeah, they do comedy.
If I kind of had to describe like their genre and like their take on the game, it's that Landmark is just tries to go ultra Chad mode all the time and just really go hard in the paint by himself all the time. Pestilly also almost always plays by himself. It's a little more fun loving and silly at times. Like he'll do a lot more goofy stuff.
Instructional too.
And very instructional. And General Sam is like an anti-meme or something like that. Like he'll promote tactics that are frowned upon by most of the community. Like so in Tarkov, Taylor, you know, you're going in with all that equipment that you had to purchase using in-game money, and if you die, you actually fucking lose it, and it's a big deal sometimes. Like a fully decked out player probably has about 1.5 million rubles worth of gear on them. A very wealthy player at this point in the white probably has like 50 million rubles on them, and then like a lot more in items and stuff that they require. But 1.5 million rubles is still kind of a hit if you lose it all. It's a big deal, and especially if you don't have all that much money. And so you go in the raid, you do your thing, you're looting, looking in boxes and stuff for gear, but you're also fighting other players and AI, taking their stuff. You have limited storage space, so you maximize each storage slot for its value. You know, like high value items you're bringing. But
so at this point,
you're putting your ass at risk.
The stuff you put in is risk, and you've had a good raid, right? We came in with 1 million. Now we're worth like 4 million. This is amazing. I want nothing more than to escape from Tarkov with all this stuff. Kyle.
Yeah. So you have to go to designated areas on the map to extract. That's where if you stand in this circle, it starts ticking a timer down from like 5 or 6 seconds, and you disappear. Now you're back in your stash. You've secured all that loot, and you can now sell it. So those areas are obviously known to everyone. Players have different extracts. Like I might have, let's just call it extract A. Woody might have extract B. So we're going to separate areas. But you can just hide in the bushes near extract A, or like in the distance with a sniper rifle looking at extract, and you can do what's called extract camping. And this is very frowned upon. And
but not illegal. You can do it.
No,
works.
like I said, there's two real classes of players, and this is kind of like the thing about Tarkov. There's Chads and there's rats, and the rats are and General Sam is a
I
self-proclaimed
think he
rat
invented
man.
that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Chads are like Landmark's Chad. General Sam's a rat. He's in the shadows, creeping around, using cheap gear that he doesn't even mind losing. And he's just waiting on some Chad to come back after doing all the work for him so he can blast him in the back of the head, scoop up all their gear, and then he steps away from extracting from the raid. So he's just like, got all your shit, and I vanish. It's like that. It's like that scene from Usual Suspects. And just like that, he's gone. It's super scummy way to play the game, super frowned upon. And he made
I don't know, that sounds funny.
He made like
it is funny.
His video has like 2 million views. So he influenced the player group base of this game.
Made the player base worse.
He made the game worse.
This guy rules.
Yeah. And he does really funny editing where he's got green screen and he'll be like interacting with like the game. It's like he's doing that thing that they used to do on Nickelodeon where you're like running through the bullshit like jungle thing or whatever. He'll be like crawling through pipes in the game and stuff, talking about being a rat. Or like peeking through windows of buildings that exist in the game and stuff, and he's like holding a handheld mic.
It's good enough to be decent quality, but bad enough to still be funny. Like it strikes the right note.
It's really funny stuff, and he's a funny guy. So yeah, I also think he'd be a good guest.
Do the Landmarks and the Pestillies and their viewers like really dislike what General Sam does, or is
People
it like
Landmark and Pestilly might, but I think they in particular are like just above game performance. They don't care if they win, they don't care if they lose. They're just so successful, like in no particular raid bothers them. Or
yeah, but as the average player, it's like fuck, man. And then there's a guy who's literally called the extract camper.
The extract camper, yeah.
And like he'll be on Twitch wearing like a ghillie suit or something, like just being a scumbag. And you know, like I've extract camped before too. Like it just
there are like obvious places to extract camp, and sometimes a good player will check them on their way out. Exfil camper hides in places you didn't know you could get to, and there are like stims that will give you more strength, that give you more jumping ability. So he can get to places that it takes special tricks and knowledge to get to. And so he's an especially good exfil camper because he finds spots you didn't know were there.
Yeah, it's good stuff. All three of those guys are super entertaining. And I look forward to having Pestilly and General Sam on as guests. That'll be really cool. And Finster. I want to know all about this thing that he has going on where he dresses as a cute e-girl. And because I saw like videos where he goes on a Omegle and trolls people, they'll be like, "Oh, hey there," and she and he is like, "Hey, what's up?" They're like, "Oh, fuck!"
Oh, yeah, that's busted.
It's like, that's right, big boy. So I look forward to that. Taylor, I found it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, please go ahead. You had a Finster.
I was going to ask if Finster was a Tarkov person, but I guess not.
Minecraft was the original thing. That I think he was big into. I don't know if he plays a lot of Minecraft still or not, but I think that was his original thing. Taylor and I have been playing a bunch of Vermintide. I think I've got him hooked a little bit.
You have? Yeah, I'm back in. It's a very addictive game. Although I have a new game that I think I'm going to try out tomorrow, and if I dig it, I'm going to try to stream it on Saturday. It's called Deep Rock Galactic. Let me just lay out the like 2-line description of this. It's a 1 to 4 player co-op FPS featuring badass space dwarves with 100% destructible environments, procedurally generated caves, and endless hordes of alien monsters. All right, I'm down.
You're a team of 4 fucking space dwarves, and your mission it's very much like Vermintide, how there's like waves of monsters coming at you, but you also have to focus on mining because you're a greedy space dwarf. So like, like when you're not fighting giant spiders or whatever, you're literally mining ore in the cave. You're like, we got to get it out of here, boys. The art style is a little wonky, but it looks like it could be fun.
Is it free or do you have to buy it?
I don't know.
Keep Rock Galactic. It's only $30. Yeah, I'll give this a go. I'll play a space dwarf and run around.
I've checked into this game before. It looked interesting to me. I was looking for. I play co-op games with Colin sometimes, not lately, but anyway, this is a co-op game. It's it's like Left 4 Dead or Vermintide or something where you all work together to get to the end.
And I like that. I like games where everybody's working to get together, fighting hordes of enemies. I like Nazi zombies a lot, but that's just so played out right now for me. Although I could see streaming that. I haven't played the new map, but definitely going to stream Saturday at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. seems like a good time to start. I don't know.
I like World War Z. I think that's what it's called. Let me double check.
World War Z, the zombie one. That was like the original open world thing for a while, right?
It could be that I have the name of the game wrong. I'm trying to play a trailer or something right now.
Yeah, I remember one of my friends being really into that.
No, I have it right. World War Z. Yeah, if that one ever catches your fancy, I'm probably bad right now, but I've been good at that game. I could carry the team.
Yeah, it'd be fun to play with you. Get the whole gang together. I got all red weapons today in Vermintide, Taylor. I finally got that.
Nice.
All red.
All red. And it was super hard because I'm using a DLC bow, and you can't get a DLC bow in red. You can't get one from a box. So you have to get 5 reds, grind up 5 extra reds, and then upgrade your orange bow to red. So I had to get a lot of red. I had to get 5 extra reds to like finally get the bow to red.
So you're all red, like your charm and bracelet and very nice.
Thing.
I've only got 2 reds so far, and one of them is not my flail on my character, and I really need that red flail. I have the red like dueling pistols, and those are wildly better than any other range thing I've ever used. So I can't imagine how much better. I even watched a video. I watched a video today while I was working out. I was like, am I playing the Zealot correctly? And I looked up and I'm like, okay, I seem to be playing it right. And I watched like a tier list video, and everyone agrees the flail is the best thing for that guy because it ignores shields, which is just retardedly good to entirely ignore a shield. The greatsword, just like trying to play yesterday, I was having so much trouble with that. That thing is ass, complete dog shit.
The first red I got since I started playing with Pug Pummeler, it's like a red greatsword. I'm just like, all right, we're immediately grinding this up.
Yeah,
it's
that's
such
dust.
fucking garbage. Yeah, it's dust. Pug Pummeler, by the way, is one of the funniest Steam names ever. And he's really fucking good at the game.
He is.
And the tism can get a little intense in the Discord sometimes, and he's definitely one of the chill guys. So I've been really enjoying playing with him. But I'm looking for a game that I can stream with Harley because I've been texting with him a lot about streaming together. But I was like, hey, you ever played Vermintide? He's like, never touched it. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to hook up with you maybe this weekend then, because like there's no way that you can start off as a level 1 and play with us. Like it just wouldn't work. Like
that would be kind of funny.
Well, he can't even play on the difficulty we're playing at, and the whole reason we're playing the difficulty we're at is so that we can get those red items and stuff, and so that it's kind of entertaining for the stream to some extent. If anybody out there actually cares about the gameplay and doesn't just want to like hang out with me or whatever and hear us bullshit and ramble, then they'd be watching Recruit gameplay, and I don't know, that's super lame.
Oh, he could play that DLC where it doesn't matter what level you are or what level your weapons are. He could do that, right? Or no? Because I thought
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, he'd be in. There's a new DLC called the Chaos Waste. It's a whole new spin on the game. It's pretty fucking fun. That's what we've been doing. Like instead of just playing one mission and it's over, you play like 6 or 8 maps in a row. And if you die at any point, you've lost everything. But if you win at the end, you get like a ton of loot. You get 3 of the best chests in the game that have a really high red value. So we're getting like 3 chests every like 40 minutes or something like that. It takes about 40 minutes to play like a full little campaign.
Only if we win. Yeah.
Only if we win.
Some of those are fucking hard. Like we had success going the same route every time, and I don't think it matters what route you take other than like perks along the way, but those perks don't carry over back to the normal game.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Zombies, Woodies, in that you kind of come in bare bones and you're earning this like nonsense currency in the game, kind of like you do in Zombies from kills, but you get it by picking it up off the ground. And you spend that to like make your character better as you go. So you can get like these random perks, or you can like make your weapon stronger, and so it's a new little spin on the game, and it made a lot.
I like
more
it when you pick something up and everyone gets it. Like Borderlands does that. In Borderlands, if I pick up cash, everyone gets it. That
That's
way
how it
I don't
works.
have to. Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
nice.
Mhm.
It changes the dynamic, right? Because otherwise, like in Zombies, for example, this is Call of Duty Zombies. You know, like you stole my kill. Come on, I'm clearly standing here in front of the window, but you're getting this so that you get the money, so that you get the gun, so that you get this, and then it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
there's a lot of like cooperative style perks in there. It's like one of the potions that you can drink in the Chaos Waste. It's like every kill I get gives my team like health points.
Yeah.
There's lots of stuff like that. That's like, hey, whenever you do a cool thing, it benefits your team. Like there's lots of that added in.
I
really
like
fun.
that. It
Mhm.
only works if you're playing with real life friends, though. Like if we were to play together, you might be tend to run that. If you're playing with guys who don't even have mics, you just randomly, like say you wanted to level up midday, then that perk is less likely to be run.
Vermintide has a really cool community. And for one thing, like it's so if somebody goes down, you've still got the enemies that 4 people are supposed to fight. So now 3 people have to fight 4 enemies. So I run that perk a lot just so that I can like keep my team built, because if they go down, I got to try to get them up, and I might die trying to get them up. So like I need my team, because you know everybody's a different character. Like so many of those co-op games, it's like you really need that fire guy back there, like making everything on fire, so it's a little weaker to my sword, and everybody kind of needs my like blocking ability or whatever to kind of tank a bunch of damage while they shoot arrows or whatever. It's a real team effort. I like that in games. Any game that's like that, where it's that cooperation.
I'm not sure what I like more. Like you're selling that, and I get it. But then like
Zombies.
Left 4 Dead, I was going for. In Left 4 Dead, while the characters look different, they're functionally identical. And I always kind of like that. Like no excuses. Everyone does the same stuff. If you take my favorite character, whatever, it's cosmetic. I don't even see me. It's okay.
There are like my character is probably the best character. It's probably
the elf.
Yeah, it's definitely the strongest.
It's probably the best character, but not by like a landslide or anything. What's interesting is like when we're like playing, like I'll be like, you know, I got this thing I do where like every time I do this, all this cool shit happens, and Mitty will be like, oh, you don't even know. Every time I do this, all of this shit happens. I'm like, holy shit, that is kind of crazy. And Pug Pump are like, neither one of you really understand. The thing is, when I do this, just everything changes. That's why you guys have been winning, by the way, because I keep doing that so much.
And I'm like, look at my pig hat that I bought.
The pig hat is cool.
I got a pig on my head.
It worked out so well that I got stuck with the character I did, the crazy guy with the flail, because it's like I take a tremendous amount of damage all the time, and all that guy's perks are like the only way to heal is to take damage and kill things, and the more damage you lose, the stronger you are. And so even then, if I'm just getting ragged on by some like better foe, it's like I'm actually tactically losing life right now.
What I'm
so my strikes are twice as strong, obviously.
Yeah, your character is a bit of a Leroy Jenkins. It's you know, everybody else is like, all right, I think it's 1.5 repeating, of course, and Larry, you're gonna want to put Bloom of the Ages on, and Taylor's just like, pig hat, let's go. Like, and the pig's alive. It's not just a hat that looks like a pig; it's a literal piglet taped to his fucking head that's like looking around, terrified because it's been carried into war.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
But
you paid $5 real.
I paid $5 real for it because I liked it so much. But like I went online and I was like, should I not be Leroy Jenkinsing? And it's like, no, that's the way you're supposed to play with this guy. Is like just go make a bunch of havoc and problems, and that way the people with the really dope ranged attacks can get a few more seconds to deal a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I don't know if it's the most popular game to watch. I know it's not the most popular game to watch, but it's what I'm really passionate about right now. But I'm going to mix it up a little bit. I think I'm going to check out this dwarf mining game. Not that that's the hot thing. Splitgate is what Kitty tells me I should stream. It's a mixture of Halo and Portal.
I haven't even heard of that.
Yeah, it's kind of a wild arcade style shooter. Like I said, it looks a lot like Halo gameplay, but with portals that you can, just like the game Portal. So it looks kind of wild.
That's cool. Portal is an awesome game.
Portal is an awesome game, and Halo's an awesome game. Although I haven't really been into it since Halo 3. I played a little ODST, but yeah.
Do you have Portal 2? We could co-op Portal 2 on stream. That'd be fun.
I'd be down for that. I have Portal. I would absolutely be down to do Portal. and looked like a fucking buffoon.
Yeah, I'm not like super familiar with Portal. I've played it through once.
Same.
But that's about the extent. I think now, ever since you mentioned Borderlands, like I'm getting those like gaming memories where I'm like, I really want to fucking play Borderlands. Borderlands 3 was the one that like disappointed and kind of sucked, right? Two
That's the one I played.
Two was the tremendous one, right?
That's the way I remember it. I played 3 with Woody, I want to say.
One the most. Oh, 3 was awful, super bad.
Yeah.
Because Woody's always hyping it up. And I was new to the series. I'd never played one before. And to me, Woody's like selling it like it's Fallout, Skyrim, mixed with Call of Duty 4.
I really enjoyed the previous ones.
And I'm just like, man, you got me hyped. Let me plunk down $60 and get in there, you guys. And I was just like...
It was a test of discipline and patience to beat that game. It like all of us were like a job we didn't like.
I think Colin was the only one who had fun.
Maybe. Did he play with us?
I think Colin played with us. I think he may have been the only one who had fun.
I like it when Colin comes through, like when the chips are down and everyone's suffering and he clutches. Like I get a lot of joy out of that.
I like games that give you that opportunity. Like Vermintide does that. Like everybody can be down and we're all spectating one guy and you're just, all right, he has to slay not only a giant monster by himself, but 1,000 pinky rats. And it's fun to watch. That happened today. Pug Pummeler just killed everything while we watched. It was really fun.
Well, I'm gonna buy and play Borderlands 2 because I have good memories of how fucking fun that game was. Borderlands 3 was ass. So if that was your only experience with it, I do not blame you one bit for having a bad experience.
4-player co-op? Is that the deal?
Yeah, it's 4-player co-op and you can play different characters. I don't remember. I think the character I liked the most, because they all have like uber abilities or whatever, was the dwarf, where he just, used his ultimate and he gets infinite ammo. But what he does before he does it is he goes, ah, ha, 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 ha.
I remember that.
Flips off everybody. And it's
you know what the awful thing is? I'm pretty sure that they paid me to make a video for Borderlands 2, and they gave me a bunch of free copies, and I never played it.
Oh, you missed out. The Borderlands 2 rocks. I liked it more than the first one.
But yeah, I'll play whatever. That sounds fun. If it is indeed a better version of that fucking third game.
Yeah. I would argue that so in Borderlands you play it and then you play it again and all the monsters get a little more difficult. Probably one run's enough for most people. Yeah.
Unless you want to like mess around with the absurd guns. And after you get through like maybe you have to go through twice. Woody, you would know better than me, but like there and then it's like you have to go beat like Terrarium or fucking Boagrius or whatever, and it's like it's all of you fighting one giant mountain monster or one giant...
That happens on both playthroughs.
Okay. Maybe you're right. It probably just gets harder on the second one.
Right.
How long do you think it takes to beat it?
Borderlands 2, it's not that long of a game really. Like if you're with people who are even halfway decent at like point and shoot,
you're gonna say 15 hours?
Yeah, probably right around there. Maybe a little more, like if you're streaming it, because you'll be chatting with chat and messing around. With
one downside as a stream game is that it's one of those nonstop games where like you're fighting like, I don't know, 30 monsters at a time all the time. I bet Doom is kind of like that too. Mm-hmm. So it's a little hard to like talk to chat, I found. Like I can't look away from the game all the time.
I did an okay job of it, I think, with the Vermintide because like I don't know if this is true for you, probably is, but like there's no lag in my OBS. So I can look into OBS and use the chat over there and play through OBS while thanking for donos. And so like sometimes I'm just playing through OBS and then go back to the main monitor till I hear a dono or a sub come through.
Game streaming is a spot where triple monitors actually kind of work for you.
It's on the way.
Okay. And what was I going to say? Another thing about Vermintide is there are breaks where like you clear it and then you travel, and that's a good opportunity to sync up with chat.
Yeah. There's little moments of respite along the way. But Borderlands 2 is 30 hours, by the way.
Longer than I thought. Is that 2 playthroughs? I wonder.
That's one, according to the internets. I will play it if we do it all in one stream.
I'm down. Let's just a whole weekend just doing that.
Just 30 straight hours of streaming Borderlands.
It's not that fun.
That's the idea.
Be getting angry.
It might be half that. Like I feel like I haven't explained it, but like you play the whole thing and then you play the exact same thing again, and every monster is just leveled up a little bit.
Yeah.
30 hours might be both of those.
Borderlands 2 is a huge game. Completing the story while doing only a fraction of the side quest takes about 30 hours.
Yeah, and you want to do the side quests because a lot of the side quests like give you better weapons or better weapon upgrades. You need to have a huge catalog. What I like about Borderlands is like a lot of games where you have a bunch of inventory. It's like, oh, sorry, you can only have 2 guns. Whereas with Borderlands, it's like, no, you can have like 60 in your backpack and 100 grenades. And it's like, okay, that's all. And you need to like, so
and
like,
then you have a
your...
safe back in town where you store the other ones.
Yeah.
And then the side quests, according to me, especially if you're streaming, you need to do the right amount of side quests. If you don't do any, if you just try to go right down the middle, then it's too difficult. You're underpowered, and it looks like you suck. Even though you're hitting a headshot every damn time, you look like a horrible player. If you do too many side quests, then it's straight up boring, and you're overpowered, and you can just crush the middle too easily.
For sure.
I'll say this: I noticed that it was much more difficult to play while streaming because when I usually like we had played some practice games. Well, I mean, we've been playing all day. It went practice games. I just love the fucking game, so we've been playing all goddamn day, even before I was streaming, and. I mean, there were games where I just wouldn't go down at all, like for 45 minutes straight. Or there would be entire missions where I didn't get touched. I'd be like, I never got touched once. I killed 1,000. There was one game where I killed 1,000 enemies and I never went down. And then we started streaming and it's just like, the fucking little rats are jabbing me. And I'm just like, someone gifted 10 subs. You don't understand. I was
yeah, dude. And people in Escape from Tarkov, I had a lot of money. People are like, where do you get all that money? Because my survival rate's twice as high when I'm not on stream. When I play this thing and I get to hear every sound and I'm not talking to you guys and I'm not like people don't watch me because of my gameplay. They watch me because of the chat interaction. Mm-hmm. So it's nonstop. It's constant. I'm always reading chat. And if I'm not, I'm like telling the story or talking to chat all the time. You could barely hear enemy footsteps over my chit chat.
Yeah. When we play Tarkov, like as a group, like I won't say his name. I will type it in here so you remember. Remember this guy?
Did you spell it right? Maybe I'm not sure.
Here, I'll capitalize more appropriately.
Oh yes. All right, never. That's what I needed.
We be playing, and this motherfucker's trying to interview me, and I'm just trying to smoke some fools in Tarkov. I got my shit turned up so goddamn loud, like.
Kyle's famous for that.
I'm just trying to hear like the faintest of footsteps because like I need every little advantage I can get in that game because I'm not super good. And this guy's just like, yeah. So what's Epic Mealtime like? What's Tyler like from Epic Mealtime? I was like, I don't know, man. I haven't seen that guy in like 6 fucking years. I don't fucking know. Like, seems like a chill guy, I guess. I don't know. What about Muscle's glasses? Is he really strong? I was like, I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to... God damn it, I'm dead. I'm dead. He's on the rooftop on my body. He's looting me. Larry, can you get him? Larry, can you please get him? And kill so-and-so too while you're at it. Just friendly fire him. And take his gear.
I wonder if sometimes I think to myself, like I watch Escape from Tarkov on stream and I'm like, I should play this again. This would be fun. Where are we on the wipe? And is Larry rich enough to equip me?
I guarantee Larry will see this and he'll DM me on Discord. Tell Woody, I'm absolutely rich enough to equip me.
It's harder than it used to. You haven't played for a couple of wipes. The hideout is way more difficult to stock than it used to be. Stuff is super expensive, and of course, Gamma is nearly impossible now. But Larry's really good. He might still be richer than any man needs to be.
Yeah, I spoke to Larry yesterday. I got him to mod for my chat, or I added him to the mod list at least. Got a bunch of mods in there.
I want to be on your VIP list, by the way.
I will absolutely make that happen. I don't know how, but I'm sure your thing is just WoodysGamertag. So next time I'm in the creator,
I asked your mods to do it, and they said only you can do it. And then you were working, so
I was so focused I didn't know that you were in there. Like they were like, oh, Harley's here, and I'm like, oh, is Harley here? And they're like, no. And I'm just like, all right, so Harley's not here, and Joe Rogan is dead, right? Joe Rogan is actually. Oh, okay. Well, rip Joe Rogan.
Stream.
Yeah.
Rogan
Yeah.
dies every stream. Someone with a vaguely racist name is always subbing every
Yeah,
stream.
because I do only have 2 monitors. That like one is OBS and one is the game. So I don't even have a Discord for people. Like when I got done, my Discord was lit up with, "Hey, can you tweak this? Can you tweak that? So and so wants to be modded. Why haven't you modded so and so?" I'm like, okay, let me divvy out a little internet power to so and so they don't feel left out. And I'm not talking about you, by the way. I'm talking somebody wanted to be a mod. But yeah, I'll definitely get you on board.
It was funny that like in my chat, obviously Kyle's chat way fucking more active and bigger than mine, and like I had people like I'd look over and see semi regularly someone would be like, "Well, that's it. I'm banned from Kyle's chat. All I did was call him gay." And it's like,
sorry. That's a thing. The culture from Taylor's chat could bleed over into ours. It's a little toxic.
We're fun boys having fun times.
It's a whole different thing.
I got fun mods having fun times. I don't even look at that. I never see anything but just happy people having a good old time, asking questions about working out and like careers in fucking Vermintide. They're every now and then I'll just like I call Fish Freddy Fast Fingers because he's just so quick to. I haven't seen a negative comment yet.
Fish is a mod with attitude because like if Araz or Araheen or someone else who's like a regular mod of mine wants to ban
all
someone,
of your mods Arabic?
A pretty high percentage.
Do you have the Mujahideen? Taylor's chat is so fucking toxic that he has ISIS over there modding his chat. Even they're like, I burned 8 Christians alive today, but that is some toxic shit in Taylor's chat. Can you believe they said that? Oh.
I mean, most mods will just be like banned and no comment about it. Fish is like the only one who will like ban or like before he bans someone, be like, "Fuck you, you bitch! You're about to be banned. Try me again. No, just kidding. No second chance. Ban."
I like it. I like
Oh,
Fish.
Fish is funny as a mod. I love it.
Yeah. I got pretty much the whole OG Discord or mods, and a bunch of other people wanted to
They ask you about working out all the time. Is that like common questions for you?
Sure.
Yeah, they're asking about workout stuff. I've had so many people ask me to like, I don't know, like do personal training for them that I think I'm gonna do it and like monetize it in some way because there's just so many fucking people asking. I think I'm gonna do like a Patreon or something where like I hook them up with like a meal plan based on like their current body weight and their goals and everything. And what they actually want to eat. Not everybody's going to be able to do a vertical diet, and get them like a full like push pull leg split, and hook them up with all my supplements and all that stuff, and then do like a weekly call with them or something like that, so I can kind of keep them motivated. And I'll just make a Discord for them so they can ping me anytime, and I can kind of keep them motivated, and then we'll do a call.
Have to be a little expensive because it doesn't scale super high.
No, I think I'm going to limit it to like 10 or maybe 20 people because 20 is a lot to be dealing with, and it'll be a couple $100. It'll have to be like for
right. Yeah, you can't do that cheap if you're going to talk to them every week like that.
No, it's just going to take up way too much time, and it's a lot of work to do that.
Coach Greg charges $36,000 a year just to set the tone.
Yeah, just to set the tone
what
for
the going rate is.
Like this isn't something this is something I set out thinking I would do, but like literally every day, 5 or 6 people are asking me to do it. And I've mentioned kind of like loosely, I was like, yeah, maybe I'll do this thing, and like 2 people were like, I will pay. Just let me know where to send the money. I'm like, all right, well, so I'll probably set that up sometime this week.
Okay.
So if anybody's interested in that, look, I'm not trying to push anything on anybody. I'm not trying to like rob you of your shekels or anything, but I do like helping people. I've been doing it for a while for like close friends and family members who like whether like my cousin Scott just wanted to get big as fuck. He is getting fucking swole, by the way. He's getting to scary mode already. People are intimidated by him at this point. He's like, when I saw somebody I hadn't seen in a while the other day. They looked at me and say, "God damn, what are you eating, son?" I said, "It's more about what I'm injecting in my ass, brother." And I know it sounded a little gay, but I'm so big they were scared as shit. They didn't say nothing. He's just like getting fucking yoked over there, taking my vitamins and minerals and taking Derek's vitamins and minerals too that he got from Derek Health. So yeah, I'm gonna set up something like that. I don't know exactly how much I'm gonna charge. I really gotta do a little math and figure out what my time is worth. Because one and Woody and I were talking about that like business wise today. Like one of the things we like to do, anything in business, is like our sort of our I don't know our like what people think about us as like quote unquote businessmen or whatever is our reputation is a lot more important than like ever earning like a quick buck or anything like that. When it comes to like doing, we're looking at doing a PKA branded something. I'll just leave it at that. And we looked at company A and it was like, well, I wouldn't want this. You know, there was a lot of money involved. We could have made a lot of money today. And we both were like, no, that's not the one I would want. That's not the one that I want to like sell to my viewership. I don't want any of you to like ever buy something from us and feel like, well, this is a piece of shit, you know? Like if we're gonna put like PK branding on something, or if you're gonna buy like FPS Kyle's like pussy slaying muscle camp instructions or something like that, then I want to do a good job at it. So
yeah, if you put your name on it, you need happy customers. Otherwise, you won't have the next customer. Like it's the way it's got to be. And
I really like the idea that like in 6 or 8 months, there's going to be like 10 or 20 guys who have like really cool before and after pictures like what I did. I would fucking love that. So I really want to try hard for some of these guys. Some of these guys are like 300 pounds, 350 pounds, somewhere in there. And some of them are like 130 pounds and they want to get to 150 pounds. So it's a whole different recipe for what you can't just cookie cutter something like that.
Do you think it's harder to start out really lean and get bigger, or start out overweight and get muscular, with the end goal being like normal muscular build? To be specific,
I don't know. I think they have different challenges in front of both of them, but that are probably equally difficult, because the skinny guy is going to have to all of a sudden start eating a lot more food that's going to be really difficult for him to do. Whereas the
sounds
big guy,
so much easier.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. Try eating 3,500 calories.
Taylor, you have to understand you're going to have a lot more sex. It's rough. You're not used to having that much sex. Oh, punish me more.
Oh, you're going to have to eat so much peanut butter.
Say that?
No, not peanut, not a delicious treat.
You say that, but if you had to have sex 10 times tomorrow, and then I was like, all right, 2 sessions out of the way, 2 more to go. And you, well, wait a minute. I have a blister. You know,
that is a lot of sex in one day.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, like tripling the volume of food you eat in a day. Like somebody who's eating like bullshit, it's like there's just so much volume that you feel sick to your stomach sometimes. So that's what the skinny guy has ahead of him. Whereas the big guy, depending on his metabolism, what needs to be done there, doesn't have to eat as much right away, because he's already got a little energy laid on him that he can burn off of. So he can start off kind of lower on calories, like what I did. But like you can't add muscle if you're not eating, and you got to eat a lot. And like the bigger your calorie surplus is, the more effective you are at getting the most out of every rep. And that's kind of the idea, right? To like maximize each rep's potential for protein synthesis, build it, every little ounce of, you want to build as much muscle as quickly as possible. And
I don't mean to pump my own tires too much, but so I went to this paramotor event last weekend, and in the paramotor world, I'm known, say it like that. So people are taking like candid pictures of me. I had no idea. Now this week, they're all going up online of me just like standing there doing nothing. And it's like, Woody, you dealt. They're way bigger than you thought they were. Like there's a picture right there. Like, I'm bigger in these pictures than I am in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
Good for you.
You look good. You look real good. Yeah. I mean, you are the best looking man of your age that I have ever seen, who wasn't some sort of fucking fitness celebrity or something like that. Or like you're outrageously good shape for and
this went way too far.
No, it's really not.
Really
like the amount of dudes with 6-packs is already probably like, if we cut out those high school kids, that shit don't count. Like especially like those skinny as a rail fuckers that have it's like, yeah, you got an Auschwitz 6-pack. Get out of here. That don't count.
Yeah, that's like
your 6-pack is faker than the Holocaust. Get out of here. I don't want to see it. But like if you cut them out of the mix, then all of a sudden it's like, I don't know, 5%, 10% of guys have six packs. Like I don't remember the last time I saw a six pack in the wild. I guess if you go to the beach, you probably see more. It's not like I'm seeing a lot of dudes shirtless, I suppose. Even at my gym, though, I would say that like 1 out of 15 guys maybe has a six pack. None of them are in your age bracket though. Like you're a top.
This
1%.
is what I like. Great on a curve, right?
Great on a curve, which
I'll
seems
take it.
and like in your age bracket, I would say you are smart in the 0.2 percentile.
Smartest guy in the special needs class.
Not the 1 percentile, the 1/5 of 1 percentile. I would say like you are fitter than you're a 1 in 1,000 kind of fitness level guy. 1 in 500.
This went way farther than I thought.
And think about
in the pictures that
absolutely true. It's absolutely true. And as far as like just human men as a whole, oh my God, like you're so much fitter than like the average 25-year-old dude. Like as far as like your muscle definition and like your leanness level, like I don't know, you're in amazing shape. Yeah, we're all three killing it. We are the fittest podcast on the fucking internet that isn't some kind of a fucking muscle tech fitness podcast. Yes. Like Derek has a podcast, so that's cheating. That's cheating. Oh yeah. Also the Olympic sprinters, they have a podcast. Okay, they beat us too. But like outside of like a podcast that's literally built out of fucking pro athletes or bodybuilders, we're the fittest podcast
Derek's
by fucking far.
Is interesting. Yeah. So those guys like. They're not always at peak, right? No one's always at peak. So you see a guy talking who looks fit, but within the fit, like just body fat in check and stuff, but his muscle mass is regular. And then you're like, but what he has done, where he has been and could go again if he wanted to, is outrageous. These guys are subject matter experts. They're just in between bulks and such.
Did you see that Mountain Dog passed away?
I did.
What? Wait, the guy?
You didn't know that? Yeah. What's his name? John Meadows.
Yeah, I knew about it because Derek made the video the day of. But he was the guy that we always talked about his vascularity being like too much for us. Like when I'm pumped up, my vascularity is a little freaky. Like it's too much for me. I'm like, no, I'm not digging this. This is a little much. My femoral arteries are bulging. It's too much. But like this guy is a next level. Like I think from years of tanning had made his skin kind of like, and he's older, so your skin loses collagen as you get older. But he was so like paper thin. Like Derek made that joke about me being able to die of a paper cut. I was so lean. Oh, this guy is so incredibly like. Look at that.
That's absurd.
Anyway, he was a really good YouTuber. That's how I knew him. He had some just really intense arm workouts that I would do occasionally. Just like he was all about like putting in tons and tons of work. And you can see that he has. And
one of the nicest guys. Like he had no enemies in the whole fitness industry, which is an industry just filled with sort of sniping and drama.
Yeah.
But everyone agreed he was the good guy of the industry.
He definitely like one of the goodest of the guys. I can't think of anybody who's more wholesome and just all about hard work and determination. And like
lifting
I would
others.
see him I remember seeing him coach this enormous black man, and he was doing like I think he was doing flat bench, dumbbell press or something like that. And Mountain Dog is like helping him doing assisted reps. And the guy is just screaming because he's got like 200-pound dumbbell, the enormous dumbbells that they don't even have at my gym. Like they're over 100, probably less than 200. But he's just, and he's just like, yeah, man, just one more. And he gets it. One more. Come on, you got one. And I'd be like, motherfucker, you said one more. I can count.
We had a contract. We had a verbal contract.
Count to one. And but no, real shame that guy passed.
Damn, well, that's sad.
Great YouTuber, great fitness, influencer.
So he had, I don't know if his cause of death has been released, but he had a heart attack like 8 months ago. I'm probably wrong, but close on that. Mm-hmm. And then a pulmonary embolism. Is that what happened currently, or what happened? Zach wrote that, or that's what happened currently. I'm not sure what that means, but I was going to theorize that it was heart related.
Is it pulmonary? Your lungs?
Yeah.
Doesn't that mean
it's a clot in your lungs, right?
Yeah, like a burst something in your lungs or a clot in your lungs or something. Yeah.
Okay.
That sucks.
Well,
I don't know what that means. He was, how old was he?
49.
49. All right. So I got another year left.
Well, that just moves you up even closer in your age bracket.
Yes. Yeah.
Hate to be morbid, but one of the guys that was ahead of Woody in his age bracket, no longer in the
has
run.
left the race. Yeah.
It's not
I don't even like saying that joke. I know. I
jumped on board and I wanted to back off.
I didn't like that joke. It wasn't. I don't even think that's funny. No. Rest in peace to that guy. Really good YouTuber. I watched his videos a lot. I would use.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of his correct form videos. They're really good.
Great for form.
There's another guy who does that too. He's black and he's a friend of Greg Doucette's. Svelte, maybe. Do you know this?
Don't watch him.
I don't know.
He does it really well. He'll take either pro bodybuilders or professional fitness, model type dudes like a Will Tennyson, look at their workouts and evaluate whether they're good or bad and their form and stuff. You might like his videos.
Yeah, but I don't want anybody looking at my form. I do the best I can.
Dude, so I live stream myself working out. And I was mentally prepared for just a roast fest of everyone saying that it was really kind of, people were nice, and which isn't what I expected. It's not typical for me. And the guys that did have form correction, like my bench press, they thought I should arch my back. They seemed like they were knowledgeable, right, and trying to be helpful, not roasting. So
yeah, that's cool. That's really good.
It wasn't bad at all. I'd do it again. I think I did it twice.
I record myself sometimes and get a look at it, and I do the best form that I can. Like because I don't give a shit how much weight I'm lifting. It's just I'm trying to get as much out of every rep as far as just I'm trying to tear some muscle fiber, right? So I don't care if I don't get 10 or 11 or 12. I hope I don't. It's a better workout if I don't.
That was a thing that surprised me about the stream. I got a really good workout because I was trying to impress everyone by lifting a little more, and but they didn't care about my weight at all. They don't care. And when I watch people work out, I don't care about their weights. But somehow when you reverse it, I do. I was oh, they're all going to judge me about overhead pressing, 135 or whatever. And no one did. No one did at all. That wasn't a thing. So
yeah, I don't think people really understand what's going on either. They'll be like, oh, well, when I bench press, I do this much for this many reps. I'm like, oh, okay. What do you do then? Because after I'm done with my bench press,
go home.
yeah. Because when I'm done with my bench press, there are 8 more exercises to do, three sets of 12 each, and then I go do something silly for extra. Then I just start doing push-ups till I fail.
And when you do it matters too. So I think I do pull-ups at the start of my routine, and you do them at the end, and that comparison is not fair. I have a push day where I do an overhead press. For people know, that's a barbell where you go like that.
Yeah.
And one push day I do it as my first exercise, and the other I do it as my last. And the difference is 135 pounds versus 85. It's bigger than you might guess.
Yeah.
So it's hard to compare.
I try to do the things that I'm worse at the beginning of my workouts, so I can get the most work done on that exercise to hopefully produce better results. So if I'm really good at something, I'm really good at dips, so I usually shift that to the end because I have a hard time getting to failure on dips sometimes. I'm I hate to say I shrug. I'm we're stronger again, but that happens sometimes. And I'm like, shit, I should have thrown another micro plate on or whatever. But if I do it at the end, I can almost always get to failure by just pumping out 1 or 2 extra reps. But if I do it at the beginning of my workout, I'm just going to crank it out, and I don't feel like I get as good of a workout. But if my triceps are already fucked up and my lower pecs are already fucked up, then when I get to those dips at the end, they seem to count more. And I'm already strong at that. But with overhead press, which is something I'm not great at, I usually shift that to the front and try to get that done. I've stopped doing barbell overhead press and switch to a machine though. I have a convert. I felt like I wasn't staying as stable as I'd like to be, and I felt like I could really go slow and with the machine. And I don't know, I just got better mind muscle thing going on.
Do you do standing overhead press or seated?
No, I'm seated. And I'm in a machine, so I'm able to just really decide how much weight I want to use. So I switched the standing overhead press to that, and I stopped doing incline bench and put flat bench there, and I added flat bench dumbbell press in just completely extra. And then I also added pec deck on both of my push days, just extra on top of everything.
The pec deck gives such a really satisfying feeling of like mind muscle connection of like, okay, I can tell this is like my tits are hard.
What I try to do, I try to like look down at my pecs and like make them do their thing. Like I'm just like flex, you fuckers. This isn't an arm exercise. Let's go, pull. And like by the time I'm done, my titties are just sore as fuck. Like I can like all through here. I
do that with cable crossover, like the same sort of mind muscle. Like get in. I do a lot of cable. I've been working out well. It took me a little while to get back into the full groove after I came back from my trip, and now I'm like, I guess I'm firing all cylinders lately. And I'm about to go on another trip. So,
hell yeah. But your trips aren't like smokecations where you're chilling on a couch or something like that. You're going on like a fucking like physical activity anyway. So like, think of it as fucking cardio.
Yeah, it should be. This one's also shorter. I think it's like 8 days.
I think the stupidest question I got asked on I hate to be mean to people, but like this guy was like, "Hey Kyle, I heard you like to do the stationary bike for cardio. Have you considered doing mountain biking instead?" And I was just like, all right, first of all, you don't know me very well, clearly. I hate being outside. I hate bicycles. I don't like being in the woods, being around people, or outdoor activities.
Not fond of mountains.
Also, I really enjoy being in the air. I like the air conditioning, my bathroom being nearby, not wearing one of those silly suits that mountain bikers wear, not having a helmet. And I just kept going for like 15 points. And somebody was like, damn, you tore that guy a new one. And I was like,
just stay on the stationary.
He might as well have been like, hey, have you thought about beach volleyball for a good good fitness? Yeah, I've thought about it. It's a nightmare of mine. Like, why don't I just get what are the Navy SEALs call it? Getting wet and sandy, doing the sugar cookie, where you go out, you like get in the salt water, and then you roll that sand everywhere.
For your cardio.
And now that you've got, now that your nipples are like rubbing like sandpaper inside your shirt, now let's all throw a fucking log on our shoulders like we're Schwarzenegger and go for a walk.
Kyle's next cardio is making snow angels in the sand.
Yeah, fuck that shit. No.
Yeah,
cardio is hard enough. First of all, best cardio anybody in the world can do is the cardio that you do, right? Yeah. Like, I really like that point. Like, if your cardio is playing dodgeball, you fucking mastered it. I wish mine was. I wish there was like a gym nearby I could go and play dodgeball with a bunch of dudes around my age.
That would be so much fun.
It'd be so much fun. But the cardio that I do is the cardio that's most efficient with my time, because I hate it. I hate it, right? So the most efficient thing is either an elliptical or an exercise bike, because they're the easiest ways to get my heart rate to 130 and just try to take my mind to another place. Sometimes I literally close my eyes and like meditate to try to go to like another place that's not here. And my watch is going to tell me when I'm done, right? Because I hate it. But you got to do it. If you're going to get like stupid fucking like lean, you're going to have to do cardio.
Yeah.
You can get six pack without cardio. Like, don't get me wrong. You can diet your way to that.
I know.
What do you
People are like, what do you do for cardio? I avoid it at all possible. I don't like it. I hate it.
Like Jackie. They asked what I do for cardio. She's like, you don't tell them about that.
That's the old saying. Cardio occurs in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the cardio I like the most, kind of like Kyle. Well, I guess the opposite of cardio. If I could choose cardio, it would be playing instead of working, right? Like,
definitely.
I would too. I would too, but I have no way to do that. And also, like, I want to get it done. Like, that's I'm sure that's annoying. I just want to get it done, right? So, like, I do that fasted cardio. So it's either right when I wake up, or like sometimes I wake up and I don't want to do it, so I'll eat breakfast. But in my head, as I'm eating breakfast, I'm like, you done fucked up now. You got to wait until you're hungry again and work out. You're taking 3 showers today, bucko. See how you like that? So I don't know. It's but yeah, I get my heart rate to 130. I hold it there for however long I'm doing at that point. Depends on what point of a weight cut you're in, how hard in the paint you need to go. Right now, I'm just doing 20 minutes every day. But in the middle, at the end of that weight cut, I was doing well over an hour. So it was. Not fun, but an hour goes fast when you're watching Seinfeld or something like that, and once it's done you feel good.
Yeah, that's the only way for me to get, like, I've added cardio to, like, I know people say do it before your workout, but like I like doing it at the end. I like separate. Yeah, I should separate it, but just my schedule gets annoying that way.
I know
I'm over here like, wait, you're doing it?
I am. Well, I'm doing my best at it. I have an elliptical and a treadmill, and in my head, I'm like, the treadmill is the big scary thing you don't want to do. The elliptical, it'll be kind of fun, you know. And it's like 3 strides in, it's like, oh, this is basically the same as a treadmill.
You know the meme where people like the one box is like, why are we getting $25 an hour? And the other one's like, I'm getting 15, and I'm over here. You guys are getting paid?
Yeah.
It's like, wait, you're all doing cardio?
I'm gonna have to split it up because like I try and hit pretty much until failure on my last set in the last couple reps when I'm lifting. And so by the time like I'm done with the workout, even if it's push or pull day and it's like all upper body stuff, like I'm still pretty pooped. And so after like 20 minutes on the elliptical, it's like it feels like it's been an hour.
Cardio is bad for gains. Especially if you're natural. One of the things that Derek talked about is like keeping as much of my muscle on as we could during the weight cut, and we really did a good job.
You've convinced me. I'm quitting cardio.
I gotta add more gaming.
I mean, if all you did was lift and sleep all day, that would be prime. That's prime muscle building. If we're being honest, it's just you wake up long enough to lift, and then you sleep for the next 22 hours, and then you wake up long enough to lift. Right? Like that would be like the best way to build muscle.
Some of this is hitting close to home.
But from the videos that I've read and the research I've done, it really seems like the two need to be as separate as possible. So I would try to separate them by 12 hours if I could, and by a minimum of like, well, you wake up and you do the cardio, and then
your cardio demands that you stop working, Taylor.
I would wake up at like 6 p.m. and do cardio immediately, right? And then I would at like 3 a.m. 9 hours
wake up at
later,
the crack of dinner.
At crack of dinner. Just invert it. If I said I was waking up at 6 a.m., it'd be A-okay though. Like I'm a fucking dairy farmer.
Then it's different.
Like, what am I, a dairy farmer? I need to be up to milk the cows? No, get up at 6 p.m. because that's when you do things.
I'm just cracking jokes.
I know. Okay. But yeah, I wake up at 6 p.m., do the cardio. 9 hours later, 3 a.m., it's time to lift. Stay up for till the stems wore off. Go to sleep, crash out, wake up at 6 and do it again.
Does it have to be 12 hours? Is there a reason you like pick that?
As long as possible, is from my understanding.
Because if it was 9 hours, it'd be closer, right? If 12 is the most separation you can get in a day, otherwise you're cutting closer the next day.
The thing is, I would especially in the weight cut, I would take stems both for my cardio and for my lifting because I was just trying to keep my heart rate up all the fucking time. When I lift, my heart rate stays above 115 for the whole hour. At least.
You make me want a heart rate monitor. I don't know what mine is at all.
I love my Samsung watch. I only wear it really when I work out, but it's excellent because like it's got like multiple workouts that you can program it for. So, and one of them it says other. So I use that for like weightlifting. I just click other and a timer starts and also a heart rate monitor. And when you're done, when you click finish, it shows you like the full graph, right, over time of like heart rate did, and it shows you your full calorie burn throughout that time. And I'm able to burn like, I think it's close to 400 calories in a weightlifting session in an hour, which is like about
That's
what
a
I
lot.
would.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's about what I would do if I were on the elliptical for that period of time because my heart rate really goes high if I'm like in an intense like lift or something like that. It because I do a superset for delts, right, where I've got 45 or 50 pounders and I do them like this, and then I switch down to like 40 pounders and then I do them like this, and I do 12 reps of each back to back, and so by the third set I'm just screaming with pain and my heart rate is up to 150, and then it takes a while for it to like go back down.
Your delts hurt. Mine get weaker, but it's not. I don't actually hurt them. Like
they burn.
I definitely take. Yeah, maybe they burn, but I definitely take them to the point where I can't lift anymore. Like it literally couldn't, and I'll go all the way down to where I can barely lift the 5s.
Yep.
But they just weaken it. It's not actually that torturous.
It's like lactic acid burn. Is the pain I'm feeling. Like I certainly am not like hurting. Like it's not like muscles are tearing or like injury pain. It's all that lactic acid burning pain. And the real thing is my chest is just feeling tight by the end. Like because my heart's just pounding. I'm having a hard time getting enough air because I'm just exerting myself so much by doing. What is that? 12, 36, 72 reps of delt work in 9 minutes. So I do it 3 minutes, do it again, 3 minutes, do it again, 3 minutes.
I wonder what I do.
I try to just give myself 3 minutes rest for everything. That's worked. I moved that around, but I don't know. I feel like I was getting the most work done while not spending 3 hours in the fucking gym. Like I think maybe 5 minutes rest might be ideal for like getting the most work in, and maybe that's better for growth. But 3 minutes is a lot more manageable.
Yeah,
I feel
5
like we
minutes.
should get off of fitness talk, but I'll do it forever. I do 5 minutes for big exercises. So like, I don't know, like squats be a good example, right? It works freaking every muscle seemingly from the neck down.
Mhm.
So I take bigger rest. But if I were to I do incline bicep curls where I sit on the chair and go like that. And there's much shorter rest. It's just one little muscle group you're hitting.
Yeah.
So that's,
I always try to just, like you guys are saying how you order it. I just do compounds first. Because I feel like if I like the heavy compound lifts, like I do those ones first at the top of the workout. And so for pull day, like whatever the hardest shit I'm doing, like if I'm doing really heavy seated, whatever it is. And then at the end, it's like, okay, now you can do reverse curls or you can do like preacher curls.
I try to keep muscle groups together. That's another thing I try to do. Like parts of push day are just such pure tricep and parts of push day are chest heavy. And I try to do like the tricep stuff all grouped together. Like I don't want to do like.
That's it. I try to keep them apart. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying.
I don't know that I'm right.
But like if there's an exercise that really smashes my triceps, I'll try to get one that sort of hits the chest, like maybe crossovers, and then go back to triceps so that I can do it harder each time. You know, I feel like I can work harder if it's virtually resting in between.
Yeah, I felt like I was like losing the pump that I would like get a crazy pump like from I would do bench press and then do like tricep cables and my triceps would just be enormous. Like I'd like look back in the mirror and it's just like silly.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, all right, now let's do 2 chest exercises. And I'm like, oh, the pump in my tricep went away. I think it didn't seem right. It seemed like we need to keep riding that high.
It's occurred to me that maybe when you're 48, your preference will grow towards rest on that, tricep between exercises.
Yeah.
And who knows?
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe I can't lift a weight when I'm 48 because of all the drug abuse and hard workworkouts.
Yeah. By that point, you'll be just a pot addict living on the street.
Someone was like, aren't you worried your heart and liver are just going to fail any day now from all the drugs? And I'm just like, everything we do is longevity based. Like all the stuff I take is about like, we get my liver enzymes checked like every couple of months. Like my heart is the healthiest it's ever been since it's been measured. As far as blood pressure, resting heart rate, all that stuff, like cholesterol, all those numbers are like super duper healthy.
We're looking at words only Derek knows. How's your liver?
I have a team of scientists that look at my blood work every 3 months. I don't know about you, Carl, but but like a lot of the stuff we do is like I said, longevity based. It's about living a little bit longer. That giant handful of fucking pills I take every day is a little bit of that, and getting regular blood work, which I don't think anybody really does. Like getting that regular blood work and finding regular?
People get annual physicals.
3 or 4 months.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's often.
Yeah. That is
well, I mean, it's good. Like if something did start to go the way you wouldn't want to wait, 18 months to figure it out. You want to know.
like if I had been accidentally like taking too much and like, I don't know what it would be but let's just say iron. If I had way too much iron, like I was getting too much from my diet, plus I'm supplementing too much, plus maybe one of the drinks that I drink just had a bunch of iron in it. And all of a sudden, like that's messing up my liver. I don't know if iron does mess with your liver, but like I would know like within like 90 days of starting to do something silly like that, that iron level's high. That's not good for your liver. All right. Well, we take this pill out of the mix now. So you're really able to dial that stuff in. So yeah, I'm the healthiest I've ever been. Yeah. Have to be like 15
funny that you're having to defend this right now. Like as if they're like someone just you talked about this with like your guy friends. Like apparently you've had bad experience with shitty guy friends where they're just always, like trying to poke holes and like no actually it's only I would have been the gun guy if I'd have thought of it and implemented it and done it. And it's like oh yeah, Kyle's sure Kyle's jacked and in great shape, but what if his heart isn't quite as healthy? And it's like what's your heart at, bud? Like when's the last time you went in and like got stuck and you know how you're doing? Like probably not that much.
I don't know. I've enjoyed it so much. It's fitness. I know fitness talk can get a little tiring, but it's really more of a lifestyle that I've just really enjoyed. Taking on. It's a lot of fun, and I enjoy like consuming the content around it. All those YouTubers that make stuff. I do a lot of research online like that. Just Googling like, what is the best way to do this? What is the best way to do that? It's fun to learn and to kind of be a resource for people. I enjoy that.
At least for me,
sure.
it's not every day that like I'm proud of me, right? Who walks around proud of, like, you might be happy with who you are, but like, yeah, you've fucking done a thing. You've gotten fitter. Good for you.
Yeah.
I spoke to a guy today
on the weights. Feels good.
Yeah, I talked to a guy today who's having a rough time. He's like dealing with alcoholism, and I won't use your name, buddy, but thinking about you. He was dealing with alcoholism, and he's on antidepressants, and he's on ADHD medicine.
Ooh, that's a dangerous combo.
That's what I told him. He's depressed, and he's not super duper fit, and he's not in a place where he can like use marijuana to kind of. Because I was like, look, I'm not a doctor, and maybe this isn't the best advice coming from a fucking felon, but like, marijuana really checks a lot of the boxes of the things you have issues with. And he's like, yeah, that's not it really does, but I can't like where I live, but we talked for like 20, 30 minutes today about like how to like. Told him he needed to like. I was like, I'm not going to tell you to cut down on the alcohol because I know that's hard. That's the crutch that you're leaning on right now that's keeping you from falling down, but like. Maybe like talk to your doctor about some of the drug interactions and like try to cut out like because he's on what's that antidepressant that Wings was on? I was also on it at once.
Prozac, Wellbutrin, Zoloft. I don't know.
L something?
Wait, lithium?
No, not lithium.
That's an antipsychotic.
The
Anyway.
one with an L.
Lunesta. No, that's sleeping.
That's sleeping.
I don't know.
Lipotine.
It's not Lipitor because that's the heart medicine. In any case, he was on the antidepressant that Wings was on, and it was the one that I was on for a little while. And the reason I was on it, by the way, was part of my defense. Lexapro. Yeah, part of my defense in court was going to be that I was taking the marijuana to like self-treat myself for depression and PTSD. So I went and got diagnosed with depression and PTSD, and they prescribed the say it one more time. Lexapro. I don't know why I can't remember that. And so I took that for a number of months, and that's that shit I went cold turkey off of because it was making me. I describe it like this: it's like for someone whose like happiness level stays at a 1 to 3, it's awesome because now we're gonna slide that bar. It's not going to get wider, though. We're just going to slide the 1 to 3 over here so that you live between 4 and 6. But the problem is you're never going to be happier than a 6. The good thing is now you're never sadder than a 4. Okay. But and if you're like going through an awful time in your life, that's a really good thing. That's a crutch to lean on. Stay between 4 and 6 because you might fucking off yourself if you're between 1 and 3. You might drop down to -1 and that's game over for you. But I didn't have that problem. And I just felt like, God damn it, I haven't been in an 8 in months. And it's because of this fucking pill. I'm not taking joy in life anymore. And it's because of this fucking pill. Like there's enough stress already with this like trial looming over me and everything. Being at a 4 or 5 or 6 all the time is just dreadful. And so I went cold turkey on that shit. That's when I was getting those like brain jolts.
I was about to say cold turkey is often not recommended for Lexapro.
100% not recommended, and I didn't give a fuck. I wanted off. It took me about a month to like get through the side effects because it takes a while to like bleed out of your system. It's one of those drugs that you build up.
Never described a brain jolt or a brain flash to me in a way that I get it.
It's like you ever like if if the lights came on and quickly you were like, oh, but then that fades away. But in your brain, it's like your brain gets like
that can't be good for you.
It feels awful. It felt like a small electrical shock that was like in my brain, but I felt go through my whole nervous system, like down my shoulders into my fingers, and it was just like, zoom. And I'd be like, that was very uncomfortable, and then it would slowly fade away, and then you would get another one like 10 minutes later, and that happened continuously all the fucking time for weeks. It was really.
It's like every 10 minutes, or it'd be like every 10 minutes 3 times, and then that might be that day.
No, it was frequent. It was like several times an hour, like 3 or 4 times an hour at least. It would just jolt, and you'd be like, "Oh, that felt really uncomfortable." Right then, I did not like that. And then it's like, "All right, now we're good. Now we're good." It was just like every now and then someone was hitting your dog shot collar or something like that. Not that intense, not necessarily painful, just very uncomfortable and
disorienting, maybe
disorienting to some extent, but only briefly. Like it wasn't like you're going to be driving and like go off the road or anything.
No, you're right back at it.
You're right back at it. But it was awful going off that stuff cold turkey. He said that he tried to quit, and it was like 3 days into it, and he was having the same thing I'm describing. He's like, I had to go right back on, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. But I don't know. I hope I helped him out a little bit. I told him, get out, do that 10-minute walk after every meal, because just doing a little bit of cardio every day, and getting your insulin resistance in check can prevent some of the fluctuations in mood but the alcohol mixed with the ADHD medicine mixed with that antidepressant, and he's on some other stuff too, didn't sound good to me. So
this is my recipe for depression. I hand it out all the time, and I think I'm on target with this, and it overlaps a lot with yours. 3 pieces, three ingredients in this recipe. The first is some sort of fitness element, ideally in sunshine, right? And we'll take sunshine, we'll take fitness. If we do both at the same time, that's super awesome. I don't care what it is. Fucking go jump in an outside trampoline. This will be part of your recipe for depression. The second one, relationships, family, friends, etc. You can get that stuff sort of fixed. A lot of happiness and sense of well-being comes from your interactions with other people. So your family, your friends, if you get those relationships sort of reignited, that's good. Outdoor fitness, family relationships. The last one, some kind of sense of accomplishment would be great. That could be going to school. That could be, I don't know, just achieving anything. And you do those 3 things, and you're probably out of depression.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot, right? Because where he is, I think there's a little bit of a thing with COVID, and also he works from home, and does his classes from home, so that allows him to drink without any overwatch. You go to work smelling like vodka, they're like, we're gonna need to fix this. You go to school smelling of vodka, they're like, what are you doing, Tommy? But you can be at home teleconferencing to work and to school, and they can't smell the gin on your breath or whatever your beverage of choice is, and you can just get away with it. I think that's part of his problem. There's no real accountability there, and alcohol is a crutch that's very easy to lean on. It's so socially acceptable. It's everywhere. And it's effective, if you're feeling like shit, you're depressed, you're bored, and you just want something that makes your existence a little bit more tolerable, shit, a glass of vodka will do it.
But you're always chasing it then, because with hangovers and so, you're borrowing happiness from the next day, and that only reinforces the cycle he's in. And doing that on antidepressants is genuine, you're fucking your neurochemistry there. They even say if you're taking antidepressants, SSRIs in particular, I think Lexapro is, it's do not overdrink on this, because you're going to basically beat what it's doing, and it's you've basically trained your brain to only release feel-good chemicals with this one specific stimulus. And so you're taking it from the 4 to 6 that where it would be, where it's still kind of miserable, not that fun, and now even with it you're 1 to 3. And now you take the pills or the alcohol out, and you're just in a very, very delicate place. That's sad. Hopefully,
one of the problems with depressions is the things that fix depression are the least attractive things to you, right? If you're depressed and what really feels good is alcohol, and dumbass Woody's over there telling you to jump on an outdoor trampoline, dude, that's not what you feel like doing. But it is good for you if you just fucking do it, even though it's not what you feel like doing.
Yeah, I think baby steps that Put some fucking headphones on. No, I'm not saying that what you're saying is too far, but like put some fucking headphones on, put some music on you like, and do that 10-minute walk out in the sunshine. And then come back and you're just gonna feel so good. Then take a shower after that. Like anytime like I'm feeling like lazy or whatever, and I actually get up and I do the thing, whatever that is, lifting, cardio, or just, coming and like doing whatever, like cleaning my house. Then like that shower that I take after that, and then like it's just, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm glad we got out of the goddamn bed, did the thing, and took a shower. God, I feel good. Oh, yeah. I feel so clean, and like I just sweating out like a little bit of like sweat. Just it feels like you're removing toxins that were just making you a piece of shit.
I love this image he's showing. You know what you could add? Changing your sheets. It's fucking amazing to like climb into a made bed with clean sheets.
Change those sheets at least twice a month. Okay, it's gonna. If you guys got some acne going on your face or something, it's because your pillowcase is nasty. That's a big part of it. You got to wash your face twice a day. Got to change that pillowcase. Throw a towel on it, like Woody talked about before, if you need to, on your pillowcase. But you got to have clean sheets. People use
sometimes, yeah.
Clean sheets, clean pillowcases. Nobody wants to fuck you in your rank bed, and you're not gonna feel good in there. Those clean sheets feel so good. Nice, crisp, clean sheets.
Yeah, you change your sheets, and you'll be like, Woody was onto something.
Yeah. All right, well, that's probably a wrap.
I like the end of the show. I like the whole show. I hope other people thought the show was as good as I do. I don't always sit here and think, fucking winner, but I liked it.
We do good work around here. Check out our links below. Check us out on Twitch, and hope to see you guys out in the Twitch stream Saturday. Hopefully, we can lure Mr. Gamertag into playing something with us. That'd be pretty chill. Yeah. Maybe I can get Harley Plays to come play with us, and that'd be pretty fun.
I appreciate the invite. I'm out of town Saturday, but
another time,
sure. Another day. Yeah,
we'll find another ringer.
Oh, and grease that goddamn chair.
It's a knife, and I'm twiddling with it, and I'm sorry.
Oh, they hate that. So
they hate that. And that's the show.
Well, I'll lube it.